7A-KIDS, 5437. You can text KIDS to 35270. And we do have the Bremer Bank phone bank currently open here at the Cares Kids Radiothon presented at Corwin Automotive Group. You can be among the first, if not the first, to get your call in today.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that first call, and it's early, but about, 12 hours-ish from now is all we got left, so someone's got to get it started here on day 2.
Well, and not to go ahead and make you be like, okay, now I'm feeling the pressure. I got to do this thing. Basically, we have a situation now where I have it on good authority that yesterday was a little bit of a slower day. Okay, so we're off to a slow start, and that means that the pressure is on for us today to really kick it up a notch.
Yeah, and I know it's been almost every year we're able to up this goal that we have every single year, which is fantastic. But you don't want that train to stop, and it certainly can at any point. And with day 1 kind of being slower, we're still waiting for someone to get it started today. 701-478-KIDS. That's 701-478-5437.
We'd like to share with you now the story of Paxton.
My name's Amanda Vedelson, Paxley's mom.
This is Derek, Paxley's dad.
In the beginning, it seemed like everything was normal as we thought it was going to be. And then ultrasounds started coming up that she was measuring small for her gestational age. Her due date kept changing, and they didn't know really what was going on yet. And we found out that there was blocked blood flows. Paxley then was measuring small and not getting the nutrients that Paxley needed. When they woke me up at 2 a.m., I didn't really realize yet until they said it's go time. I wasn't really ready, but they knew, and I trusted them, and the C-section went really well.
Sweetest memory.
That moment when she was 1.7 pounds.
I would probably compare to like a dollar bill. She was tiny.
You don't know how much they care about your baby while you're not there. I was walking in to see Paxley, and I walked in on one of the nurses consoling Paxley and kind of talking to her, and she didn't know I was going to be there. So it was just amazing to see the nurse.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people. And his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was some problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain.
Welcome into the 2022 Day 2 of Froggy 99.9 Sanford Children's Radiothon. It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon. I'm joined by Amber this morning. Amber, how are you?
Good. Ready to raise some money today. And we just heard from Jacob, which was another amazing story coming out of the Sanford Children's Hospital. And a couple things, you know, him talking about how Sanford Hospital is one of the best. That's coming from a kid who had to spend time in the hospital. So for a kid to be able to say that the work they're doing up there is just amazing, and how comfortable they make these kids feel. They try to make it as much like home as they can, and that's thanks to your donations. That's by you calling 478 Kids. The phone banks are open, and you can make your donation right now at 478 Kids, or text health to 35270. And Jacob's mom too, talking about how Sanford Children's treated Jacob like their own child. And that's so important as a parent to see that. It's amazing. And that's why you need to give.
Well, we have heard tons of stories over the last 24 hours of how amazing the staff is at Sanford Children's, the nurses, the doctors, and how well they treat the child, but also the families of the child, because a lot of the times they get pushed back and everything. Doctors are so focused on helping the child and saving the life of the child that the parent kind of takes a back seat for a while. And you've heard stories of, I had to wait 3-4 hours to even see my kid, and I don't know if he's in there doing okay. I don't know if something's gone wrong. It was the scariest time of my life. But you hear all these stories that the nurses are side by side with the parents, talking them through here's what's going on. Here's what's going to happen. Here's what the treatment plan is going forward. They're just so unbelievable, and we couldn't thank them enough. And it just saddens me that there's a large amount of people out there that believe that, hey, my local hospital doesn't need a lot of money. Look how big the building is. Look at how many people I see walking in there every day, or in urgent care, or in the ER. Look how many people I see parked out in the parking lot. That must mean that they're full. Why would I need to donate? Well, a lot of hospitals, especially for children's hospitals, they're underfunded. And some of the things that we need, like we talked yesterday to the AirMed staff at Sanford, and there's a thing called an isolette, which will take a newborn baby that needs to go to the NICU that maybe wasn't delivered in a hospital. They can actually put him or her in a sort of kind of like womb-like incubator that they can transport. That itself is $200,000. $200,000 to take one newborn baby from their home to the nearest hospital via helicopter, via ambulance, via whatever. That's $200,000. And people are out there thinking, well, they don't need that much more money. No, we do. We need the money for these kids. And, with Medicare and Medicaid being allocated now to the older population, it's even more important, because a lot of times these hospitals they're not gathering enough funds for these kids because of all of the things that we've got going on in terms of treating our senior citizens. So that's why when we ask for the donations, this is how we give back to our community. And that's why Amber said you can call 701-478-5437, or by donating online at FroggyWeb.com, or texting health to 35270.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals. Strong.
Nice job. Push toe, push toe, push toe. Big step. Big step. Mike, tell it, Mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support. Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
Went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth, so it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with claustotomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why or...
Send money. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, money. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money.
Hey, good morning. 184 over the Playhouse in the morning, and year 22 of the Care Your Kids Radiothon. 701-478-KIDS, 701-478-5437, and E right now in the Care Your Kids Radiothon, and joined with Dr. Jake Fish from Sanford Children's Hospital. How are you, Dr. Fish?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Well, we appreciate it. We got to ask you the question straight from somebody that works there. What is the importance of having a hospital like this in the Fargo-Moorhead area?
Well, like I tell everybody, it's just providing that care locally for kids. And I actually heard you talking this morning about being able to be taking care of kids in Fargo rather than having to go to that bigger center. And since I've been here over the course of the 8 years, it's been the huge change that we've been able to do as we grow as a hospital. We're not sending kids out as much. We're able to take care of kids, not only in the Fargo area, but the entire state of North Dakota. So instead of traveling across to, the big cities or something like that, we can provide that care in Fargo, which has been really just a huge improvement for the quality of the kids around here.
So, Doc, you've been here now for 8 years, you said. And how important, I mean, you have to make just like lasting memories with almost every kid that you help, I would imagine.
Well, I mean, I would hope I make lasting memories. Whether that's true or not, I do not know. But I think, even right now, you make that, as I've been thinking about this with all the stuff going on and how busy we've been. We've worked so hard to make sure we can keep kids local and do that. And that's really what makes it important to me, is when I have a family member say, thank you so much for finding room for my kid, especially when we've all been so busy, and how important it is to them to make sure we can keep open and have that access to quality care here is so important.
Well, I think one of the things that we grow accustomed to in an area like this is having to drive to Minneapolis for this, that, or the other, whether you want to see, you were just saying you went to a Vikings game. We're not going to see a professional football team here in Fargo, North Dakota, but it's hard for people to wrap their head around that for the surrounding region. I mean, for all intents and purposes, we're basically the Minneapolis when it comes to children's medical care. I mean, if you live in a radius deeper to North Dakota or whatever, you're coming to us for your care.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's kind of what we build with all the subspecialists and all the level of care that we're able to provide. That's our goal, to be able to provide that same level of care that they are able to provide at those bigger centers right here in the Fargo area.
And I know it was just, you were saying too that it's unfortunate, but you guys are so busy right now. You have so many kids that are coming through. It's got to be great to have the technology and the things that we have here, but I can't imagine just being as busy as you are right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the other thing, too. It's not just about the medical care that we provide. Now that we are the major referral center for the state, it's providing all those ancillary supporting staff for the families. We have families traveling from far away from the western part of the state, and being able to make their stay even a little bit better during such a stressful time with all the other supporting stuff or equipment that we have is so important.
I do think it's hard for people sometimes to wrap their head around this concept, and that is they listen to the Radiothon and they're touched by the stories, right? And they get emotional and they go, oh my God, that's so great. And then we say, and to do this, we really could use your help. And they're like, well, I've seen the building. It's immaculate. You guys are doing these amazing things already. Why do you need me? How does the everyday person donating to the Care Your Kids Radiothon help you, Dr. Fish?
Well, it helps us not only with, a lot of programs that we do get started, right? It gets started with some sort of a donation or something like that for us to do it. At the end of the day, children's hospitals, they don't make a ton of money all the time. So being able to have these donations to help, every major children's hospital across the country has a sponsor. There's a reason for that kind of stuff. So I agree. Everybody thinks that they're just doing that, but all these donations and stuff help us to add services that, may not make the money or, may not think we need unless we have that opportunity. So,
well, and at the end of the day, too, we're talking about a children's hospital. And if you've ever been into Sanford Children's and you get to see it, obviously we've talked a ton about, you don't ever really want to be in a hospital for 10 weeks. But it's such a cool place when you're there. And I have to imagine a lot of these dollars go to making it have that feel for those kids.
Absolutely. I mean, making it have that feel, making it fun, right? Every once in a while I have kids who don't want to leave the hospital because they like it so much, right? The rooms are comfortable. It's a comfortable place for families. It's a comfortable place for kids. And that's so important for child's healing as well, which we've known, which we've proven. So, or like some of the other stuff to get the kids out of the room, make it not feel like a hospital, let them go play so they can heal better. All that stuff is so important for the whole package as we're caring for children.
Well, for as people as they're getting going with their day and they're getting their makeup on for the day, they're getting kids ready for school, and they're going, okay, maybe I'll do this today. What would be your ask to them? Why should they call right now and donate?
I mean, I think they should call for our kids to keep this local, and a lot of people in the community have children. So some people have been to the children's hospital, so they really understand it. And for the people who haven't been to the children's hospital, we don't want their kids in the children's hospital, but it is important. These stories are so touching and they're real. And like you said, it is a lasting memory on these families for the rest of their lives. I hope when they have a kid in our hospital, they don't forget the experience. And I hope they only talk about how great the experience was for them. And that's what this money can do for them, is to make that experience from good to absolutely outstanding with some of the extra services that we can provide because of this money. So that would be the ask.
Yeah, and that phone number, of course, is 701-478-KIDS. Or we make it easy, too. You can just text KIDS to that short code 35270. Get a link right to your phone to be able to donate online. If you get it, it's early. Maybe you don't want to do phone calls or talk to anybody. You just want to be online and make that donation. You can text KIDS to short code 35270.
For the antisocial, yeah.
Right.
On the way, the Kids Radiothon, the story of Kate, Melissa, and Bob. And to you, Dr. Fisher, thank you for coming in, but also for the amazing work you do, sir.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Hi, buddy. Here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals strong.
Nice job. Push toe, push toe, push toe. Big step. Big step. My butt, tall it, mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support. Children's Miracle Network Hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing. But we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with colostomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler wants to go to college. He wants to drive a car. I think the biggest challenge for the two of us has been making sure that Tyler is content, that Tyler is fulfilled in his life, and making sure he's happy. We try to make sure that every other aspect of his life is totally incredible.
Right, we try to make sure he has a normal life.
Sanford Children's mean a lot to our family. They are with us every week. We're either talking to a nurse, or we're talking to a doctor, or we're going to therapy. They have been a part of our life. When we received Tyler's diagnosis, we were extremely relieved to have a name to what his disorder was. We also felt relief also that Sanford had provided all of the care that Tyler needed. When we got the official diagnosis, it told us, okay, Tyler needs this kind of therapy, speech therapy, occupational, PT, and Sanford had already been providing all of that for 4 years. So even though we didn't have an exact diagnosis, Sanford was still on top of what had to be done. Having Sanford with us since birth until now has been incredible. The first part of the journey was when he, of course, was really, really small, and going up to the game room, having Child Life come in, talk to us, explain stuff to Tyler, and to have the atmosphere where it made Tyler feel at home was a huge part of it, because he spent so many hours and so many days there. I can't praise them enough for everything that they do for us. I think the future for Tyler holds a lot of exciting things. He is excited to eventually move out, maybe a part-time job, and a good living situation in a group home. We still have quite a few years before we go down that road. So right now we're just concentrating in the immediate future on working on some more life skills, some more reading skills. My hope and dreams for Tyler is for him just to be happy,
Have a normal
life. To find whatever passion he has in life, if it's drawing, if it's making short little videos on his phone, if it's collecting.
478 Kids 5437. Now, you are lucky probably most days if you start your day with breakfast. It is the most important meal of the day. But today you can start your day with the breakfast of a miracle, a bowl of frosted miracles this morning, E.
I love that. And hey, huge thanks to Dr. Jake Fish, who was just in here a bit ago. First off, just coming in early. Probably hadn't off to work. Coming in bright and early to get here before he has to go for a day full of miracle. What'd you call your cereal?
Frosted Miracles.
Frosted Miracles. He's got a lot of Frosted Miracles to deliver today.
Yeah, he's just a good guy doing a lot of work, and you make his work easier at 701-478-KIDS. You can text KIDS to 35270. And supporting the staff of Sanford Children's Hospital and the amazing work they do, important every year. But think about how hard a job is like that just normally. And then the past 2 years. I mean, they're doing all the regular work they typically do. I mean, childhood cancer, diabetes, premature babies, accidents, car accidents, whatever. None of this took a pause just because COVID came into town, right? That's all happening, plus coronavirus.
Yeah, and these kids are the sickest of the sick. When they're getting to Sanford Children's Hospital, they're the sickest of the sick. And it was interesting, too. You hear just how consistently busy they are, which I guess is a good and a bad problem at the same time. Like, it's great that we have this facility here and can help that many families. But obviously, coronavirus going on the last couple of years. On top of it all, consistently busy. These guys are doing some work.
Well, and we were getting kind of the census yesterday, and I'm sure our friend Hillary from the Children's Hospital can update us to make sure our numbers are right soon this morning. But they have, I believe it was 40 NICU beds. They had one available as of yesterday. And keep in mind, when they moved locations to the new Sanford Medical Center, I mean, they added beds, right? And so now already, with the new beds that we just got over the past couple of years, already all but one was full.
That's just insane. 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437. Going to hear that phone number plenty today.
Because it's not just kids that have life-threatening cancer. It's not kids that have leukemia or another rare form of blood disease, APL or whatever it may be. His came from an accident. He got into a biking accident and ruptured his appendix. And, when that fluid starts to fill, very much in pain. And here we have a boy who was not born with any, pre-existing conditions. He didn't develop it as it came along. It came from an accident, and those types of things can happen.
And just think about that for a second. Life changes in the blink of an eye. How often, as a mom, my kids are outside riding bike all the time. Something as simple as a bicycle accident. He fell off his bike onto the handlebars. That could happen to anybody. He was airlifted to Sanford Children's Hospital. His dad drove all the way from Williston. Imagine that, being in the car for 7 hours, not knowing how your kid was doing, not knowing if your child was going to make it. And to hear him talk about how Gordon was a pale color, they didn't know if he was going to pull through. He was practically translucent. And just to think, just hours before he was riding his bike, and he was just fine. And we take that for granted, having healthy kids. But donating to Sanford Children's Hospital is like an insurance policy. Donate because you have healthy kids, because you never know when your child could end up there. They never would have dreamt that Gordon would have ended up there. Call 478-KIDS and make your donation.
I can't speak for how Gordon must have felt, and I'm not going to, but I mean, as an adult, a hospital is a very scary place. When you're told, hey, you're going to have to be admitted into the hospital, your mind starts to panic. You get anxiety. You start to feel like, oh my God, what's wrong with me? What's going on? Is this going to get better? Well, your mind goes a million different places. Imagine hearing that as a child, and everything is already scary enough because they have needles, and that's where sick people go. I can't imagine how he must have felt when he was brought into there, and the pain that he must have been in. And it's your donations. It's the people that donate right now by calling 701-478-KIDS that can help pay for some of those treatments that Gordon gets to drain his stomach from all that fluid and all that pressure. And even though it came back, they can do it again, and they can do it again. And eventually for him to get better. And that is exactly where your donations are going. They're going right here in Fargo. That's the biggest thing. It's all local, and there are 66 families currently in Sanford Children's Hospital. 66 children, 66 families that are in the hospital right now. Call 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437. or toll free if you're outside of Fargo at 877-478-KIDS. You can also donate online to FroggyWeb.com or by texting HEALTH to 35270.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was some problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting.
And that is the story of Kate. Melissa and Bob, Y94 Cares for Kids Radiothon. And I mean, she could not be more happy that the staff and hospital is here in Fargo.
Well, and too, the way she talks about it, and obviously, you don't ever want to hear the word cancer with your child by any stretch of the imagination. But she seems to, just how she seems upbeat, positive, just talking about the whole thing. Just to have that attitude when you're taking on cancer, when you're battling it, which 2020, again, like to find out your kid has cancer in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, everybody else is talking about COVID, coronavirus, washing your hands, masking up, and you're like, well, we're dealing with cancer in our family.
Yeah.
I was terrified.
It's horrifying, man. 701-478-KIDS. It's 701-478-KIDS. Again, if you want to make it easy, too, you just want to do it all online, you can text KIDS to that short code 35270.
Yeah, do it for the moms and dads that are sitting there and trying to rationalize something like their child having cancer and going, you know what? Here's the positive in this. She's going to be a stronger person for this. Dealing with this as a kid, it's going to shape her life, her character. And no parent should have to think like that, have to look for the bright side of cancer.
Well, and Melissa, too, the mom, Melissa, was even talking about how open she talks about, how open Kate talks about it now. Like, talks about her cancer. Imagine being a kid and just having that conversation open, just constantly, probably. It's been the part of your life now for 2 years.
Should be talking about, your favorite episode of Cocomelon, for God's sake.
I don't know if it's quite that young, right?
It's
good. It's past Cocomelon.
When do people stop on Cocomelon? I still watch it. I'm in my 30s.
701.
You watched Cocomelon.
You know, it's weird because the second one brought it back.
Yeah,
I got past it, and then the second kid brought it back. I cleared Cocomelon, and now Cocomelon's back in my life.
At least not Caillou. Is that how you say Caillou? The little bald whiny guy?
How did we get here?
The one that's not us. The
other bald whiny guys.
Whiny guy.
Yeah.
Well, Tina from Winemere had a very scary experience with her little one. The story of Landon in less than 5 minutes on the Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Thank you for listening to the Cares for Kids Radiothon. It's all about... Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, buddy. Here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals. Strong.
Nice job. Push down, push down, push down. Big step. Big step. Tell it, mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support.
Ready to go.
Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungel. They are really nice, and they do
701-478-KIDS, 54370 for the Playhouse here alongside E from The Night Show. And E, if there's anything we've learned over 22 years of the Radiothon, I mean, Sanford Children's Hospital, from something serious to something a little bit more everyday, I mean, they're equipped for all of it.
Yeah, and a story like that, I know the one we're about to go into here, there's things you hear on this Radiothon that will make you look at something differently, especially if you're a parent. Like, it can be large, or it can be those small little things around a house. And I remember talking to Tina last year about this, and I have not looked at a battery differently since then.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all have that time where, like, whether it is your car key fob goes bad or your garage door opener goes bad, you're like, now I gotta go buy some of those weird little button batteries, and they're so hard to find. And I don't know if have you seen how many different kinds there are of those? They're all different sizes. They're annoying.
It's gotta be around 50 different button size. You're getting me off track now.
There's a lot of them, yeah. There's a lot of. I just had to find some for a key fob for a car, actually.
Okay.
Well, for most people, you think of that, and that's the annoyance of it. That's your association with a battery button. It's the thing you have to buy every 2 years because whatever goes bad. For Landon's family, a very different association.
My name is Tina Smith. My son is Landon Smith, and we are from Wyndmere, North Dakota. In July of 2020, it was evening. We were just getting done with dinner. I was working at home. I was working on the computer. My kids were all playing. My middle son comes inside, and he says, I think Landon swallowed a battery. And so he goes, I ate it. It's all gone. And so we had to drive to Fargo, which is an hour away from the hospital that we went to. On the drive to Fargo, I still didn't understand how serious it was. They didn't tell me this battery is cooking your son's esophagus.
Every single day before I knew your name, I couldn't see your face, but I prayed for you.
We got to Sanford. It had been in his stomach for 3 hours. When I found out he was going back to surgery, I freaked out because I knew he was going to have to go through anesthesia. I knew he was going to have to do all that, and he's 2. I was just really scared. The battery was taken out. The battery was fried. It was black. It was a brand new battery. It was cooked his esophagus. He had to stay in the hospital for a week. The biggest fear that I had through the entire thing was that he wasn't going to be able to eat normal afterwards. He wasn't going to be able to be out of the hospital for a really long time. I had like a lot of fears, but those were two of the ones that I kept thinking about. Sanford Children's Hospital in Fargo saved my baby's life. We wouldn't go anywhere else.
Every single day before I knew your name, I couldn't see your face, but I prayed for you. Every heartbreak trail when all hope failed, on the highway to hell, I prayed for you.
One thing that sticks out the most about Sanford and Fargo was the nurses and the doctors that took care of him. They just made Landon feel so comfortable. When he had the feeding tube placed, he didn't like that, and so they gave him a stuffed animal. And he still, to this day, 7 months later, will not let go of that stuffed animal.
Every single day before I knew your name, I couldn't see your face, but I prayed for you.
Today, Landon is your typical 2-year-old boy, talking, laughing, playing, super smart still.
I kept my faith like that old King James said I'm supposed to. It's hard to imagine bigger than I could fathom. I didn't know you from Adam, but I prayed for you.
I would give to Sanford Hospital because they give so much to kids. They help so many kids. While we were there, the amount of children that were there, we didn't see one sad kid. Those doctors and nurses, they are there and they are always happy, and no matter what's going on, they're going to take care of your kids. I would give them the world if I could.
The Cares for Kids Radiothon, the story of Landon, Y94, year 22 of the Radiothon. And I think it is probably worth noting, as you hear the Cares for Kids Radiothon, you probably are like, wow, there's a lot of these premature babies. There's a lot of childhood cancer. You really should not underestimate just that random everyday accident. You're never going to anticipate your kid swallowing a little button battery.
And, those are the kind of, those happen every day, right, with kids, those kind of things, the scraped knees and those up to the extremes of, swallowing a button battery, to have the facility here to be able to rush, because it's a timing thing with that, like she was talking about with Landon, and they're from Wyoming, right? So, I mean, it's a little bit of a drive, but still, that timing, the longer that battery was in there, the more damage that was going to be done.
Well, we talk so much about Fargo-Moorhead. It is truly the region's hospital, and that can't be shouted out more, because if something happens in Windermere or the Lakes area or whatever, they're coming here for something like that.
Right, and there's plenty of accidents where timing is key. Obviously, like you were talking about, there's the NICU stuff and the cancers, but there is those little accidents that happen every day with your kids. So the stuff as a parent you're terrified of most of the time, right? The bumps, the bruises, the falls off the couches, the knocking heads on tables kind of thing, right? But some of them, obviously, it gets to a point where your kid swallows a button battery. You better be able to get somewhere fast.
Yeah, so much of this is just kids being kids and making those choices where, like, why did you do that? Why? No, that cape does not make you fly. Please don't jump off the shed.
Worth a shot.
I thought I'd give it a try, Mom. On the way, the story of Jagger on the Cares Kids Radiothon in 3 minutes. It's Y94.
You're listening to the Cares for Kids Radiothon on Y94. Yes.
Welcome to the Cares for Kids Radiothon live stream. We have so many opportunities for you to donate today. You can donate by calling 701-478-5437. That's 701-478-KIDS. We've got phone lines open. You can call literally all day today. All we want to do is hear those bells ringing, getting donations. You can also text KIDS to 35270 or online at 184.com, FroggyWeb.com, KFGO.com. Literally, the possibilities are endless. And coming up at 7 a.m., there's going to be a special little announcement that'll give you more bang for your buck when you're donating today.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and
in day 2 of the Sanford Children's Radiothon, Cares for Kids. Amber, good morning. It's good to see you. Listening to that story, it just, one of those things. We talked to the Sanford AirMed staff here yesterday, and again, those donations are going to help kids like Simon who they can't make it to the hospital. They're not in the hospital right now, and they have to get there, and it's an emergency rescue. It's like, we've got to get in there and get this kid heated up because his body temperature was 69 degrees. And if you think about it, normal temperature is 98.7. So his body, he was probably blue, almost purple. Hanging on, like his dad said, by a thread. And at that moment, he said it was just the scariest thing that he's ever gone through.
And just think, right now, waking up, you're getting your kids ready, you're thinking about what you have to do for the day. They woke up to find out their son was outside in just 12 degrees. Imagine a day like today. You wake up, your front door is open, and you find out that your child had gotten out and is outside. Life can just change so quickly. And that's why it's so important to donate to the Sanford Children's Hospital, because you never know. You might end up needing these services someday. And even if you don't, you might know somebody who does. There's no better way to give to a charity that the funds stay right here. They're literally helping people at our hospital. And it's not just people in Fargo-Moorhead that use our hospital. We've heard from families from Williston. We've heard families from Detroit Lakes. We've heard families from all over that are getting life flighted here, that end up needing our services. So please call 478 Kids and make a donation to the Sanford Children's Hospital.
It's hearing these stories, they're heartbreaking, but there's a lot of hope for it because the people and the staff at Sanford are amazing. And every donation that you can give, whether it's $10, whether it's $20, if it's $5, every single donation counts. Because if 500 people say, I'm going to give $5, it adds up quick. Every amount adds up quick. And we need you to donate. 701-478-KIDS or online at frogyweb.com or texting HEALTH to 35270. Like Amber said, every single dollar is going to be spent here in Sanford Children's in Fargo. So Amber and I actually had the opportunity to visit Sanford on Tuesday, and going through there, some of the things that our donation money has been able to fund, like the sensory room, which you and I both thought was just the coolest thing, a kind of a decompression or an amp up room in a sense, if a child is having issues with their digestion and they need to kind of get moving around and kind of like aid that to go along, or if they're having a particularly difficult time where they need to just relax and be by themselves and be distracted by colors and sound and just this overall, it really is a sensory room.
The room itself is so neat. You sit in this room, it's all white. You turn on music and these lights go in time with the music. There's colors on the wall. There's an interactive screen on the floor so you can move your hand and it feels like you're underwater. It feels like you're controlling fireworks. It's just something to take the kids' minds off what's happening to them in the hospital. It's hard enough to keep your kids occupied at home. How many times are we as parents sitting there thinking like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do all day Saturday? Oh, my kid's getting bored. What am I going to... Now imagine they're in a hospital bed. Your donations are helping things like this sensory room, having a place where they could go and just take their mind off of things for a little bit and be a kid. I'm 38 years old and I wanted to sit in that room all day. It was very, very cool. And your donations are helping fund things like that. You could text HEALTH to 35270 or call 478-KIDS. The phone lines are open and we are ready to take your calls. You can donate any amount, but those 20 by 12 donations, $20 a month for the rest of the year, makes the world of difference. You could be a miracle maker by calling 478-KIDS.
478-KIDS, like Amber said, or online at frogyweb.com or by texting HEALTH to 35270. We need your donations now.
KVOX-FM Moorhead, Fargo.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Here we are on the Cares for Kids Radiothon, year 22, Y94 at 701-478-KIDS, 5437. You can also text KIDS to 35270. And we have entered our first power hour of the day. And we are looking for 25 people.
Metal Tech, by the way, huge thanks to those guys for stepping up, making this power hour just stretch that much further. So huge thanks to Metal Tech.
Yeah, they're going to do a match for you. So if you're one of the 25 people this hour that calls, 701-478-KIDS, 5437, or you text KIDS to 35270 for 25 people, Metal Tech going to match that. So let's say you do that $20 a month. I'm not like super good at math, but I know that becomes 40 thanks to Metal Tech.
So just
Easy
some quick math. 701-478-KIDS, that phone number, by the way, 701-478-5437. You can text KIDS to short code 35270. Get a link right on your phone to be able to donate. And whether you call by phone, donate online, it doesn't matter. It's getting doubled by Metal Tech.
Well, you can also stop by the studios if you're so inclined. Some people are in persons, and we have the Marvin drop-off here at our 194 25th Street studios, which if you're like, I don't really know where that is. We're like the corner of 13th and 25th. We're by CVS at the police station.
That's designed that way.
Yeah, so we're safe from like disease and crime.
Right. Well, I thought we were put here more to prevent the crime we were likely going to be doing.
Well, that too. Is that why they set up there?
I think that's probably more. They tell us differently.
Used to be a Sun Mart, and it was really inconvenient for me once it wasn't anymore because that's where I would get my lunch sandwiches.
They got rid of Sun Mart because of all the crime you guys are doing here.
I'm sure that nobody cares where I was getting my lunch sandwiches. It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon. We'd like to share with you now the story of Jagger.
I'm Stephanie Portseller, the mother of Jagger Portseller, who's 8. On October 27th, he was diagnosed with leukemia. We live in Lemon, South Dakota. We're right on the border of North Dakota and South Dakota. We don't have an actual hospital in our town. We have a clinic. It all kind of just started with him complaining of a stomach ache for quite a while, for about a month or so. But, it was always just in the mornings. And we didn't really, we kind of just chalked it up to him not eating breakfast yet or something like that, because within an hour or two, it would surpass. So we did an ultrasound on his stomach, and they realized that's when they noticed that his spleen was enlarged. We got a phone call from his pediatrician saying that his blood work had come back and that they were pretty positive that he had leukemia. They had already called the Stanford Hospital and had a team waiting for my husband and Jagger to go up there when John got off the phone, and told me, of course, we were both crying. And then it was, he goes, well, Jagger and I have to go. And I said, what do you mean you and Jagger? I said, I'm going. He goes, only one of us can go because of COVID. And, we had about a 2-minute argument of who was taking him. And I had to stop and think, I was not the best parent in that situation to go. I'm, a little bit emotional and probably didn't. I knew that I wouldn't be able to relay and process the information as well as my husband would. I had to just kind of watch those two drive off, not knowing what was going to happen. In the middle of a pandemic, and having your child diagnosed with leukemia, having your child diagnosed with leukemia is one ballpark. Having your child diagnosed with leukemia in the middle of a global pandemic is a whole other ballpark. The amount of obstacles that it throws in your way, like getting that phone call that your child has leukemia, but because of the pandemic, they're only allowed one parent with them in the hospital. So having to be a mother and to let your child go and not know what's going to happen. And I would cry every 5 minutes. And it would just out of nowhere, I just start bawling. And when your child is sick or gets hurt, you're the one that's there to protect them. You're the one that's there to watch over them and hold their hand and let them know it's okay. And to not be able to go because of the pandemic and to have to release, those motherly instincts and have complete faith and trust. That was probably the hardest thing I have ever had to do. Just watch your son leave and not know what was going to happen and when I was going to get to see him next.
Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Not only only are the nurses and doctors amazing, but, the amount of the volunteers there, and, they have Chloe's cabin. And there was one nurse there in Fargo, Jan, who she took care of my boys for me when I couldn't be there to take care of them.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
I honestly couldn't imagine Jagger getting his treatment from any other hospital. Having to stay in the hospital for 8 days is a lot for an 8-year-old, but Sanford's Children's Hospital, they made it unique and fun and special for him. They went above and beyond every single day for him.
Guest with us, Dr. Jake from Sanford Children's. Jake, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So obviously we've got a very, very important few days here. So yesterday, obviously day 1, today day 2, perhaps even more important for us to get our donations out to help these kids. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience as a doctor for Sanford Children's?
Yeah, so I've been here about 8 years, and my role is I'm a peds hospitalist, so I specialize in taking care of kids in the hospital. And I think over the course of the last 8 years, it's the growth of our children's hospital to be able to provide services we've never been able to provide, not only in Fargo, but in the entire state of North Dakota. And as we've continued to build our services, not just from a medical standpoint, but from a support standpoint, that last clip we just heard, all the ancillary stuff that we bring, child life, music therapy, full-time tutor, making it a complete package to care for not only the children, but their entire families here.
Yeah, it really is amazing. And if you could just tell us, with our donations, because sometimes the audience, they think to themselves, well, I want to know where my money's going. If I'm going to give $50, I want to know that that's going to something that's really going to help these children. So, for example, if you had to say where this donation money would go in terms of the technology that it can be used to be funded for these kids, what would you say is like one of those things that we can get?
I think it's a combination of a lot, right? So we've bought in a lot of very high medical technical equipment, ventilators that we've never been able to have for take care of very small little babies, or on the complete other end of it, just buying a toy or buying something for the child, an iPad, for example, so they can have that iPad when they're in the room when they're sick and ill compared to just staring at the wall. So it's a huge spectrum. And the other thing, too, is a lot of this money goes to funding these ancillary services. Music therapy. She walks around, she plays guitar and sings to kids and just puts smiles on their faces. And those are services that we would never be able to have without the work that you guys are doing and the money that families are raising for our hospital right now.
I love that, the unique, having the music, having all these things. Talk a little bit about the technology. You touched on it a little bit, but over the last 8 years, how quickly the technology is changing, and I'm sure how quickly you need new and different medical equipment to deal with some of these treatments as different advances come out.
Yeah, absolutely. I won't bore everybody with the medical details, but just something like our NICU, which everybody's going to hear a lot about, the ability to resuscitate babies at earlier and earlier in life. That was never even a thing in the past. And keeping up with all those technologies, or the current mom that we had last time, talking about different heart defects that in the past, we would have never even thought of caring for children with that. But now with some of the technology and the equipment, these kids are living great lives because we're able to provide the medical care that they need now.
Yeah, that's amazing. We actually took a tour of Sanford Children's on Tuesday, Amber and I did. And one of the greatest things that I thought that you guys offer is Cully's Cabin. And it's not just because the doctors and the nurses and everything, you guys are doing everything you can to save their lives and doing the best work that you can possible. But these are still children. They need to play, and they need to, feel like I'm still a normal kid. You're not just your disease. You are a child that needs to expand your creativity and your imagination. Can you just tell us a little bit about what Cully's Cabin means to these kids?
No, absolutely. It's proven that kids who have a place to play during the hospital, they heal faster. And so to take their mind off of that, if they were in a white room and every day we're like, how sick are you? How sick are you? We want to distract them so they can. The mind is a powerful thing. So for them to be able to go to Cully's Cabin, do an art project, play, take their mind away from everything. And, that place is sacred at the hospital. No medical management happens there. That is the kid's safe spot for them to go and be a kid, like you said. And without being able to have a place like that, kids can't be kids. And if they're there for extended amount of time, they need that for themselves and for the families.
And being a pediatric doctor is so different, I'm sure, because you have to explain what's happening to a child and you have to make it less scary. So talk a little bit about that as well.
Yeah, I think it's explaining it to the child on their terms, right? And having these conversations. And I would say the one thing I love about pediatrics, it's not just the child, it's an entire family that we're caring for. So explaining that to the child or explaining that to siblings and then explaining that to the parents as well and having that conversation to bring it all together. And some of the support staffs that we do have to say, to the family, supporting mom and dad to say, well, how are mom and dad going to deal with this? At the same time, still be a mom and dad and support their child. And how are they going to explain that? So it is a complete package. And that is part of the thing that I love about that. It's a family experience rather than just individualized.
I think you captured it perfectly when you said that kids who are allowed to play, they actually heal faster. So donations will go to the amazing equipment that is used to save these kids alive, but also, like Dr. Jake said, it's going to the toys and the Xboxes and the TVs and all of the things that make kids be kids. And right now we have the unique opportunity. We've just gotten word that Corwin Automotive is actually going to match your donation. So we need 25 Froggy listeners right now to call 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437. One more time, 701-478-5437, or donate online at FroggyWeb.com or text HEALTH to 35270. That's HEALTH to 35270. The first 25 Froggy listeners, you're going to have your donations matched by our friends at Corwin Toyota. Jake, thanks for coming in today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much for all you guys do.
Thank you very much. It's our first power hour, so donate now.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she'd end up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Morris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that is due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no that we can tell side effects from the chemo come up yet. My hopes and dreams for Raina, one that I would love to see is if she could become a great piano player. She's got big hands, long fingers. I noticed that right away when she was born, that she seemed to have those perfect hands for playing the piano. The care Raina received at Sanford Children's was phenomenal. Having care close to home is one of the best things you can possibly hope for. Words can't express how thankful we are. I mean, you can say thank you all you want, but it doesn't even get close to how deep it really means what they do to help us out. You've got one of the best resources you could possibly have right here in your hometown in Sanford Children's and Roger Maris Cancer Center, because they can do just about anything you need to help take care of your kid.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Cares for Kids Radiothon, Y94, and we're in a power hour, sir.
Metal Tech, by the way, matching everyone. We're still looking for that first one, too. It seems like 25 to go here. Match from Metal Tech, so your money's going to get doubled. It's going to go further, and it's a huge start to the day because you were saying yesterday we were falling behind a little bit. This is day 2. We got to step it up, and it's got to get started. I know a lot of people like to wait to the end like we talk about, but it's really these first few hours, too, that get the day rolling, that ball rolling. And at 714-78 Kids, you're going to get that money doubled thanks to Metal Tech.
Yeah, really good time to do that if you want to have your money matched. And there's currently 70 children, 70 kids and families in Sanford Children's Hospital. That's 41 babies in the NICU, 6 in the PICU, and 23 in general peds. Now, a special thing about the Cares for Kids Radiothon being in its 22nd year, we've met a lot of kids and families over the years. And in a couple of minutes, we're going to get an update from one of our Cares for Kids kids. This is the story of Jacob Roble.
Initially, he had some strange symptoms that we didn't really put all together. A lot of the times, they have symptoms that are like growing pains. He had pain in his joints. Well, he'd grown an inch in 2 months, so we thought, oh gosh, it's just growing pains. He had bruising. Well, he was learning how to ride bike and riding trike and outside playing, so we just attributed it to that. That's where it all began.
I don't want another pretty face. I don't want just anyone to hold. I don't want my love to go to waste. I want you and your beautiful soul.
And within a matter of a week, he was diagnosed with leukemia. So he was admitted to the hospital, and of course, up on the 4th floor there, they're a pretty good family of ours.
I don't want another pretty face. I don't want just anyone to hold. I don't want my love to go to waste. I want you and your beautiful soul. You're the one I want to chase. You're the one I want to hold. I won't let another minute go to waste. I want you and your beautiful soul.
Jacob Jacob has been cancer-free for almost 2 years. That's kind of the way we would kind of like it. Dr. Kabrinsky had told us a long time ago to live our life, not to dwell on cancer. And he said, you can't let cancer run your life. You have to be in control and be in charge of your own life.
You might need time to think it over, but I'm just fine. Moving forward, I'll ease your mind. If you give me the chance, I will never make you cry. Come on, let's try. I don't want another pretty face. I don't want just anyone to hold. I don't want my love to go to waste. I want you and your beautiful soul. You're the one I wanna chase. You're the one I wanna hold. I won't let another minute go to waste. I want you and your beautiful soul.
The staff at the hospital made life so much easier. They are truly part of our family. It's meant a lot of love and support, a family that we never knew that we had, people we can always count on and trust.
I don't want another pretty face. I don't want just anyone to hold. I don't want my love to go to waste. I want you and your beautiful soul. You're the one I wanna chase. You're the one I wanna hold. I won't let another minute go to waste. I want you and your soul. I don't want another pretty face. I don't want just anyone to hold. I don't want my love to go to waste. I want you and your beautiful soul.
And they were just terrific. From the RNs to the LPNs to the nurses' aides, they've just been fabulous. Yes, we are truly blessed to have a hospital like this in our region. People come from Montana, from western North Dakota. I mean, look at us. We're an hour away in Frazee, and truly we are so blessed to have this hospital here in Fargo.
Y94 Cares for Kids Radiothon. That is the story of Jacob Robley here in the 22nd year of the Radiothon. And I think this calls for some walk-up music, all right? We need some entrance music. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the studio, not one, not two, but 3 times champion against cancer, the one, the only. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jacob Robley!
Wow.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
What a walk-up.
Awesome.
Doing well. So there's a mom there talking about her sweet, sweet baby little boy who first heard the word cancer and started dealing with childhood leukemia at age 3.
Yep.
And then came back twice starting at age 5.
Yep. And then bone marrow transplant at age 10. Yeah.
Then some years go by. Jacob, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Puts you in your place.
Yeah. Here's the thing that
it's great for you.
Yeah.
It's wonderful for
Makes
you.
everybody else kind of feel a little old.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, I got to tell you, usually when the Cares for kids come back, they're still kids.
Yeah.
Dude, you're a grown man. You're like an adult, and you work at Sanford.
Yeah. Yep. I'm a CNA up on the pediatric floor. I'm working with all the doctors and nurses and taking care of the kiddos, just kind of like I know what they're going through. I've gone through it. And when I share my story a little bit with the families, they're really like, oh, wow, I'm not alone in this. I can get through this. And I'm like, yeah, definitely.
Did you know that's what you wanted to do, Jacob? Did you know that's what you wanted to be?
Not right away. Like going through treatment and stuff like that. Oh, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? I'm sitting around in this hospital, like I don't know. I've been stuck in a hospital. I mean, Child Life seems like they got a pretty good gig playing with all the kids.
Yeah.
And somebody told me, Jacob, the nurses are on the front lines with the kids every day. I'm like, yeah, that's a good point. And they're like, oh my God, maybe I'll do that. So then I went and applied been at Sanford for 3 years now as a CNA. And then my plan is to become an RN and then work up there as a nurse, and then future oncology,
So did you know, basically throughout your childhood, as you're battling cancer not 1, but 2, but 3 times, and you're kicking its butt, Like, did you always kind of know you're going to end up in the medical field? Was that something you always dreamed of, or was that a fairly recent decision?
I went to Camp Casey, and that's when the conversation happened. The cancer camp. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I was probably about 12, 13 years old. And I'm like, yeah, that'd be cool. Maybe I should do that. And so that's about when I decided, kind of like, yeah, I want to give back type of deal. So.
And it's crazy. I mean, to actually, you could have gone anywhere to go do this, right? To actually be back at the hospital, with Sanford it's just awesome. It's that full circle is what it is.
My first day on the floor, the nurses that took care of me were like, Jacob, I remember you when you were like this tall.
They're doing the zero thing today.
Yeah, pretty much.
I, every once in a while, when you do the same thing for a career for a long time and you never leave, you don't feel like time goes by the way it does for other people. But I was just telling Jacob, I'm pretty sure I remember his mom bringing him down in a wagon at age 5. So this is a weird day for me that he is 24 years old.
It's a great thing for you. Like I said, it's just not for him. It's not a good thing for him.
Dude, I'm not going home. I'm going to Eventide today, bro. Gee, where's
Metal Tech, by the way, let's get some from Jacob, too. You were saying your family's based out of Frazee. That's my stomping ground, too. Sounds like we're right down the road from each other, man. So let's get some people from the Lakes area, too, to get this Metal Tech match. 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437. Or you can text KIDS to short code 35270.
Well, you have a very unique perspective because not only did you experience this 3 times as a child, right, dealing with cancer, but your experience between what you needed medically and now working there, you have a different perspective. You've seen or experienced each hospital, right, that has been Sanford Children's Hospital, whether it's the old location, the new location. You truly, from like age 5 to 24, you've seen the evolution of this children's hospital. So I got to ask you, why would you say donating to this cause is important?
Well, all the new technology that's come through in the stuff I've seen, the playrooms, the sensory rooms, I've heard people talk about that. We never had a sensory room back when I was going through treatment. That's a totally new thing coming up. All the different medical equipment and everything. The big hospital now, it's huge. It's 24 beds, and the other old hospital was maybe 15, and so it's a big jump and stuff like that. So I mean, everything that I was going through is new and improved and awesome, So
well, it's got to make it exciting too, even just for you and your career to see where it's going with Sanford.
Definitely.
So there are people that will listen to the Radiothon, right? And they'll get touched emotionally. They won't necessarily participate. Why would you say they should pick up the phone and go, okay, this 3-time cancer survivor and now Sanford employee has convinced me? What would you say to them? What would you get them to pick up the phone by saying?
Well, you may not know anybody that's going through this, but people who are there, really, are touched by, people who are, generous and will donate. Even, the small contributions will, touch somebody's life in some way, somehow,
Well, I would imagine even, your mom was the one telling the story there. I would have to imagine even she probably has keepsakes and still probably somewhere in your house that are from your whole experience.
Oh, yeah. Yep. She little footprints and everything like that, little art projects that I've done in the playroom and everything like that, pictures, photographs, bracelets.
Any of zero? You got any pictures? No?
I probably had hair if you did.
Yeah, I look great.
The thing is, I think that there's probably some ancient old YouTube video that I'm going to try to dig up where you're sitting in said wagon and I have a nice full head of hair.
I can't even picture it anymore.
I know. I don't know.
It's never too late to get it back, bud.
It's an interesting day. Well, for anybody that ever finds themselves saying, I can't do this, look at Jacob here. Didn't beat cancer once, didn't beat it twice, beat it 3 times. And now he's helping kids do the same right here in Fargo-Moorhead. So you, sir, you are a true inspiration, and it's fantastic that you came in again.
Oh,
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
You do good work, sir. Do you want a walk-off song, too?
The walk-in was too good. Are you sure you want to ruin it? Would it ruin it? It was great.
I don't know.
It's a gamble. Do it. Do it. Now you got to do it. Yeah, okay.
Do it for the kids.
Yep.
Jacob Robley, 3-time cancer survivor. If he can beat cancer once, twice, and then give it the kick, you can donate $20 a month at 701-478-KIDS and have it matched by Metal Tech. Be one of those 23 people we're still looking to do that for with your $20 a month donation. Any closing thoughts there, Jacob?
Thank you all for listening and tuning in.
All right, Jacob Robley, ladies and gentlemen. One of the OG Cares for Kids.
OG.
OG.
It's the Cares for Kids radio.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungel. They are really nice and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia, and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky. And because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems like digestive issues as well. There's no cure for it. I had no idea that Mackenzie had cystic fibrosis. I was actually thrown off pretty good about it because she seemed pretty healthy as a baby. So managing Mackenzie's cystic fibrosis has been really hard. It's always making sure she does her vesting, her nebulizers. She's very rushed in the morning for school because she has to do that first. Even when she's tired at night, she still has to do that first as well. She can't just go crawl off into bed.
Hi, this is me doing my vest and nebulizer. I have to take it every 2 times a day, every single day, because it helps loosen up the mucus in my legs.
Mackenzie has a lot of medicines. We go to the pharmacy quite frequently. They know us well. When she's having a hard day, she would get the headaches. She would be bound to the couch. She would have no energy. She would have low oxygen, and she had turned purple before. So in those circumstances where me and Mackenzie need to just get up and go to the hospital, we have just left and called from the road because our doctors have always gotten us in right away. Sanford is 2 hours away from home, but it's close enough and always worth the trip to bring Mackenzie here. I've learned to trust them with her life, literally. When I don't feel secure enough at home with Mackenzie, Sanford definitely is home. Like, it's one place where I know that we'll be okay. Mackenzie's been doing great since she's been on Trikafta. Her oxygen is back up. She's gaining weight, which she wasn't able to do for about a year now. Mackenzie also has color in her face again. She doesn't look sick and she doesn't act sick anymore. And the best thing that I've seen from it is she's got her energy. She looks like a kid and she's not coughing anymore. Cystic fibrosis has been a growing and learning journey because it's always something new, something different. But my biggest fear...
1-478-KIDS, 5437, or you can text KIDS to 35270. Still looking for 23 Miracle Makers there, E.
Well, and we're halfway through the hour, which is never really a great sign when you start with 25 and now you need 23. But Metal Tech is waiting, man. They've got the money on the table out there for you to double it. We just need your help at 701-478-KIDS.
I mean, if E can get up before 3 p.m., can't you help the kids?
Forgot what a sunrise looks like.
Yeah, boy, we really mess with your sleep schedule here.
That's part of the. It's part of the radiothon, you know. Everyone's. You were just saying you were up till like 10 doing a gymnastics event. It's just the grind that is the radiothon.
Yeah, obviously it's part of what the kids do. I'm not doing gymnastics, but yeah, the kids were involved. Nobody wants to see this in a leotard there.
701-478-KIDS. That's 5437. Metal Tech, look at the match for the next 30 minutes. Exactly 30 minutes.
I would say this. If we had a record-breaking year, I would consider putting on a leotard.
grab that. We got to grab that
Yeah.
off the air check.
I mean, I might wear a cup or something so you're not getting full,
The whole thing.
Yeah, but just,
I think that's a fair.
for some coverage.
I'm not going to hold you to it. I just think people would enjoy it overall.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. So the match works like this. You call 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437. And as we were talking, Metal Tech has put the money on the table, right? But there's nothing for them to match this hour if you don't call. And we'd like to do that for at least 23 more people at 701-478-KIDS. Do that for one of the 70 children and families that are hanging out right now at Sanford Children's, having their story unfold.
70 families. That's just one. I mean, that's families, too. You're talking to that, you're looking at well over probably 200, 300 people impacted easily. Families right now here in Sanford Children's Hospital that are going to be there tonight. This radiothon will end today, right? It ends tonight, but they won't be heading home more than likely. They're spending their weekend at Sanford Children's Hospital.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the radiothon's 2 days, but 365. These stories are unfolding at Sanford Children's Hospital. And we talk a lot about, cancer. We just talked with Jacob, who beat cancer 3 times, premature births. But again, those everyday accidents.
Hospital. I think my daughter's the same age as her. And I just think getting her out the door in the mornings, her doing gymnastics, all that stuff that just comes to a crashing halt because of a tragic accident. This could be your child. Donate for Kaylee or donate because it could be your child. We need you right now. It's a power hour to call 478-KIDS. Your donation is getting matched. So if you donate $20 a month, that is going to be $40 a month thanks to Metal Tech. And we need your donations more than ever to help girls like Kaylee who are still in the hospital recovering, to help for her therapies, to help her feel like a normal child instead of a child that's in the hospital. This is a 10-year-old girl that is still living in the hospital, and she needs you. Donate for Kaylee.
It makes you think, there's a lot of people out there that think, these are stories. I know that they're real people, but it's not going to happen to me. It can't happen to me. It won't happen to me until it does. And I would want, everybody would want to know that if something tragic, God forbid, ever happened to your child, that they're going to the best care, best funded hospital in the area, and that is Sanford Children's.
And how much money would you donate if it were your own child? Think about that. $20 a day is nothing. If that were your child, how much would you give?
There's not a limit. I would, all of it. Every penny that I had. I wouldn't even care about, I'll make more money. I won't get my child back. I mean, that's how important. And I don't even have children, but I can tell you that if there wouldn't be a limit to what I would give if it was my kid. If they said it's going to cost X, doesn't matter. I'll write a blank check, and you can fill it in as it goes. I mean, it's that important for us to donate and help out this community for these kids, these 66 families currently in Sanford Children's. And like you said, we're in a power hour right now. Thank you to Metal Tech. The next 22 Froggy listeners are going to have their donation matched. So like you said, if you give $20 a month, it's going to be $40 thanks to Metal Tech. You don't even have to do anything else. You just text HEALTH to 35270. You call 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437. And they're going to take care of the rest. And there's a reason we have so many sponsors for this, because it is such a great cause. And I can't thank our sponsors and our listeners enough, really.
And we're asking for $20 a month. And if it were your child, think how much you would give. $20 is a drop in the bucket. $20 a month is less than $1 a day. Please call 478-KIDS and donate during this power hour and have your donation matched. If it's more than $20, that's getting matched too. Call with a $500 donation. That's going to be a $1,000 donation. You don't have $20 a month? If everybody who is listening called with a $10 donation, we would break records. Please just pick up the phone and call 478-KIDS or text HEALTH to 35270.
You can also donate online at FroggyWeb.com.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon. Your stories.
2 days, and then as that pseudocyst refilled, his condition, went deteriorated. During the couple of days where he was feeling well, down at Sanford, they have Collie's Cabin, which is a wonderful room for kids that has pretty much any toys and books and video games, and anything and everything is available to those children when they're there. when his condition took a turn for the worse, and at one point we were so distraught, we literally thought we were going to lose our young son at that point. He was such a pale color, almost like that jaundice yellow type color, and he's a very fair-skinned young boy. He's almost translucent, honestly. So for him to have that color was very distraught. And he just almost looked like he was dead lying in bed because he would not move, wouldn't do anything, wouldn't come back, wouldn't even come awake for 5 to 6 hours at a time. And when he was awake, it was very minimal time. When we got another consult and stuff in, and we're able to get this other procedure done, I mean, the immediate turnaround and relief we felt was, I mean, you couldn't believe the amount of weight that was lifted off of our shoulders at that point. Their immediate attention to anything the child needs is just phenomenal. And not even needs, wants for that matter, just to keep their spirits up while they're going through whatever they're going through.
The story of Gordon, told by Dad Paul there. Cares for Kids Radiothon, Power Hour is on. Y94, 701-478-KIDS, 5437. Still need 23 people that like their donation match before 8 o'clock by Metal Tech. And if you're a parent and you've ever just watched and didn't even think anything of it as your kid just strolled off on their bicycle, boy, that all started with a simple bike ride.
Honestly, I didn't know you could have that kind of injury as a 6-year-old on a bike. And it's just completely out of nowhere. And the part that even caught me where Paul was talking about, kind of towards the end there a little bit, where, he would fall asleep. And 4 or 5 hours at a time that you think is gone. And then a quick moment of relief where he wakes up for a short period of time and then back to sleep. And this went on for what, like 15 days?
And those were the longest 15 days of that family's life, I'm sure.
And at 6 years old, I just didn't know you could. I didn't know you could have an accident like that on a bike. But thankfully, we have the hospital here to handle that. To take that on, because it's literally the definition of a freak accident.
Well, and when you think of a bike accident, I'm sure you're thinking of having like a gnarly scraped up knee or something like that.
Broken leg, broken arm, maybe.
At worst. You're not expecting to be in the hospital for 15 days fighting for your life, but that was the case with Gordon. And, considering he was airlifted there and it was as bad as it was, let's be honest, if Sanford Children's Hospital was not what it is, or just wasn't even here at all, would Gordon be here right now? It's difficult to say.
Man, 701-478-KIDS is that phone number. We are still looking for 23 people, too. We got 23 minutes left. 23 minutes left in the hour. Metal Tech wants to match your dollars to make it count. Like Zero said, your 20 is 40, right? It's easy to do the math. Metal Tech will take care of that part for you, too. 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437.
Well, we are looking for kind of a Hail Mary here, to be honest with you. 23 people in as many minutes. It's not easy on the Cares for Kids Radiothon, and we really need you to help us wrap up this Power Hour. So in minutes, we're going to look to one of our Cares for Kids angels. It's on the way.
Thanks for listening to the Cares for Kids Radiothon. It's a power.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she'd end up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Morris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that is due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no that we can tell side effects from the chemo come up yet. My hopes and dreams for Raina, one that I would love to see is if she could become a great piano player. She's got big hands, long fingers. I noticed that right away when she was born, that she seemed to have those perfect hands for playing the piano. The care Raina received at Sanford Children's was phenomenal. Having care close to home is one of the best things you can possibly hope for. Words can't express how thankful we are. I mean, you can say thank you all you want, but it doesn't even get close to how deep it really means what they do to help us out. You've got one of the best resources you could possibly have right here in your hometown in Sanford Children's and Roger Morris Cancer Center, because they can do just about anything you need to help take care of your kid.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My 2 doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungel. They are really nice and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass.
So, Amber, that one hit you a little bit harder than the rest. You're getting pretty visibly emotional. Can you tell us what's going through your head right now?
My kids had COVID. This could be any of our kids. He had COVID. He thought he was okay. He went back to school. COVID's just something we live with now. We know so many people who have it, and we think, 5-day quarantine, it's going to disrupt their life a little bit, and then they'll be back. Imagine your child coming into your room and telling you that they think they're going to die. Think about your own kids. Think about all the kids you've known who've had COVID. This could be you. Pick up the phone right now and donate to 478 Kids or text health to 35270. We are in the middle of a power hour and we need you. We just got word that we're getting triple matched. So if you call right now and do a $20 donation, $20 a month, it's going to become $60 a month. Thanks to Metal Tech and Avis of Fargo. Donate for Caden and just think it could be your own kids. Think of who you know who's had COVID, and that could be them. A healthy kid all of a sudden hospitalized with COVID.
You know, we haven't heard a ton of stories about COVID in the last 24 hours. There's been a few, but Caden's definitely hits harder because, you know, he was a little bit older, 14 years old, and he said, he can rationalize, he can understand death. He's old enough. And his mom saying that when he came to me and said he thinks that he's dying, that's real. Like, he understands the gravity of that statement, and he must have been going through an awful kind of hell to say those words to his mom. And, you know, there are a few hospitals here in the United States that have declared this time that we're living in, 2022, as we speak today, as a state of emergency. There's been a 50% increase in the number of pediatric COVID hospitalizations just in 2022 alone. So this new variant, this Omicron variant, while it might not be the most deadly, you don't realize that it might not be COVID that's hurting him. It could be the side effect that COVID brings. Like they said, his antibody created something that was attacking his internal organs. That's not COVID. That's his body responding to COVID. And, you know, I can also speak to, you know, something like that. When I got COVID the first time, my body created this antibody and I developed alopecia. So I have now not nearly the effect of what Caden went through, because mine doesn't really affect how I feel. It attacks the hair follicles on my head and on my face. So I have, you know, little bald patches here and there, but that's nothing compared to what he went through, and he was actually dying.
Truly, the doctors said he was dying. He felt like he was dying because that's what happened. That's what was happening. And he got to Sanford, and he's currently at Sanford, and they are working. Something that struck me, too, is the network that they're working with. It's not just the doctors here trying to figure it out on their own. They're working with the Children's Miracle Network. They're working with a network of hospitals around the globe talking about these new diseases that are coming up, talking about things that are happening. But COVID's something we're living with, and that we kind of, you know, it's so-and-so has COVID, but it really is affecting. There's someone up there right now, 14 years old, who almost died. Pick up the phone right now and call 478-KIDS or text health to 35270. I know 7:45, it's drop-off time. I know you are pulling up to the school. You are dropping off your kids. You are telling them goodbye, telling them to have a good day. Now, imagine that your kid's in the hospital and you just hope they have one more day. Not have a good day, have another day. Pick up the phone and call 478-KIDS right now for your healthy kids that you just dropped off. Text health to 35270 and donate for Caden. We are in the middle of a power hour. We are 19 donations away, and we only have 13 minutes to get there. Froggy Country, pick up the phone. We are begging you. It is a triple match. Any amount that you donate is going to get triple matched thanks to Avis and Metal Tech. We need you to call 478-KIDS right now.
There are some other final results of, you know, of the kind of the repercussions of dealing with a child who has COVID and develops a condition like this. There's also, for mental health specifically, there's been a 50% increase in attempted suicides and emergency-related visits to hospitals all across the United States because of conditions that they develop themselves or their kids develop. So this is not just, I mean, it is for the kids, but think about this. That donation that you make could be just enough to save that child and prevent the mom or the dad or a family member from trying to harm themselves potentially because they can't deal with the pain that their child and they themselves are going through. So like you said, we need 19 Froggy listeners right now to donate, pick up the phone, and get that donation triple matched. 19 until 8 o'clock. We've got, 11 more minutes for you to hit that. We need 19 more. 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437. That number is actually going down right now. We just have word. It's now down to 16. 16 more Froggy listeners to call in and get that matched. 701-478-5437. If you're outside of Fargo, you can call toll free. It's 877-478-5437. You can also donate online at FroggyWeb.com or text HEALTH, HEALTH, to 35270.
Am I getting through tonight? Can you see him? Can you make it feel alright? You can hear me. Let me take his place somehow. See, he's not just anyone. He's my son.
They came in and they gave us something called Box of Memories. So what they did is they put my son's hand in a mold, and it looks like the exact thing. It's my son's hand. Every wrinkle is there, every crease is there, everything's there. And like I said again, that wouldn't be possible without the donations, and I really appreciate that, because when I want to hold my son's hand, it's not his real hand, but it's pretty close.
They did do everything they could for my son, and I thank Dr. Kombrinsky.
Dr. Batra, he never gave up on my son. He checked worldwide, and he tried everything he could in his power to bring my son back.
And I thank the nurses. I thank Christine and Melissa, all the child life specialists, because through it all, they were there with us to see what our son went through.
I consider the hospital like my second family. We stop by every time we get a chance. No kid deserves to be in a hospital on a Halloween or Christmas. So like I said, donations are very important to a child. You know, a gift, toys, a video game, anything, just for that little moment to take their pain away helps them out a lot. And I know from experience because I've seen it. I've lived it.
(701-478-KIDS). That's 5437. One of the pieces of the foundation, honestly, of the Cares for Kids Radiothon is the story of Angel Perez. I would say that every time that we've been in a tough situation as far as getting the phones to ring here at the Cares for Kids Radiothon, I mean, this story's from 2009. For years, when we needed that Hail Mary, we needed to get people to go, okay, I believe in this hospital, I believe in the staff, I believe in kids at Fargo-Moorhead. Angel, who has his angel wings for many years now, that story is the one that does it.
And well, I mean, you were saying a tough spot. I would say we are certainly in one. There's 8 minutes left, and we need 16 more miracle makers. For one, they're getting triple match, right? Thanks to Metal Tech and Avis getting triple match. But yeah, that's 2 minutes. We're really, and this is that first power hour. And I mean, even listening to that story, right, with Angel, and like you said, it's been a pillar of this radiothon. Think of how much more has even advanced since then in 2009, and how much these dollars have mattered over the years to get to the hospital that we have today here at Sanford Children's Hospital.
Well, there really is. It says something when these families that have that experience where, I mean, they lost their son. The Perez family, when it comes to children and Sanford Children's Hospital and children's health, whether it's through this radiothon or their own independent things that they've started and they do every year, they got a car show they put together, they have given back. And that is part of the Perez family and Angel's legacy. As is when you hear that story and you say, okay, I hear you, Perez family. You lost your son there, and you're telling me it's important that this hospital's here and keeps advancing. And as he said, look how much it would have changed since 2009. It's insane. It's a different building. But it's the same spirit of caring for children in our community, and that's why we need you to keep that going for the kids to come so more stories don't end that way. We want to give all these kids the best chance we can.
And I'm pretty sure the phone bank is, I saw a ton of people out there. There's plenty of people to grab the phone. They're ready to answer your call. I'd say you don't even have that wait going on right now. 701-478-KIDS. That's 478-5437. You mentioned this too, and this is huge, where you can actually text KIDS to 35270, and as long as you do it in this hour, it gets triple matched, right? So you can get to work, or if you finish dropping the kids off, whatever it might be. As long as you get that text in before 8 o'clock, you're able to do that later and still get the triple match, all right? So it's KIDS to short code 35270.
And we absolutely need you right now. I mean, these power hours exist for a reason. Sure, they sound cool, right? Power hour, it sounds fun. The reason is because we set these goals, these landmarks throughout the Radiothon that we have to hit to keep doing what we want to do for Sanford Children's Hospital. There are programs that are reliant on this. There's equipment they have their eyes on, and this is life-saving equipment that makes the difference between a child walking out of there with their family and potentially getting their angel wings.
Yeah, it's just, we're down to 11 now, which is great, but it's still, what, we got 5 minutes? 5 minutes to roll. 11 miracles still waiting to be made, and triple matched by Avis and Metal Tech. I think you put it best, right? Angel isn't just part of the pillar of the Cares for Kids Radiothon. They've done so much, the Perez family, on their own to give back, even though, it's not every kid walks out, unfortunately, right? Not all these stories end like that, but the experience that the Perez family was able to have there that still impacted them to continue to give back to this community. And there's 70 kids there right now. And the reality is probably not all 70 are going to leave Sanford.
Show those families that you're there with them. Let them be seeing that this was a record-breaking, smashing success year for the Cares for Kids Radiothon, so that they know people are hearing these stories and are there with them. And maybe this will be the story that inspires you to call 478-KIDS or text KIDS to 35270. This is the story of Jace.
My name is Christina. I am Jace's mom, and I live here in North Dakota. This journey started in January of 2020. He came home from school one day, and the entire right side of his face went limp. Like, he took a nap, he woke up, and couldn't move that side of his face. We got brain scans ordered, and the next day I get a phone call saying, you need to get to Sanford and Fargo right now. There's a large mass in your son's brain. One day he's fine, he's playing, and the next day he's being shipped to Sanford Children's Hospital, and he went into surgery that evening. It was that quick. It didn't feel real, and we were there for 40 days. When he was heading off into surgery, you have to put all control in the doctor's hands. You can freak out, be a complete mess, or you can just find that strength. His tumor removal went flawlessly. He was healing. Everything went great. That night, he spiked a fever in the middle of the night, and everything went downhill from then. That night was the scariest part of the whole thing. I didn't know if we would lose him or not. Being at Sanford Children, the thing that stuck out to me the most were the people. Our neurosurgeon, the most amazing team I've ever experienced in my life. And they are who helped me get through that time, definitely. There is not one person who didn't go above and beyond to help us the whole time. The people make the difference in his care, hands down. Cully's cabin was a big part of keeping Jace upbeat, positive, everything that he was going through. And the way they utilized everyday activities into therapy was, monumental. That's a genius idea. He was a 6-year-old kid who had to relearn how to do everything. He had to relearn how to walk. He was in a wheelchair. So taking him to Cully's cabin, he was able to get out of his wheelchair. He was able to take his first several steps. Jace is doing very well. This summer, I went to Dairy Queen. Do you want to donate to Sanford? And I said yes. I can't even tell you how much this organization has changed our lives, and I want to pay that forward.
It is the Cares for Kids Radiothon on Y94 as we try to wrap up a power hour here, and we're still looking for 11 people to have their donation matched by Avis of Fargo and then again by Metal Tech, so it is a triple match. Now, any parent out there that's had a little one, you got 2 at home, I got 2 at home. You've laid them down for naps before.
It's my favorite time of day.
Imagine your kid waking up from a nap, and what's supposed to be like, oh, good, you're rested, you're going to be in a great mood, let's go on with our day, it's playtime, and then looking at them and be like, man, there's something horribly wrong here. And that's what happened with that story right there. They're looking at him, they're like, oh, my God, what's going on with your face there, Jace? And half of it was limp.
And yeah, like you said, just waking up from a nap, and then you get to Sanford again. In this family from Minot, right? So you're coming from Minot, getting your way to Sanford, and then finding out. I mean, I'm hoping I pronounced this right. Nanocancerous brain tumor. One of those things where you're hearing you're going to have 4 surgeries that need to get done almost immediately, and like you said, you just put them down for a nap, man. You just put them down for a nap, and that was it.
There are instances left and right during the course of this radiothon where we say you never know when you're going to need this. We call it an insurance policy. And some of these like instances of just their kid waking up for a nap. That's a perfect example of like you don't know what your day holds. Even for selfish reasons, wonderful reason to call 701-478-KIDS and help us polish off this Power Hour triple match with 11 people having their donation tripled thanks to Metal Tech and Avis of Fargo.
Well, and you heard there too where, Jace would just have Cully's cabin, right? One of those things. But anytime you go in there, you're going to notice it from the moment you walk in. There's this screen that's right? When you walk into the children's hospital and it kind of mirrors you. You can kind of move around on the screen. It's almost like a little video game type of thing.
It's super cool.
It's from the moment you walk in, but that's that feeling those things give these kids while they're going through these really scary situations. It's things like power hours like that where they're able to give that feeling, and we're down to just 5 to go.
Well, and the importance of these power hours cannot be undersold. We need to be hitting these so that we can walk away from the Cares for Kids Radiothon knowing we've done what we need to do as a community for our children's hospital. 5 people that appreciate the fact that we have a children's hospital. Not every community has a hospital remotely like this. It's there 5 people that understand how fortunate they are.
Well, the phone number is 701-478-KIDS. It's 478-5437. That keyword, again, you can text in, is KIDS to short code 35270. I'm told if you still get it in at this point, you can, like Zero said, you can fill that out later. You can make that donation, once you get settled in at work or wherever you're at. But you need to get your text in now, at least, to kids.
100%. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where we understand maybe you're trying to get into work, maybe you're getting the kids at school. The important thing is getting you logged is trying to donate by texting KIDS to 35270. Get that link on your phone. Even if you fill it out in 10 minutes after we're done with this, you're in that mix of people that donated during the triple match. That's the important thing. Just start texting KIDS to 35270.
Just 5 to go. We started this hour with 25. So this is we can do this. This is a great way to get it started. And to hit this goal would be huge for us trying to catch up. I know you're saying we're a little behind from yesterday. We need to get off to a great start today. A lot of times people love to wait until that last power hour. And yeah, that's important as well. But the start of this is where it sets up the entire day for the Radiothon to be a success. And we need your help to get it rolling.
Have a redemption here, why don't you? I mean, here we are at the point where I think everybody's given up on their New Year's resolution, right? You've already went to a giant schmiet. Yeah, you just pounded down a cake yesterday. You know what your New Year's resolution could be? Your new Year's resolution? To care more about your community and the kids in it and your own children, your neighbors' children, your nieces, your nephews by calling 701-478-KIDS-5437. You can start your day by knowing you made a miracle happen at Sanford Children's Hospital. And if you are one of these last 5 people to hurry up and go ahead and make that donation, it is triple match thanks to Avis of Fargo and Metal Tech.
Well, I think you said it best. So, it's great, too, about giving back to your community with this. Just a little bit ago, too, we heard, the story of the Perez family, Angel Perez, and how much they've gone on to continue to give back to this community. You say a car show.
Every year.
Like a car show. Like, going out of your way to do those things. The nice thing with the Cares for Kids Radiothon is we try to make it as easy as we can for you to give back to the hospital. You can, even if you want to be that continuous donator, the miracle maker, I mean, it's a New Year's resolution. You set it and forget it, as they'll say. You lock it in, and you just know every month you're doing good things.
Yeah, this is one of those things where if you're committing for a year, that's great. You can go ahead and let that roll forever. You become part of the foundation of this hospital, the pillar, to use your word, of this hospital, and keep it going in a positive direction. And we really are just now looking to make this Power Hour a continued 22-year-long success. 2 people
to go, and there are 70 families there tonight. That's just wild to me. And 41 of those, we were talking a bit earlier about, there's 41 of those families in the NICU right now. That's I want to say there's only like 40 beds. So there's 41 in there. It is a packed house in the NICU right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're already, somebody had to figure out something to pull off 41.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how they got to that. What, 701-478-KIDS, that phone number. We are looking for just 2 more. And again, huge thanks to Metal Tech, Avis of Fargo, triple matching this as well. So that 2 more really it's like 6, right?
Yeah.
It's 6 miracles getting made, but we got to make them immediately, pretty much.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, I think if you've listened to the Radiothon over the years, you know this. We've never missed a power hour. But it doesn't come with moments like this sometimes where we probably should have ended it 5 minutes ago, but we're desperately trying to continue that tradition by getting now just these last couple of people to call 701-478-KIDS and believe in these kids. Can we get one more? We just need one more.
Yeah, 1 more to go. And I've seen a few people do this, which is awesome. It's fantastic, and it's still going to work. You can text KIDS to that short code 35270. Even if you text that in now, you can get to work maybe or finish dropping the kids off or whatever it might be this morning, and then you can fill that out 10, 15 minutes once you get out of your car, settled at work or wherever you're going, and it'll still get triple matched.
Are you that last person that's like, you know what? I believe in these kids, and it would be really fun for me, satisfying to know that with my phone call or text, I just ended this power hour. It took, what did we start at, 25 people?
25.
Of all those 25 people, you'll be the one that you know you ended it when you hear us go, yeah, we did it. So call right now, 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437. Or we'd even be able to really instantly see it. You just text KIDS right now to 35270. Text KIDS to 35270 and be that person that just nailed this one out of the park and wrapped it all up. KIDS to 35270, or you call 701-478-KIDS, 701-478-5437. And there it is. You did it. Thank you so much. The first power hour of the day, and you nailed it out of the park. Knocked it there.
I was kind of, when we were sitting with 23 to go in 23 minutes. A little alarming.
That's not a good feeling.
No, but we made it.
And here you are like, I don't get up this early. This is too stressful for me right now.
Any idea how many cups of coffee I've had already?
What cares? I've seen
all the coffee.
You might be giving me a run for my money, and that's not easy to do in that arena.
Challenge accepted.
Well, it is the Cares for Kids Radiothon. We have plenty of more stories on the way, including the story of Teddy Danielson. Yet this hour, the Cares for Kids Radiothon, it's Y94.
Are listening to the Cares for Kids Radiothon. Yesterday is a memory. Tomorrow is a mystery. But today is an opportunity.
Your stories, your hospital, your kid. We need your help.
Call 478-KIDS. That's 478-5437.
Or toll free to 1-877-478-KIDS.
On the 702 Cares for Kids line. It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon on Y94.
experience to these kids must be great.
Yeah, it's awesome. When I was younger, everybody was like, "What do you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to be?" I'm like, I don't know. I've been kind of stuck in a hospital. I mean, Child Life seems like they got a pretty good gig going on. And then I was going to this Camp Casey cancer camp, and then somebody's like, Jacob, nurses are like on the front lines with the kids, and they're taking care of kids all the time. I'm like, you know what? That sounds pretty good. I can do that. Maybe I can do that. They're like, yeah. And then I'm like, maybe I can take care of the cancer kids. So probably RN, and then go into the oncology, pediatrics, the cancer side of it.
Wow.
So.
And you had said earlier when we were talking off air, you either run towards it or you run away from it. And you've totally run towards it and embraced it, which is just awesome. And I think it's a true testament to Sanford Children's Hospital that a child who was there for so long, I mean, you were diagnosed when you were 3.
Yep.
Came back when you were 5. Again, when you were 10, you had the bone marrow transplant. You spent
Correct.
a lot
Yep.
of time in the
Yeah.
hospital, and now you're up there again. So talk about kind of what Sanford Children's Hospital has meant to you personally.
It's like another second family to me. The nurses that I took care of me, I went back to work there, and they're like, Jacob, I remember you when you were like this tall. And I'm like, yeah, and now I work here. And they're like, it's great to see you. And I'm like, yeah, it's awesome to be here. It's like a whole family. Like even like working there, it's a whole family unit up there.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming that, when you're dealing with these young children that have cancer, and it's obviously one of the worst things they and their families can go through. Do you have obviously you have that personal experience? Is there any comfort that you give them when they ask you questions like, am I going to be okay? Am I going to be, what's going on? What do you tell them in terms of like how to comfort them because you went through it personally?
I share my story. Like what we've talked to this morning. I share like, hey, I went through this as a kid. This is what I had. So I got through it the other side. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. I always tell them there is always a light. You can get through this. You are strong enough to get through this type of deal. So I just kind of like share what I went through and my experiences, and it's not just the kids that like are relieved, it's the parents as well.
I can assume that when you tell your story and a parent listens, that their eyes just are like, oh my God.
Yeah.
The relief that washes over them at least somewhat. That hey, I'm not alone in this.
Right.
And
correct.
I think too, Jacob, I mean, you're a hero to these kids. You're the one who came out on the other side. Not all heroes wear capes. You're the one who's in their room taking care of them, but also went through it so they can see this could be you. This could be you 14 years later. You can get through this. You could be back here helping to take care of other kids like you. It's just, seriously, Jacob, you're a hero.
Not all heroes wear capes, but all of them wear scrubs. So that's definitely something. Well, Jacob, if you could one final time, if you could tell our audience that's listening right now why it is so important to donate for these kids, can you tell us just in a couple of sentences why it is so important to donate?
It always feels good to donate and give back. It helps kids, not just that are going through cancer, but all the kids on the hospital floor. It's not just cancer that are up in the hospital. It's all the other stuff too. So it's not just one specific patient that you're helping. It's all the other ones. There's a sensory room up there for different sensory needs. There's also different. The playroom is there. The different medical equipment, the medical play that the kids can do with Child Life. It's all there because of these donations.
It's amazing. 701-478-5437. That's how you can donate right now if you're in Fargo. If you're outside of Fargo, you can call toll-free at 877-478-KIDS. You can also donate online at FroggyWeb.com or by texting HEALTH, HEALTH, to 35270. Jacob, thank you so much for coming in and sharing your story.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We'll be right back.
Do it for the kids.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
It's here being at the radio station as opposed to at the hospital the past couple of years, as we don't get nearly as many in-person visitors, but I would say we have probably one of the betters this year. So welcome to the studio, Teddy, Jessica, and Ross Danielson. How are you guys all doing today?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming in.
How are you? Good.
You're doing good? Tell me, have you had a good day so far, Teddy?
This good.
It's that good? That's pretty good. So I heard you were performing a little bit back in the break room for everybody. Were you singing a song or something, I heard?
Yeah.
What song was it?
So, are there a female deer right on top of cotton sun? Me I call myself, but I long way to run. So I need a fun set, but I'm not too far. So eat a drink of jam that will bring us back to do thing. Salati do.
Very good. That's pretty. I think they were all pretty entertained too. They really liked it. Do you sing that one a lot?
Yeah.
Is that your favorite song?
Nana sings that song to me.
She does?
Yeah.
That's pretty fun.
And sometimes I watch Pip and Freddy.
You do?
Yeah.
So, Teddy, how old are you?
4.5.
4.5? Oh, we got to tell somebody this paperwork they gave us only says 4. You're 4.5?
Yeah. You keep getting older.
I keep getting older.
4.5, you keep getting older. Well, tell me about the hospital. Why do you have to go to the hospital, Teddy?
To get a healing boot on.
You had to do that there?
I'm talking and I was talking Teddy's tumor.
And they got that out of there?
Yeah.
I hear you got to ring a bell just a couple of months ago. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And a treatment bell. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
That's super fun.
I got jingle bells at home.
You got jingle bells at home?
Yeah.
Like, you hear that, E? He's got jingle bells at home.
So you got bells at the hospital and at home?
I have the jingle bells at home.
Yeah? Are you going to leave up the Christmas tree all year? Just leave it up?
I have the jingle bells at home.
And what about our Christmas tree? Do you love it?
I love it.
It's Christmas tree's pretty fun to have around, isn't it?
It's the end of Christmas now.
Mm-hmm. There was a lot of fun stuff too at the hospital, though, wasn't there? What was your favorite thing at the hospital, Teddy?
A sticker.
Yeah, getting stickers.
Did you get a lot of stickers?
I did.
Every time you were brave, right?
Every time I was brave.
Was there a lot of scaries? Was there a lot of stuff that made you scared at the hospital too?
No.
No?
I was brave and strong.
What's your shirt say, Teddy?
Tacos, Teddy's tumor.
Wow, that is so cool. Is that your favorite shirt, Teddy?
Yeah.
It's my favorite shirt too. That's a really cool shirt.
And I got hearing aids.
Well, they look super cool. They're kind of green and blue. They look really fun.
The turquoise.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? My wife always tells me I call things wrong color, too. She's like, that's magenta. It's the weirdest thing. It's so crazy. Teddy, you seem like you're a lot of fun. What kind of stuff do you like to do?
Play.
What do you like to play?
With Daddy.
With your daddy?
Upstairs.
You like to play with your daddy upstairs? What do you guys do?
We play with
Do we play fireman and hide and seek?
We play fireman and hide and seek.
That's pretty fun. You should tell Mom and Dad you want a fireman's pole in your house.
We should have one.
That'd be pretty cool.
That would be fun.
Well,
we were pretending we were firefighters.
Oh, it was just pretend. Okay. Do you have any pets, Teddy?
I have stuffed the animals.
You got stuffed animals? Do you have a favorite one?
A sun bear.
Sun bear? What makes Sun Bear Sun Bear? Is there like sun on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, is he a yellow Care Bear?
He's a yellow Care Bear.
That's super cool. So
I got him from Nana and Papa's house.
Nana and Papa? They seem pretty nice.
They give me that stuffed animal.
Yeah.
So, Teddy, we're trying to get people to call and give money to the kids' hospital, just like, because it helps kids like you. Do you think that'd be a nice thing for people to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be really nice. So, for kids like Teddy, 701-478-KIDS, 5437. So, you can help tackle Teddy's tumor and kids like Teddy's tumor. And now you're doing, Mom and Dad, it sounds like Teddy's doing pretty good these days.
He's doing very well. We have his we have scans every 3 months. We have his next scan coming up in March. So we're praying for that one every day. But yeah, he's had a couple of tiny little setbacks, but he's doing excellent.
So,
doing very, very well after treatment.
so you guys just got to ring the bell in August. I have to imagine, as a parent, that moment probably just lasting for you guys forever. I have to imagine.
It's unimaginable. The whole situation, unimaginable. He was perfect throughout the whole thing, and then, yeah, ringing that bell is more than significant. It's perfect.
You seem like you got to be pretty proud of this little guy. He's made it's hard to be the biggest character in the room with all these radio stations around here, but he has won over this entire building. He's a pretty special little guy.
Well, I would attribute that a lot to his experiences in the hospital. We were constantly visited by people trying to keep his spirits up and bring us wonderful things to do. We would have our favorite friend Anna come and sing and play instruments with us, as we heard he loves to sing and do music stuff. So he just got used to constant new faces and they were all good faces. So that's how he views the world, is, people trying to brighten each other's days.
Well, so Mom and Dad, you guys understand what we're trying to do here. Why would you say it's important for people that have yet to donate to Cares for Kids to pick up the phone and become part of this hospital for kids like Teddy?
Because when you're in it, you're just trying to get through each day and each moment, and the services that they provide to come in and have something for Teddy to play with, or come in and just be a friend and do some fun activities with him. It's amazing. Distractions when it comes to not fun times like getting pokes and having to do tests, those types of distractions that help him get through all those tough moments. I can't even imagine how we would do it without having that stuff there. It's hard to put into words, but that's the best we can do.
Well, Teddy, we really love that you came in here. Before you leave, do you think you could do me like a really massive favor?
Yeah.
So we heard from a lot of people they really liked your song. Do you know any other ones you could sing before you go?
Maybe Hello, Teddy.
Hello, Teddy. Hello, Teddy. Hello, Teddy. It's time to say hello, Pum Pum.
Well, Teddy, thank you so much for coming in today. Thank you so much.
You say thank you to them?
Thank you.
For Teddy, everybody, call 701-478-KIDS.
It's the Cats for Kids Radiothon. Do you believe it? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was Landon's story. It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon 2022 for the Sanford Children's Hospital. Scary, very scary to hear that, your child has an accident like swallowing a battery and it eats through his stomach lining. And you heard her say that. I mean, it was just, she panicked. I mean, her entire world just came crashing down.
Toddlers put everything in their mouth. Anybody who's a parent who has a toddler knows nothing is safe. Anything that you have is going to go in their mouth. And a battery, that's a very scary thing, and it's been a fear of mine, but I had no idea till listening to that story that it would eat away at your esophagus. Essentially, this battery was eating away at Landon's organs, which is this very, very scary thing. And, for Landon's mom, Tina, talking about the doctors and the nurses, we had Jacob in here earlier, who's a nurse. We had Dr. Fish in here earlier. These are the people there who are making all the difference. That stuffed animal that Landon got that he still has, that stuffed animal came from your donations. He's holding on to it 7 months later. That stuffed animal came from you. Please call 478-KIDS and donate. And right now out our window, we can see Raina, who we talked about earlier, the little baby who is diagnosed with cancer and who is this year's champion. She is right outside our window, and she is absolutely adorable. She's out there playing with Barbie, sitting with her parents. That's what's so great about the Sanford Children's Hospital and the Cares for Kids Radiothon is that these families come back year after year and share their stories and bring their kids in and say how things are going. And, you know, Landon made it through. Raina made it through. But there's still 66 kids up there that need your help. Call 478-KIDS or text health to 35270.
You know, as a parent, you're probably thinking, I'm always watching my child. I've always got eyes. But the reality is that's not how it is. You turn your back for 10 seconds and something like this can happen.
And every parent knows that's when things happen. You literally turn your back for a second and something like this happens.
You're right. And no one is above. So every parent is not above accidents happening to their child, whether it be, you know, you fall down the stairs or, you know, you crash your bike or you swallow a battery. I mean, it happens. And you would want to know that if an emergency came like that, if something happened to your child, you would want the best care immediately. And that's what we're donating for. 701-478-5437 or donating online at FroggyWeb.com or texting health right now to 35270. That's HEALTH. We've got Teddy coming up, who is just apparently a hoot. He's outside right now making everyone laugh.
We can hear the laughter coming from outside with Raina and Teddy. This is probably the most fun I've had at work, having these little kids right outside the window.
And they're just playing around, having a grand old time. We're going to talk to them coming up next. Stay with us.
The Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Put your money where the miracles are. Call now 478-KIDS. That's 478-5437.
The Cares for Kids Radiothon on Froggy 99.9.
Here is this week's Employment Connection brought to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
buddy. Here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals. Strong.
Nice job. Push toe, push toe, push toe. Big step. Big step. Mama, tell it, Mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support. Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic.
And here we are. It's 8:31 in the morning. Cares for Kids Radiothon, the final day of the 22nd annual Cares for Kids Radiothon. 701-478-KIDS, 5437, or simply text KIDS to 35270. Maybe just kind of getting going with your work day or headed on in there maybe. What better way to kick it off?
Teddy was in here, and he just hasn't stopped winning fans down. I've just been watching him. He can't even get to down the end of the hall without high-fiving somebody. And, of course, that's just awesome kid, man. Awesome kid. Glad he popped in.
An absolute all-star, which, you know, a lot of these people that are coming in, we're getting them on camera. We are live streaming the Radiothon as well, which you can find on the Cares for Kids page at y94.com. And you just click on that. You can also find on YouTube, Twitch. We're on all that stuff. Apparently, Twitch isn't just people playing video games. That's what I thought it was.
Well, we're old.
That's, well, it's becoming evident today.
Yeah. 701-478-KIDS, that phone number. And huge thanks to, I know it was finishing up that power hour about 20 minutes ago, but I want to say thanks to everyone, too, that popped in, helping us reach that first power hour goal. Always a huge part. But, yeah, we're just getting rolling with day 2 here, so long ways to go.
Share with you now the story of Kinley.
My name is Jessica, and I am Kinley's mom. My name is Kinley, and I beat cancer. July of 2019, I noticed a bump on her head, and they did a biopsy of it. We found out October of 2019 that it was Ewing sarcoma. Ewing sarcoma is the second most common cancer in kids. It's most common in the bones. However, 2% is in the soft tissue, and that's where Kinley's was. Hers was in the soft tissue of her scalp. Explaining to Kinley what cancer was, we kept it very simple. We didn't tell her the worst part of cancer. We just told her that she could beat it. A lot.
Froggy 99.9. The Sanford Cares for Kids Radiothon 2022. We have a very, very special guest with us today. Teddy, how's it going, buddy? Good. Can you tell everyone how old you are?
4.5.
You're 4.5. Wow. Are you ready for school? Almost. You're almost there.
Teddy's tumor shirt on.
I love that. Tackle Teddy's tumor shirt.
Well, Mom and Dad, can you tell us a little bit about Teddy's story just for our audience?
So last year in October, Teddy had some symptoms developing that were hard to put a finger on. We were trying to figure them out. Doctors were trying to figure them out. And had a scare. Teddy had to be rushed to the emergency room and have surgery to relieve pressure in his brain. He had a tumor that was brain cancer. And we spent most of last year doing treatment, chemotherapy, and everything that we could do to get rid of that tumor. We had surgery to remove it that was very successful. But, yeah, it was about 6 months of hospital time that Teddy had to endure, and he did a great job.
Yeah, he looks like he's doing a great job, enjoying some delicious treats right now.
Yes.
But so, Dad, obviously when you hear that news, it's one of the worst things you can hear as a parent. I'm assuming. I'm not a father myself, but I can just imagine what you two went through. Can you tell us just a little bit about when you got that initial news?
Well, it was surreal. It was hard to process and let it let it sink in. But we immediately knew like we had to just keep doing whatever Teddy needed. And we were so blessed to be at Sanford and get the treatment that he needed. But yeah, it changed your life in a moment, and it has been unreal. And fortunately, Teddy was able to ring the bell to end his treatment this summer because things have been going so well for him.
That's
Teddy,
awesome.
tell us about ringing the bell.
How did you do it?
Like, ring ding ding.
Ring ding ding.
Yay. What did you think of the Children's Hospital? What was it like when you were up there? I heard there's lots of toys in Cully's cabin. Why don't you tell us what you thought of Cully's cabin?
She has some movies from her iPad.
They had movies on the iPad?
She had some movies from her iPad.
So you got to watch iPad while you were up there in your room?
Yeah.
And did they bring cool toys for you to play with?
They do have cool toys for me to play with at Cully's cabin.
What was your favorite toy at Cully's cabin?
All of them.
All of them. Naturally,
Good
the best answer.
Good answer. People who call in right now, they could give all those toys to Cully's cabin so boys like Teddy could play with them, right?
Me and Cully have played with them.
Yeah.
You played with them. That number is
Yes.
701
Cully both played with them.
478 kids. That's 701 478 5437. Or toll free if you're outside of Fargo right now at 877 478 kids. Teddy, I have a question for you. When you had cancer, were you scared?
I wasn't.
You weren't scared?
I was brave and strong.
You were brave and strong. That's right. You were awesome.
You are brave and strong. That is amazing, Teddy.
I think about us makes me happy.
It makes you happy. It makes us happy, too.
I think of something makes me happy.
Yeah, when we did tough stuff, we would think of things that made us happy.
That's right. Do you have a favorite animal, Teddy?
Cow.
A cow.
Good one.
We were hoping you would say frog, but a cow works too.
Good one. Mom and Dad, what would you just say to the people listening right now about donating, how important it is?
It is absolutely a necessary part of the treatment for somebody like Teddy. We spent so much time in the hospital and can't imagine getting through all the challenges without the people and everything that's available to us to help keep Teddy happy and distracted and playing and get through those really terrible times. Teddy really enjoyed stuff like his music therapy friend that is part of child life in Coley's cabin. Anna would come in and sing songs with us, and we would play instruments. And she taught us some amazing songs that we still sing all the time.
Teddy, you want to sing a song for us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give us a song. Ready? Go ahead.
So a deer.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So a deer, a few deer, right? A drop of golden sun. Me, a name I call myself. I don't want to run. So I need a pencil. But I'm not too far. So he is like a slumber. That will bring us back to do. Facility do.
Good job.
Teddy, that was amazing. We just watched The Sound of Music at our house. That's the movie that's from. And my kids got annoyed with me when I sang that song. It's much cuter coming from you, Teddy. That was awesome. You're a very good singer.
I
Yeah, you are.
am. And Nana's a good singer.
Oh, your Nana's a good singer, too. Does she sing with you also?
She does.
Yeah.
She does.
And you liked all those instruments that you got to play at the hospital?
I did.
Yeah.
I have one more question for Teddy. Teddy, we're on Froggy 99.9. Can you say what a frog says?
Ribbit.
Ribbit.
And they hop up and down.
They do hop up and down. That's
Yes.
right.
And I'm a silly frog today.
You're going to be a frog today? That's awesome.
I'm a silly frog today.
You're a silly
You
frog.
are a silly frog. Well, there's
number-
no doubt about Teddy being a happy kid. Teddy, this is so much fun.
Yeah, that number is 701-478-KIDS to help and donate for kids just like Teddy. 701-478-5437, or you can donate online at FroggyWeb.com or by texting HEALTH to 35270.
Teddy, do you want to say anything else? Do you want to say thanks for donating?
Thanks for donating.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungul. They are really nice, and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia, and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky, and because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems like digestive issues as well. There's no cure for it. I had no idea that Mackenzie had cystic fibrosis. I was actually thrown off pretty good about it because she seemed pretty healthy as a baby. So managing Mackenzie's cystic fibrosis has been really hard. It's always making sure she does her vesting, her nebulizers. She's very rushed in the morning for school because she has to do that first. Even when she's tired at night, she still has to do that first as well. She can't just go crawl off into bed.
Hi, this is me doing my vest and nebulizer. I have to take it every 2 times a day, every single day, because it helps loosen up the mucus in my lungs.
Mackenzie has a lot of medicines. We go to the pharmacy quite frequently. They know us well. When she's having a hard day, she would get the headaches. She would be bound to the couch. She would have no energy. She would have low oxygen, and she had turned purple before. So in those circumstances where me and Mackenzie need to just get up and go to the hospital, we have just left and called from the road because our doctors have always gotten us in right away. Sanford is 2 hours away from home, but it's close enough and always worth the trip to bring Mackenzie here. I've learned to trust them with her life, literally. When I don't feel secure enough at home with Mackenzie, Sanford definitely is home. Like, it's one place where I know that we'll be okay. Mackenzie's been doing great since she's been on Trikafta. Her oxygen is back up. She's gaining weight, which she wasn't able to do for about a year now. Mackenzie also has color in her face again. She doesn't look sick and she doesn't act sick anymore. And the best thing that I've seen from it is she's got her energy. She looks like a kid and she's not coughing anymore. Cystic fibrosis has been a growing and learning journey because it's always something new, something different. But my biggest fear is just the progression of it. So now, especially with Trikafta slowing that down, it's been a monumental relief. My hopes and dreams for Mackenzie right now is to get to live like a kid and not have to sit on a couch and feel groggy and be behind her peers. I'm just hoping that she gets to do what she wants.
Thanks for helping kids like me.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care 170 hospitals strong.
Nice job. Push down, push down, push down. Big step. Big step. Tell it, Mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support. Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019.
I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. To let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved.
Well, here we go. Playhouse in the morning. 194, the number one hit music station. Cares for Kids Radiothon is on the air at 701-478-KIDS 5437, or by texting simply KIDS to 35270. You can make your donation to Sanford Children's Hospital and the Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Well, I know right now, too, the phone bank, it's that time people have got to work. Maybe they're still settling in. If you're looking to make a call and get in and have wide open phone lines that you're not waiting on, right now would be the time to call that Bremer Bank phone bank. It's wide open waiting for your phone call at 701-478-KIDS.
Now, the idea is, over the course of the Radiothon, we share with you these inspirational stories from children and families that make you go, how can I not be a part of this? And in the next, 15 minutes, there's really two back-to-back, because we're going to speak with Raina Haug, who's this year's champion. But before that, going to hear from last year's Children's Miracle Network champion for North Dakota. This is the story of Mackenzie Jost.
I am Mackenzie, and I love guinea pigs. I have one, and his name is Zoom.
Mackenzie was born in the Sanford Hospital. She was born a happy, healthy baby, but a few weeks later, they had called with results from a newborn screening. It was complete denial when they did say that she had cystic fibrosis.
I have cystic fibrosis, and that mostly means I have a lot of extra mucus. I do a lot of breathing treatments and vesting therapy. Sometimes it gets hard to breathe, and I cough a lot, but it's not COVID. Sometimes I get really sick and I go to Sanford Hospital for 2 weeks at a time.
When she was younger and healthy, it was only a yearly thing. But then with the years passing, Mackenzie growing and her CF progressing, we visit many times a year, sometimes monthly. She does at least 2 treatments a day for breathing, which opens up the airway. She has about 4 different meds. And then she does a shake and vest to help clear it out too. A bad day for Mackenzie, she would literally be laying on the couch, not able to do anything. She would usually have low O2 and these awful headaches. So then usually that's when we call our CF team, and they always make us a priority and always get us in. And our greatest fear with CF is more decline of the lung function.
There is no cure, but we always pray for one.
Sanford Children's, they have always been pretty wonderful to us.
I have this tutor in the hospital. She helps me with my boring homework, which she's really cool. And after when we're done with our homework, we talk about guinea pigs.
When Mackenzie was in the hospital over Mother's Day, we were in the hospital during COVID. None of the other family was allowed up there. It was just her and I. We were already pretty sad that we were missing our family.
However, one of the charge nurses that I know well showed up with a bed that they use in the maternity ward for the mothers, and they let me and Mackenzie have the bed for the night and the rest of the stay and cuddle, and that even made it more special, especially since it was Mother's Day and we got to have that moment because, you know, with COVID, everything is already hard enough. Sometimes she asks, why me, and stuff like that, and it's really hard to explain that to a child. If I could spare her from those moments, I most definitely would. Mackenzie's doing pretty good these days. She still has her moments where she gets pretty down. She just tries her hardest to keep doing her best.
I swear I live every broken bone. I swear
I definitely have a stronger bond with Mackenzie because of everything we have to go through together. We've had to learn to work as a team. Sometimes it's not always fun listening to Mom, and sometimes Mom needs to just listen to the child.
Cares for Kids Radiothon, the story of Mackenzie Jose, Y94, the #1 hit music station. And if you ever needed better evidence that this is called a children's hospital, but it's a family hospital, I mean, them rolling in a bed so they could cuddle for Mother's Day. I mean, do you need a better example of that?
No, it was perfect. And too, if you haven't checked it out, there's we've had the video up a few times at 194.com, but you can actually see Mackenzie if you haven't seen her before. She just looks like an awesome kid and dealing with a lifelong illness, really, of cystic fibrosis. I mean, right, you hear them talking about there's no cure for it now. They keep praying for one, but it's something that she lives with. But still, you can. She's so positive. Easy to see why she was, the champion last year.
Well, it was funny when we were chatting with her last year and getting that story recorded to play for the Radiothon. Here she is dealing with cystic fibrosis and all that comes with it during pandemic time. So constantly, every time she clears her throat or coughs, everyone's like, coronavirus. So that's annoying enough. You'd think that that's what we'd be talking about. She would constantly, I mean, her passion is guinea pigs. She loves guinea pigs. That's where the conversation kept going. And that's because these kids are kids. Yes, they're dealing with very adult problems. And let's be honest, we don't even want adults dealing with these things, but they're still kids. That's why in so many of these stories, you hear them talk about their pets and their stuffed animals, their favorite superhero, their favorite movie, their favorite TV show, because these are kids.
Well, and the great thing, too, we hear, too, in a lot of these stories, little gifts and stuff that they get for these kids. And a lot of that comes from your donations from this Radiothon, whether it's, teddy bears that they still have to this day, just those things, those memories that make them feel like kids. And honestly, it's your donations sometimes that are those memories, are those gifts at 701-478-KIDS.
The Cares for Kids Radiothon is built by you when you call 701-478-KIDS or you text KIDS to 35270. And in less than 15 minutes, the story of this year's champion, Raina Haug, in studio soon.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Just watch your son leave and not know what was going to happen and when I was going to get to see him next.
Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Not only are the nurses and doctors amazing, but, the amount of the volunteers there, and, they have Chloe's cabin. And there was one nurse there in Fargo, Jan, who she took care of my boys for me when I couldn't be there to take care of them.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
I honestly couldn't imagine Jagger getting his treatment from any other hospital. Having to stay in a hospital for 8 days is a lot for an 8-year-old, but Stanford's Children's Hospital, I mean, they made it unique and fun and special for him. They went above and beyond every single day for him.
I'm 11 and I'm Jagger and I'm 8 years old. All to help kids like me.
They are definitely angels on earth.
Kind of a really strong shift in mood here. We went from the feel-good Teddy story. He comes in, he's vibrant and exuberant, and he's telling everybody how he can do his frog impression and how big and strong he is. And then you hear a story like this, and you know, I was just telling you, Amber, while we were listening to this, and I could see it in your eyes as soon as I said this, that moment where she had to make a decision to not go with her child because she couldn't process that emotion or the information properly like her husband could. That could have been the last time she saw her child alive, and she had to make that decision.
And with COVID, there's a lot harder decisions that have to be made. You know, Stephanie said that finding out that your child has cancer is awful and rocks your world. Now, instantly afterwards, finding out, you have to pick which parent gets to go to the hospital. Only one of you can go and be there by your child's side. You have to pick which one. We sit here and complain that we have to wear masks. We sit here and complain that we can't go to a concert or that we can't go to a restaurant. She couldn't go to the hospital with her son. Pick up the phone right now and call 478 kids.
You know, my heart aches for parents faced with decisions like that. I mean, she said it best herself that, you know, dealing with a child in the hospital, right, or in the hospital in and of itself is a really, really tough thing to go through. Now you add COVID in the mix of all of it. And she said the hardest decision she'll ever have to make was that one right there. And that is exactly why Amber, myself, everyone here at Froggy, everyone at Y, everyone at KFGO, we're all asking for you to donate right now. 701-478-KIDS, 701-478-5437, or online at FroggyWeb.com, or by texting HEALTH to 35270. I have said it multiple times today. I'm not a parent. And this is hard for me to listen to. I can empathize and sympathize with these feelings, but I can't even begin to tell you what a parent must feel like. And if you're a parent listening to that, imagine that's your child. And you have to make the decision to not go be with them in the hospital because you literally can't.
And one thing that Stephanie said, too, was when she couldn't be there, how much the nurses stepped up. She specifically mentioned Nurse Jan and that she was there when she couldn't be. And that Jager's time in the hospital, he was there for 8 days, and they made it fun. Imagine that, a stay in the hospital, and they made it fun. They made it fun with your donations. Your donations help fund Cully's cabin. Your donations helps get the toys. Your donations gets the Xboxes. Your donation gets the iPads. These kids are sitting in a hospital bed every day with very limited visitors. In this case, back in 2020, when Jager was taken to the hospital, just one parent could be there. And now you sit in a hospital bed all day, but the nurses made it fun, and they made it fun with items that came from your donations, those sensory rooms, those toys, those electronics. Your donations helped fund that. Think of all the toys your kids have right now. I'm stepping over toys all the time. I'm constantly yelling at my kids about screen time. Maybe give that screen time to a kid in the hospital. Maybe think about the toys and think about what's $20. Donate $20 right now, $20 a month for 12 months. Be a miracle maker. That's all we're asking is for $20. Call 478-KIDS or text HEALTH to 35270.
Before we heard Jaeger's story, we had Teddy on, and one of the things that helped him so much, his dad was saying, was the music therapists. That also goes from your donation, the ability to hire someone that can come in and play guitar and sing for these little kids and put a smile on their face while they're getting their treatment, or if they're a little bit down. All of that, every single penny that comes from this Radiothon is going to things like that. 701-478-5437. We'll be right back.
The Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Call now.
478-KIDS or toll free at 877-478-5437.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she'd end up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Morris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that's due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no, that we can tell, side effects from the chemo come up yet. My hopes and dreams for Raina, one that would be, that I would love to see, is if she could become a great piano player. She's got big hands, long fingers. I noticed that right away when she was born, that she seemed to...
It is the Cares for Kids Radiothon on Y94. That was the story of Raina, and we got Mom, Dad, and Raina in studio right now. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing great, thanks.
So good that you guys are able to join us, and Raina's pretty special for a lot of reasons, but she is this year's Children's Miracle Network champion. That's got to feel pretty good for you guys to know that's the case.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. We're glad we can help out.
So we talked not too long ago, just a few months ago, to do that interview, John, and then I was put to music. You looked like it was tough to hear that back.
Yeah, it's always hard to think of what you've gone through and realize, wow, we made it so far. We're doing well.
Well, so how are things going these days? Where are things standing right now for you guys and Raina?
Things are going great. We just passed we're just about to the 2-year mark since she finished treatment. And we've been doing MRIs every 3 months, blood work, all that stuff. And everything has been so good that we are now dropping down to MRIs every year. So annual visits instead of every 3 months. So that's always nice.
Which, too, if you haven't seen it, you got to hop to 194.com because there's a great video of you guys that was up there just a bit ago that you can check out. But is it still weird it's been 2 years now to see those pictures of her? She was so little. She just seems so small, and seeing those pictures just as a parent it's tough.
Yeah, it's hard. You never want to think of how tiny they are, and they've got this big mass inside of them, and you realize, how could that be there? How could that ever happen? But it's a relief now where we're sitting now in life.
Well, you guys, I mean, you've lived something that's frankly nightmarish, right? I mean, you guys have lived some really scary stuff. And this story now is inspiring people to donate to the same children's hospital that has gotten Raina to where she is today. What does that mean to you when people donate and they were inspired by Raina's story?
It means a lot because the support you get there is so phenomenal. And they help you out with everything you can think of. And especially with little kids, like in Raina's case, every visit, she was given some kind of little toy or something that somebody had donated to the funds to buy or donated the toy itself. And that would help calm her down or put a smile on her face, or if she was having to get a needle stuck or something, that one little toy, just something simple like that, helps out.
You know, you don't have to make nearly the amount of visits you were saying that you had to make in the past. But is she still? Does she get excited to go to the hospital and get up to the children's hospital?
Sometimes, yes. She actually was at the ER a few weeks ago for something, and she had to get poked and didn't like it. So she's at that age now where she's a little scared sometimes, but we pass by the Sanford Children's on 25th every day. Every time we drive by, she points and says, "There's doctor, there's doctor."
So you guys have now you've had some time where you guys have really become ambassadors for Sanford Children's. How important is it for you to know what people's donations are going to? Because it impacted your family so much.
It is important to know that, and it's also important for us to take the time to help out too, because we realize what was done for us. And even though the really, really hard part of our journey is over and behind us, there's lots of other people that have that just starting or in the future. So we want to try to help out.
Well, having lived what you guys have lived and now being ambassadors for the Children's Hospital and the Cares for Kids Radiothon, Children's Miracle Network, and knowing there are people that are listening, and while they might have been emotionally touched, they maybe haven't necessarily made that commitment to become part of the Cares for Kids Radiothon. They haven't donated yet. What would you say as parents of a little girl that was very much affected by that hospital to get them to donate?
I just say you have no idea how good it's going to feel when you realize what it does for people. There's going to be stories throughout this whole radiothon of not just Raina, but lots of other kids. I know there's a lot of kids at Sanford Children's right now that need help, and donating right now can help them right now.
Well, you guys have a fantastic and really adorable little girl right there in Raina, so good on you for making it a good one.
Thank you.
And we appreciate you guys coming on in today. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon. You can see video, hear Raina's story as well, again, online on the Cares for Kids page at y94.com. Donate in her honor. That would be fantastic. It's 701-478-KIDS or text KIDS to 35270.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon on one.
Don't know where our family would be without the people at Sanford.
Wow. Another uplifting story. Just amazing. And, you know, I would ask right now for everyone listening to head on over to the Froggy Facebook page and check out Teddy. We just posted some pictures of him hanging out with the Froggy crew. Teddy was a brain cancer survivor. He's 4.5. He makes that known to you. He's 4.5. And the last thing he asked you and I, Amber, at the very end of our little interview with him was, "Are you proud of me?" My heart melted. It almost exploded. I was just like, yes, I'm very proud of you.
Let's show them how proud we are. Let's light up the phones. 478-KIDS. Text health to 35270. And let's show Teddy we're proud of him. Let's show Kate that we're proud of her. Pick up the phone and make the difference. Teddy was just hilarious. So talking about how big, he asked me to feel his muscles before he laughed and told me how he was going to be bigger and stronger than his cousin Aiden. So it's just, and when we asked him about his stay in the hospital, for him to say, was it scary? No, it was fun. It's fun for the kids up there because there's some normalcy with your donations, with the things that they can do, with the toys in Cully's cabin. The crafts, they were talking about how making slime. Oh my gosh, we've made so much slime in my house and it's everywhere. But these kids they have all these craft items. They can make slime up there. They could do the coloring projects. They could have their portrait featured in a frame up there. They have different frames up there that they feature kids' art projects in. So stuff like that is so important. And it's 100% funded by your donations, 100% funded by your donations. And 66 kids right now are up at Sanford Children's Hospital. Let's try to make that stay for them a little better by calling 478-KIDS.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And I want to take this short time to say thank you to our Froggy listeners. Froggy is blowing up today in terms of how many people are calling and texting and donating, and we really are thankful. And I know it doesn't get said enough because we're asking you to donate so much that we don't get to issue these thank yous to our listeners. So for everyone who's donated or continuing to donate or has thought about donating, thank you for everything that you're doing. And all of these kids and all of these families are incredibly grateful for everything that you can give. And it can be as small as $1. Every dollar matters. That dollar could be the extra dollar needed to get that kid, like you said, an iPad or an Xbox or an action figure or a Barbie doll or whatever it may be. It does not matter. Every amount helps. So that's why we ask you to call 701-478-5437 or toll free if you're outside of the Fargo area, 877-478-5437. Over at FroggyWeb.com, you can donate as well, or texting HEALTH to 35270.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she'd end up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back, and there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Morris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that is due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good.
It's like, you were talking about how he was just running up the grocery store, hopping on the bike, running up to the grocery store. I'm sure he's done a million times before, right? Grab the bike, goes out. What is it like as a parent to get that call? Like, he leaves to go on this bike ride, and you probably get a phone call you never forget.
I mean, so the circumstances behind it were even a little bit tougher. There wasn't even really a phone call. It's kind of every parent's worst nightmare, right? Like, you don't even know that your kid is missing. The accident happened around 1:30 in the afternoon, and we didn't even find out about it until later on that evening, till we started to look for him. He was actually an unidentified person in the emergency room for a while. You always just think your kids have just forgot to tell you where they're going, right? Mm-hmm. And he had left his cell phone at home, so they had no way to identify him. And we didn't even find out about it until we were looking for him and saw the news alert that there was an unidentified teenager that was struck by a vehicle, and that's when we started kind of putting those pieces together and eventually tracked it down. So.
Well, that's going to be one of those things where you have a situation where you're like, okay, where's our kiddo? Where's Taryn at? And then you see that news alert, and part of you is hoping that it is him because you want to know where he is, and you want to know, okay, we finally found him. But then given what happened and knowing the context of it, you're also partly praying that it isn't him, and you're just waiting to find out, okay, he's at a buddy's house, he's coming home. So that's got to be a whole mixture of emotions.
Oh, yeah, it's horrible. I mean, the worst part of it all is that nobody can give you any information until anything is confirmed, right? So you're sitting there and you don't know if this kid is still alive. You don't know what the status of him is, and the hospital can't tell you, and the police can't tell you, and it's just, well, you got to come down and you've got to talk. And so, like you said, you're almost hoping it's not your kid, but then if it's not, then what's the next step, right? Like, is he kidnapped? What's going on with this? So, yeah, it was quite the emotional roller coaster until we identified him. So.
Well, and that is a story that became very well known very quickly when that accident happened. So I got to imagine that you guys are constantly having people be like, oh my gosh, I remember that happened. That was him. That was you guys. So that's got to be a almost daily occurrence, I would imagine, for you guys.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that it happened in our neighborhood, there's a lot of people in the neighborhood that have talked to us and been like, oh yeah, I saw him when he was coming out of the grocery store, right? Like I saw him on his way to the grocery store. Like everybody didn't even think twice about it until the dots were put together. So yeah.
So we have this radiothon going on, and we're trying to encourage people to call and donate to Sanford Children's. And your experience from having experienced it with Taryn and the services that are there, why should people support this hospital?
I don't think what they bring to this community really can be put into words. Like I said, just having the level of care that we have for kids in Fargo available to save a life or really limit the amount of damage done in the type of accident that Taryn was in. If he would have needed to be life flighted somewhere, there's no saying where he'd be at right now, right? It's what they bring to this community is, I don't know. You don't know how good it is that we have them here until you actually need it. And our family would be totally different right now without them.
I'd have to imagine, too, just being able to be around here. You guys have a support system is here that you wouldn't have other places. Friends and family even that are here to help.
Yeah. I mean, my family lives in Western North Dakota. They came down, and we have lots of family around here that were able to watch our other 3 kids, that helped out with keeping the house clean, getting the dog walked, getting the driveway shoveled, right? So, yeah, the friends, neighbors, community, even people we don't know, the outpouring. When you talk about that safety net of people that are there for you, like the community has our thanks forever. I mean, yeah, not just friends and family, just the total strangers that have given us their support. It's been amazing.
What more can be said as far as reasons to call 701-478-KIDS 5437 than having parents sitting here saying that we might not have our son if it wasn't for this hospital and for you. Mom, is there anything you want to add to this as to why people should get on this phone and make that donation?
No, I mean, everything that John Paul said. Our time at Sanford Children's was amazing. They are the most incredible people ever. They did everything for Taryn and anything that they could do to help us along the way too. They have, they have the biggest hearts, and they are great. And we, like John Paul said, we wouldn't be in the position we're in if they weren't there.
Well, both of you guys, we really appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good to see you guys.
I couldn't imagine that is just the words that, stage 4, that's the worst it can get. I mean, it's just terrible. So what went through your mind when you heard that?
Oh, it's devastation. We were prepared to do anything we had to do, no matter what it was, to, try to get her healthy. And what was really sad, and you think about it back then, was it was like December 5th, and she's 5 months old, and right away we're thinking, is this going to be my only Christmas ever with my daughter?
And just, I can't even imagine that, the thoughts that go through your head and everything that's happening. Once you got up to Sanford, what was the experience like there? You guys are scared. It's the worst time of your life, obviously.
They were great. All the doctors at Sanford, at Roger Maris, the nurses, all the support staff, they do a great job. You've got a good team to educate you and help basically hold your hand and help you say, we're going to get through this. This is what to expect. This is what we're going to do, and you'll get through this. They were right.
Wow. Just simply fantastic. Can you give us a little update about how she's doing right now?
Well, after you finish treatment, they do MRIs every 3 months because the tumors can always come back.
Mhm.
We're coming up on 2 years since her final treatment. We're just over 2 years past her initial diagnosis, and because the results have always been so good, we got to drop down from every 3 months MRIs to every year now. So we won't have an MRI again until December of this year.
That's amazing. That's really fantastic.
Yep.
It's great to hear. Well, she's adorable. I mean, we see her on the big screen out there playing with her toys and her little glasses and everything, and she is just the cutest ball of sunshine I've ever seen. I mean, she came in here and she pointed immediately at the frogs, and she said, "Look at all those frogs on the wall." Oh, just melts my heart.
Raina, do you want to say anything?
Could you say froggy? Say froggy.
Froggy.
Just
That's right.
adorable. And we love hearing stories like this. And here Raina is the champion back in studio talking with us when 2 years ago you never would have thought that this was possible. So it's just amazing. What would you say out there to people who are listening, who are thinking about donating, who are hearing this story? What do you want them to know and what do you want them to hear?
I just wanted them to hear that any support you give is very, very needed. They really need the help. They get a lot of great stuff for the kids up there. An example is just toys. Donate a toy if you want. Every single visit she had at Roger Maris, she got a little toy that somebody had donated, and it helped her not be so scared, whether it was a ball to play with or a doll or something. But even little things like that help out. So whatever you can give, money, toys, whatever.
We hear about all of the parents that talk about their dreams for their children now, and how their dreams shift when they hear those words, "Your child has cancer." What are your dreams now for Raina?
Just to be happy and to stay healthy, and be a great piano player or something. Be into music.
That's right. Well, you can call that number right now, 701-478-5437, or toll free if you're outside of the Fargo area at 877-478-5437, or by texting HEALTH to 35270, or by donating online at FroggyWeb.com. Guys, thank you so much for coming in. Raina, can you say goodbye to everyone?
You say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
Raina,
guys
you
so much.
sweetheart.
The Cares for Kids.
Hold on. All right, buddy. Here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals. Strong.
Nice job. Push down, push down, push down. Big step. Big step. Tell it, mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support.
Step this up. All ready to go.
Children's Miracle Network Hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she'd end up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Morris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that is due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no, that we can tell, side effects from the chemo come up yet. My hopes and dreams for Raina, one that I would love to see is if she could become a great piano player. She's got big hands, long fingers. I noticed that right away when she was born, that she seemed to have those perfect hands for playing the piano. The care Raina received at Sanford Children's was phenomenal. Having care close to home is one of the best things you can possibly hope for. Words can't express how thankful we are. I mean, you can say thank you all you want, but it doesn't even get close to how deep it really means what they do to help us out. You've got one of the best resources you could possibly have right here in your hometown in Sanford Children's and Roger Morris Cancer Center, because they can do just about anything you need to help take care of your kid.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungl. They are really nice and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia, and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky. And because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems like digestive issues as well. There's no cure for it. I had no idea that Mackenzie had cystic fibrosis. I was actually thrown off pretty good about it because she seemed pretty healthy as a baby. So managing Mackenzie's cystic fibrosis has been really hard. It's always making sure she does her vesting, her nebulizers. She's very rushed in the morning for school because she has to do that first. Even when she's tired at night, she still has to do that first as well. She can't just go crawl off into bed.
Hi, this is me doing my vest and nebulizer. I have to take it every 2 times a day, every single day, because it helps loosen up the mucus in my legs.
Mackenzie has a lot of medicines. We go to the pharmacy quite frequently. They know us well.
West Funeral Home, Valley Premier Bank, and Mackenzie River.
It's all about the kids. We need your help.
Celebrate the one you love this Valentine's Day with the perfect gift from Riddle's Jewelry. Your trust.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Helping with the 22nd annual. We're not planning to stop now, and it's a great start to the day, for sure.
Well, let's say you are somebody that you have made your $20 a month donation. You've made your contribution, and now you're like, well, come on. How do I get people going? A couple of ways you could help. You could share stories on social media that you find online on the Cares for Kids page at y94.com. You could tell your boss, hey, boss, Let's do a little something here as the company or coworkers. Get other people involved.
That's my favorite one, actually, because it always goes, and on the Friday, because it always go. Everyone's in a great mood anyways. So, no one's going to say completely no to it. They might throw in $5, but hey, you got 30 people in your office, that adds up in a hurry.
And you know what? Not everybody keeps an eye on their purse. So just take from that what you will.
Do we just promote crime? It's charity. It's for the kids.
For the kids. We do dine to donate, eat for the kids. This is crime for the kids.
It's got a jingle to it. It's got a theme. I like it.
Crime for kids actually doesn't sound terrible.
It does sound terrible.
We're going to workshop that. I want to share with you now the story of Parker.
Parker is my 4-year-old son. He's very energetic. He is a rambunctious little man.
I actually got home from work one day after Chris picked him up at daycare and he could barely stand up straight. We had been battling a constipation issue for a few days, got him settled down for the night and got him to bed, and an hour later he woke up screaming. We knew something wasn't right.
He was screaming in pain. They doubled over. It was pedal to the metal, going to Grand Forks as quickly as possible. And when we got to that emergency room, they found intussusception. Intestine was gloving over itself. He right then and there said, yeah, we can't fix that here. You guys got to load up and you're going to Sanford.
Very, very scary. You automatically think the worst. I was able to ride in the ambulance with him, and I have never gotten to Fargo that fast before. We were met almost immediately by a doctor and a nurse and saying, we've seen this a lot of times. That was probably when we left him in that procedure room and actually realized the gravity of the situation.
Everything was explained to Parker so well. He was very calm, and I'm getting a little choked up here, but we get into that surgery room and I can't get a word out. I'm in this room and it's plumb full of lights and it's kind of cold in there. Parker just says, Daddy, can you sing? I couldn't get out a single word. And the 3 nurses that were sitting in that room with us started singing. Our whole world was crashing around us, and they were so reassuring that it wasn't. They just kept on saying everything's going to be fine. They came out and they said everything went great. Right away, we got introduced to a children's specialist, and that person was there basically at our beck and call for whatever Parker needed, make sure that he was comfortable while we were there.
She worked a lot with Parker. She was amazing. Everything's back to normal.
Back to being a rambunctious 4-year-old.
Yeah, you'd never even know he had it.
It's one of those things that's nice to be in the rearview mirror, but it's also nice to know that if anything happens again, we know where we're going. If you can, make a donation. It may help with the covering of that child life specialist or that vein finder or any of those things that we benefited from.
It's our time to make a move. It's our time to make a match. It's our time to break the rules. Let's begin. Let's say, hey, live it like we're renegades.
My son, Parker, thanks you. I can't say enough. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. From the bottom of our hearts.
Cares for Kids Radiothon, Y94, the #1 hit music station. Another example of this being the Regions Hospital and how we are really a destination for North Dakota and Minnesota for children's medical care when, they were in Grand Forks. Grand Forks has pretty good facilities, but still it was like, okay, we got to get you to Fargo for this.
Well, absolutely. And, almost like we talked about a ton, if you're not going to Fargo, you're going to Minneapolis. So I know in your head you can still think, hey, that Grafton kind of Grand Forks type of area that's still a pretty good haul. But you know what? It's not 5 hours, right? It's not 6. I don't know. What's the drive from there? It's got to be 5-6 hours we're talking about to get to Minneapolis.
It's going to be a bit of a drive for sure, yeah. And to be able to do that here in Fargo, that's huge. You can't put a price on that. But we're trying to. We're saying that price is 66 cents a day, $20 a month. We put a price on that.
And when you think of it that way too, it's 66 cents a day. It's that's nothing. And it's so easy to. We talked about too how you can basically set it and forget it, right? You can set that donation. You can put that $20 a month if you want to be a miracle maker. And you just don't have to think about it again until next year at this time. Radiothon, the 23rd annual Cares for Kids Radiothon will be the next time you even have to think about it.
Cares for Kids, we're in year 22 and we need you at 701-478-KIDS. That's 701-478-5437 on the Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Cares for Kids! Cares for Kids. Here's the number.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's x-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she'd end up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Maris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that is due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no, that we can tell, side effects from the chemo come up yet. My hopes and dreams for Raina, one that I would love to see is if she could become a great piano player. She's got big hands, long fingers. I noticed that right away when she was born, that she seemed to have those perfect hands for playing the piano. The care Raina received at Sanford Children's was phenomenal. Having care close to home is one of the best things you can possibly hope for. Words can't express how thankful we are. I mean, you can say thank you all you want, but it doesn't even get close to how deep it really means what they do to help us out. You've got one of the best resources you could possibly have right here in your hometown in Sanford Children's and Roger Maris Cancer Center, because they can do just about anything you need to help take care of your kid.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting.
And here you are. I mean, you just barely started your workday. You're getting all settled in. You've maybe accomplished nothing. You've been scrolling on Facebook, pretending to work for the past hour and a half. You want to accomplish something? Make a miracle happen.
I love that. To be fair, we're not dogging you on the Facebook thing. Everyone does that to start the day. That's just part of the workday in 2022. But make you feel great for the weekend. For one, I think we just reminded ourselves it's Friday today, after all, and you should be in a good feeling. And why not go into that weekend feeling great and be part of the miracle here for Sanford Children's Hospital. Phone number 701-478-KIDS, which is 5437.
But it is accurate. You're probably going to do nothing else at work today. Might as well make some miracles happen.
We talked about it a bit ago. Why not get the office together? Because nobody's doing anything. It's Friday.
Get it all together.
Right.
You can all feel like you accomplished something. It'll be nothing work-related, but you'll have made miracles happen.
I'm going to take a shot right now and say it's a coin flip. Your boss is even at work today.
Anything like our boss. He didn't come to work on a Friday.
That's how it works.
Every Friday, I see a gym selfie of the boss, and I'm like, you went to the gym to take that selfie. That's what you did.
He didn't even work out. He just took the selfie.
Absolutely didn't work out, no.
Well, that's why he's a boss, man. That's his boss move.
This has nothing to do with the
No, it
Radiothon, but he missed like 3 days of work because he tweaked his back pretending to lift weights. Did you know this?
I didn't, but
It
it's
was super funny.
Again, a lot of respect for that move. That's a boss move.
It was a 5-pound arm weight.
And he broke his back?
Yeah, he tweaked his back. He's out of work for 3 days.
The fact no one questioned it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he really advertised that to everybody. Now we're saying it on the Radiothon. Honestly, he was out of work for so long, I thought we'd have to change it to the Cares for the Boss Radiothon. His last name is Cash. We could call it Cares for Cash.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible.
Maybe we can do that next Thursday, Friday. I'd highly doubt it will raise as much money.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and probably no.
Yeah.
Absolutely, probably no. Well, pretty exciting. I was waiting, honestly, can I be honest with you? I was stalling because I couldn't tell what Hillary was writing on our board that tells us what we're supposed to be doing. She has just coordinated another triple match. Another triple match. Starting now for maybe like the next 10 minutes with Corwin Automotive Group and Zerberg Architects. And that means anything you donate right now at 701-478-KIDS will be matched and then matched again.
Kind of been waiting for it, but it's short, too. We should mention that. I know a lot of times people, we got till what, 10 o'clock, roughly 15 minutes away here?
About that, yeah.
Not even quite 10 o'clock for the triple match right now. And there's no limit on this, which I know sometimes we do power hours and we have those goals, those numbers we're trying to get to. There's none on this. So as many people as we can get in 10 minutes.
Well, and I'm thinking Corwin Automotive Group and Zerberg Architects, they're doing this because they want us to take their money, right? They want us to squeeze it for all it's worth. So when you call 701-478-KIDS, 5437, you're doing them a favor because they want to match and the match again money, but we don't have any money to match right now. You got to put it in there.
701-478-KIDS. That's 701-478-5437. We talked a bit ago, just feeling good into the weekend and heading into a Friday, and everyone's kind of there. Take that quick break because I'm telling you, you're going to feel great. Because now, like, donate that $20. It's like dropping 60 for the next, 9 minutes now.
Maybe it'll be the story of Jacob that inspires you to make your donation right now. At 701-478-KIDS, we have a triple match opportunity.
Jacob is a fantastic young man. He's always smiling, always there to lend a hand to anybody. He is just a wonderful kid. He's got a huge heart. He's an old soul.
I like to play video games like Madden. Puzzles are fun. I've done a few thousand pieces. I like to be around my family. Hi, my name is Jacob. I'm 14 and I have APL.
She said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss.
I heard the doctors tell me that he was diagnosed with APL, and it's like a bomb goes off in your head and you think the worst. Is this the end?
Going into Sanford Children was a little bit strange for me because I'm not used to being in a hospital that big.
The doctors, all the oncologists, all the nurses at Sanford, they hit it aggressive. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Sanford Hospital is one of the best.
They were the perfect fit. On day 29, he had a bone marrow biopsy of his cancer, and he is now in remission.
Legends and the myths, the testaments they told, the moon and its eclipse.
When I think of remission, I think of cancer-free, but they tell me that is not what that means at this point. He still has cancer cells in his body, but they're countable, so he can continue with the medication until they are completely out of his body. It's hard. It is stressful, agonizing, and we have stayed strong. We've made it through a lot of other things terrible in our lives, and we'll make it through this too. Jacob's attitude has been 100% positive. He is my true hero.
God's always with me, so I have to be strong and not let it bring me down.
There are so many families that need this wonderful facility. Sanford is here for everything, and they treated Jacob like he's their child. You hope you never have to use it, but we're very lucky. This is where I would want him. I wouldn't want anybody else touching him.
Where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss.
I'm not saying people need to donate, but it's a wonderful cause. They treat you and they don't let this bring you down. My name is Jacob. Thank you for being part of my Sanford Children's story.
Here's Kids Radiothon, Jacob's story, Y94, and we are in a triple match, but we need you to make this happen. Corwin Automotive Group and Zerberg Architects, and there's just about until 10 o'clock left on this, where you can call 701-478-KIDS and get your donation matched, and then they match it again. That's where the triple match comes in.
I love it. And you just heard Jacob's story there and just how important all these little things are that add up to make that experience. Because if you're 14 years old, obviously, when your kid's any age, we've talked about, it's almost scary when they reach the age of like having total understanding of what's going on with them. If you're 14 years old getting told that you have leukemia, you are well aware what that means. And for Jacob, you just it's having a place like Sanford Children's Hospital that you're able to keep that mood up. And even for Jacob, still getting to feel like a kid, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what makes the difference between that sterile vibe that you have in your mind when you think of a hospital and a children's hospital is that fun factor. Mm-hmm. So with the fun factor and life-saving equipment, that's all part of Cares for Kids. You're part of all of that when you call 701-478-KIDS, and your donation means a lot right now because it's getting matched to the match again, a triple match with Corwin Automotive Group and Zerberg Architects going on until about 10 o'clock this morning. They will triple anything that's coming in at 478-KIDS.
Well, we talked about this too, where now as long as you do this in the time frame, like let's say you are kind of busy right now, maybe you're just pulling up somewhere, you don't really have time. If you at least text that keyword KIDS to short code 35270 in this, however minutes we got left here, if you do it now, you can finish that up in, as long as you probably do it in like in the next 15, 20 minutes, but then you can get to where you need to be, whatever, and then go donate online, and it will get triple matched as long as you get that keyword in this time frame, which again is KIDS, and you text that to 35270.
Yeah, really, when it comes to the text right now during something like a triple match, they're really just looking to see that you've texted that code in that time. So you text KIDS to 35270. You just get that in relatively soon. You'll be good to go. If you aren't busy right now, just make that commitment by texting KIDS to 35270. It is a triple match, and if you've yet to call and make that donation, maybe it'll be the story of Ava that does it for you.
She's a pure miracle.
Yeah. Our little miracle would not be alive without the donations that people make to, the Children's Miracle Network in Sanford.
You're literally providing a miracle.
Yeah.
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me that I call my own.
I was on bed rest in the hospital for 2 days prior. They were monitoring her heartbeats. They came in and did an ultrasound and realized at that time her heartbeat was struggling. They rushed us down to emergency surgery, and she was born, at 2:14 p.m.
15 ounces.
Yeah, right under a pound, and she was only 10 2/3 inches, so just fit in the palm of your hand.
In the palm of the hand of the OB.
We had known there was a potential she'd come early. Of course, we just had never assumed it would be that early. And so our OB had said at a 23-week gestation, it was really 50-50, the flip of a coin. Baby will either survive or won't.
It's just the unknown.
It was quite scary.
Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake.
On day 2 of life, so she was born May 2nd, May 3rd, they talked to you about end-of-life options. That's difficult.
A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
You, of course, always hope the best.
The reality was always in the back of our minds.
But you just have to be positive.
Between faith and the talented people there and the comfort that they provided, carried us through.
Yeah.
And our family, friends.
The community, we had a wonderful support system, which definitely got us through those times that were hard.
Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day.
Without Sanford and all the amazing people, she wouldn't even be here. They really, truly have, to this day, become family to us. And they were there for us through the times of sadness and the times of joy, through the whole 202 days right by our side, and it was incredible. Here we get to go home with our miracle, and she was going home healthy. She was going home strong, something we weren't sure if that would ever be possible. I just hope she pays it forward and spread love and joy to others as it's been spread to us.
I just have the same wish I have for all my kids, and that's just to be happy. She's a pure miracle.
For the world we're gonna make.
She's just going to propel forward in such a great way because she has just moved mountains already in her short time here on Earth.
Story of Ava, otherwise known as a diva, a fighter, a rock star. Cares for Kids Radiothon, Y94. Minutes left of our triple match opportunity with Corwin and Zerberg Architects. Basically, if you call like within the next 4 or 5 minutes, we get your donation triple match thanks to those sponsors.
202 days. 202 days. I'm terrible with math, so I have no idea how many months that is. But you're close to what, a third of the year, 2/3 of the year at that point.
Hey Siri.
Yeah.
How many months is 232?
202.
Oh, hey, hang on. Hey Siri. How many months is 202 days?
202 days is 6.64 months.
There you go.
A year. Half a year.
A good long while.
Man, it's a while that we sweated, but when you're born at what, 1 pound 3 ounces?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was tiny. She was a tiny, tiny little thing.
Triple match going on right now for that. Do it for the 3 ounces. Triple match for the 3 ounces that
There
she
you
got
go.
on top of that pound. And thanks to Corwin Automotive Group and Zerberg Architects, by the way, who are tripling up for what, the next couple of minutes here?
We can maybe do 3 more minutes, and then they're going to pull it, so we really don't want to leave any money on the table. When you have places like Zerberg and Corwin saying, we will triple match anything that comes in right now, let's go ahead and take full advantage for the kids. Your donation, while it would still be that $20 a month, basically becomes $60, but it's no more to you, thanks to Corwin and Zerberg, but you have to call between now and 10 o'clock. And we want to get as much as we can out of these guys. So this would be the time to make your donation at 701-478-KIDS.
And there's 41 kids just like Ava right now that are at Sanford Children's Hospital. And some of them, they may have been there for 200 days. Maybe they've been there longer than that. Man, they're not going anywhere this weekend either. And that's why we do this, is for all those little things that give them the break that they need. And if you've ever been to the Children's Hospital, even just to see it, you get to see how special that place is. And really, like we talked about, the moment you walk in, there's that great screen there that's it just sets the tone for that entire place. It's not that gloomy gray when you think of a hospital like you were talking about. It has that feel because of things like this Radiothon.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if I just try to think about my experiences in a hospital, I didn't grow up around here. There wasn't a particularly nice children's hospital. It was just that dingy, smells like bleach if you're lucky, just kind of gross and sterile, and all the walls are just white. And that is not the vibe you're going to get at Sanford Children's. Is whimsical the right word, maybe?
I love that word for it.
It's
very whimsical.
And you're part of that, and, of course, the life-saving equipment. When you call 701-478-KIDS, you text KIDS to 35270, and 2 minutes remaining of that triple match. Just 2 minutes.
We brought this up, too. If you are maybe pulling up somewhere right now, you just don't have the time to make that phone call. What you can still do in the next 2 minutes here is text the keyword KIDS to short code 35270, and as long as you get that text in this time, you are able to, get to where you're going, and then probably gives you 20 minutes or so to go online and make that donation, and it'll still get tripled by Corwin Automotive Group and Zerberg Architects.
Yeah, if you're like, oh my God, I want to do this, but I don't know if I can make that phone call in the next 60 seconds. You text KIDS to 35270. You're locked in for that triple match. Zerberg Associates, our architects, and Corwin Automotive Group doing that right now for like the next 60 seconds. We have 1 minute left of this triple.
Hey, huge thanks, too, to everyone out there in the Bremer phone bank, by the way. You won't be waiting if you're trying to make a phone call right now. It's been great to see how many people have shown up this year and come out to help run that phone bank, and appreciate everyone out there, too.
Yeah, okay, the triple match, just minutes, 30 seconds. 30 seconds left to get your triple match in. Here's the thing you do, text KIDS. Text KIDS right now. That is the quickest way to get advantage of that triple. Just text KIDS to 35270. Even if you can't get on the phone in the next 30 seconds, it gets you locked in. KIDS to 35270.
We even made the number short. It's just a little. You don't got to put in a whole phone number. You just 35270. That keyword is KIDS. And yeah, why not triple up?
There you go, kids, 35270, and that's the triple match, ladies and gentlemen. In minutes here, we're going to chat with Amy Fugelstad about her daughter, Lily, on the Cares for Kids Radiothon. It's Y94.
Hi, buddy. Here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals strong.
Nice job. Push toe, push toe, push toe. Big step. Big step. Mama, tell it, Mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support. Children's Miracle Network Hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was some problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just... I hope you know that I tried. Oh, baby, I hope you know I love my time. Oh. I don't wanna sacrifice. I don't wanna try. I don't wanna sacrifice. But I love my time.
All right, Y94 Cares for Kids Radiothon, 701-478-KIDS, 5437. And we are chatting on the phone. We got Amy. Is it Fugelstad? Is that how you say your last name, Amy?
That's perfect.
We were talking about how just delightfully Midwestern your last name is, Fugelstad.
Absolutely.
Well, we really appreciate you being on, and we were hoping you could tell us a little bit about your family, but especially Lily's experience with Sanford Children's Hospital, if you could.
Absolutely. Our surgery, being in the hospital with all these amazing children and staff and nurses, and it's like, we're lucky. Lily's here for something that, yes, it was a necessary surgery, but oral surgery. She had her jaw broken and reconstructed because she was born without she just never had a bite. The two plates never came together kind of thing. And so we've known for 6, 7, 8 years, once her growing was done, she would need this surgery. But everything about the experience was awesome. The hospital, the care was amazing. The surgeon was amazing. It was a great experience.
Well, Amy, that's the thing too with this. You were saying, this isn't. I think when we think the Children's Hospital, a lot of times we think about these long, kids that are dealing with incredible illnesses or accidents or things. But you knew this was coming, and that's what the Children's Hospital does every single day. There's plenty of kids at the Children's Hospital that are coming in, not obviously for easy things, but those everyday things like Lily went through, that you knew this was coming. But it was probably great for her to have that whole atmosphere at Sanford Children's Hospital.
It was. Actually, so she had jaw surgery. She couldn't really talk. She couldn't open her mouth, whatever. But she loves music. She loves theater. It's her passion. And she's talked about being a music therapist, and she's never experienced it, right? But I ran into Hillary, who she's amazing. She does such great work for Sanford. Mm-hmm. And they said, well, yeah, we have a music therapist. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's not like Lily can open her mouth and sing right now, but she's really interested in that field. And so the music therapist came in and spent some time with us, and it was just amazing. Yes, she sang for Lily and talked about, what it takes in that career path, which was really an awesome experience on top of the great care she received.
It's crazy to me, and maybe it shouldn't be because it is just such amazing stuff that happens at the hospital, but it seems like so many of these kids that are affected by the Children's Hospital and have some sort of treatments there, so many of them are interested in it and then pursue that field of work someday.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome, isn't it?
It says something about what great experience it must be and how much they do appreciate and look up to those staff members, that is the case.
Yeah, absolutely. And the nursing staff, the facility staff, everybody was so amazing. So, yeah, we had a great experience, really.
So, Amy, was this the first time that you had been up to the new Children's Hospital?
Yes, to the Children's Hospital, yes. And I was just blown away. It was amazing. I actually had stayed with my elderly mother at the hospital for the better part of a month. So I know the hospital, but I'd never experienced the Children's Hospital. And it was, I'm just blown away. It's such an awesome place. Yeah.
So you almost feel like the elevator opens in the wrong building. Like, whoa.
Yeah. It's exceptional. Absolutely.
Well, I do think there's probably something that we need to point out, too, because we talk about Sanford Children's Hospital, and everybody has their own visual of what they're perceiving a patient to be there. And maybe some people are thinking like the little itty-bitty premature babies, or they're thinking of, these 5, 7, 10-year-olds that are battling cancer. I mean, Lily, 17 years old.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing where it's like, this is, I kind of felt like walking around. I'm like, wow, there were all kinds of patients. I mean, it's not like you see many people, but just like, wow, there are people here that are here for months at a time, weeks at a time. Again, the cancer situations. And obviously I felt thankful that Lily was there for the reason she was there for. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there are kids that need other procedures and, just accommodating to every need and really just top-notch everything.
Amy, now that you've experienced the Children's Hospital, what would you tell someone that was thinking about donating? Maybe someone that has never been up to the Children's Hospital, never seen it, never knows what's going on. What would you tell someone that's thinking about calling and donating to the Radiothon?
Oh, well, it's an absolutely a great way to spend some of your hard-earned money. If you want to donate it to any cause, the Children's Hospital is just such a great recipient of those funds. The things they do are amazing. So I'd highly recommend donating to the Children's Hospital.
Well, Amy, we can't thank you enough for taking the time to chat with us this morning. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for the time.
All right, you take care.
All right, bye.
Bye. It is the Cares for Kids Radiothon, 194-701-470-KIDS to make your Cares for Kids donation. And you can also just text KIDS to 35270. Many more stories on the way, including we're going to chat with Deb Hansen, who is the Pediatric Trauma Coordinator over at Sanford Children's Hospital on the way.
Cares for Kids
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people. And his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed There was some problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with clostotomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler wants to go to college. He wants to drive a car. I think the biggest challenge for the two of us has been making sure that Tyler is content, that Tyler is fulfilled in his life, and making sure he's happy. We try to make sure that every other aspect of his life is totally incredible.
Right, we try to make sure he has a normal life.
Sanford Children's mean a lot to our family. They are with us every week. We're either talking to a nurse, or we're talking to a doctor, or we're going to therapy. They have been a part of our life. When we received Tyler's diagnosis, we were extremely relieved to have a name to what his disorder was. We also felt relief also that Sanford had provided all of the care that Tyler needed. When we got the official diagnosis, it told us, okay, Tyler needs this kind of therapy, speech therapy, occupational, PT, and Sanford had already been providing all of that for 4 years. So even though we didn't have an exact diagnosis, Sanford was still on top of what had to be done. Having Sanford with us since birth until now has been incredible. The first part of the journey was when he, of course, was really, really small, and going up to the game room, having Child Life come in, talk to us, explain stuff to Tyler, and to have the atmosphere where it made Tyler feel at home was a huge part of it, because he spent so many hours and so many days there. I can't praise them enough for everything that they do for us. I think the future for Tyler holds a lot of exciting things. He is excited to eventually move out, maybe a part-time job and a good living situation in a group home. We still have quite a few years before we go down that road. So right now we're just concentrating in the immediate future on working on some more life skills, some more reading skills. My hope and dreams for Tyler is for him just to be happy.
Have a normal
To find whatever passion he has in life, if it's drawing, if it's making short little videos on his phone, if it's collecting and selling toys, just to lead his best life, have fun, and keep that positive spirit about him is something I hope he never loses. He really is just kind of the heart of the entire family. He makes everybody incredibly happy, and he brings us all together.
With me, he just makes me be the best dad I can be. I mean, he's such a great kid.
He's going to do great things.
Hi, buddy. Here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals strong.
Nice job. Push down, push down, push down. Big step. Big step. My tall it, mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support.
All ready to go.
Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with child life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungel. They are really nice and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky. And because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems like digestive issues as well. There's no cure for it. I had no idea that Mackenzie had cystic fibrosis. I was actually thrown off pretty good about it because she seemed pretty healthy as a baby. So managing Mackenzie's cystic fibrosis has been really hard. It's always making sure she does her vesting, her nebulizers. She's very rushed in the morning for school because she has to do that first. Even when she's tired at night, she still has to do that first as well. She can't just go crawl off into bed.
Hi, this is me doing my best and nebulizer. I have to take it every 2 times a day, every single day, because it helps loosen up the mucus in my lungs.
Mackenzie has a lot of medicines. We go to the pharmacy quite frequently. They know us well. When she's having a hard day, she would get the headaches. She would be bound to the couch. She would have no energy. She would have low oxygen, and she had turned purple before. So in those circumstances where me and Mackenzie need to just get up and go to the hospital, we have just left and called from the road because our doctors have always gotten us in right away. Sanford is 2 hours away from home, but it's close enough and always worth the trip to bring Mackenzie here. I've learned to trust them with her life, literally. When I don't feel secure enough at home with Mackenzie, Sanford definitely is home. Like, it's one place where I know that we'll be okay. Mackenzie's been doing great since she's been on Trikafta. Her oxygen is back up. She's gaining weight, which she wasn't able to do for about a year now. Mackenzie also has color in her face again. She doesn't look sick and she doesn't act sick anymore. And the best thing that I've seen from it is she's got her energy, she looks like a kid, and she's not coughing anymore. Cystic fibrosis has been a growing and learning journey because it's always something new, something different. But my biggest fear is just the progression of it. So now, especially with Trikafta slowing that down, it's been a monumental relief. My hopes and dreams for Mackenzie right now is to get to live like a kid and not have to sit on a couch and feel groggy and be behind her peers. I'm just hoping that she gets to do what she wants.
Thanks for helping kids like me.
Thank you.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was some problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with colostomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler wants to go to college. He wants to drive a car. I think the biggest challenge for the two of us has been making sure that Tyler is content, that Tyler is fulfilled in his life, and making sure he's happy. We try to make sure that every other aspect of his life is totally incredible.
Right, we try to make sure he has a normal life.
Sanford Children's mean a lot to our family. They are with us every week. We're either talking to a nurse, or we're talking to a doctor, or we're going to therapy. They have been a part of our life. When we received Tyler's diagnosis, we were extremely relieved to have a name to what his disorder was. We also felt relief also that Sanford had provided all of the care that Tyler needed. When we got the official diagnosis, it told us, okay, Tyler needs this kind of therapy, speech therapy, occupational, PT, and Sanford had already been providing all of that for 4 years. So even though we didn't have an exact diagnosis, Sanford was still on top of what had to be done. Having Sanford with us since birth until now has been incredible. The first part of the journey was when he, of course, was really, really small, and going up to the game room, having Child Life come in, talk to us, explain stuff to Tyler, and to have the atmosphere where it made Tyler feel at home was a huge part of it, because he spent so many hours and so many days there. I can't praise them enough for everything that they do for us. I think the future for Tyler holds a lot of exciting things. He is excited to eventually move out, maybe a part-time job and a good living situation in a group home. We still have quite a few years before we go down that road. So right now we're just concentrating in the immediate future on working on some more life skills, some more reading skills. My hope and dreams for Tyler is for him just to be happy,
Have a normal life.
to find whatever passion he has in life, if it's drawing, if it's making short little videos on his phone, if it's collecting and selling toys, just to lead his best life, have fun, and keep that positive spirit about him is something I hope he never loses. He really is just kind of the heart of the entire family. He makes everybody incredibly happy, and he brings us all together.
With me, he just makes me be the best dad I can be. I mean, he's such a great kid.
He's going to do great things.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a...
Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you so much for coming. Can you tell us a little bit about your role at Sanford Children's Hospital, what you do, and how Radiothon dollars could help you?
Okay, I certainly will. So we have a very robust pediatric trauma program at our hospital. Anybody in trauma care wants to be verified by the American College of Surgeons, of which we are. We've been verified now for 8 years. And we just went through another review at the American College of Surgeons this past April. It's a very stringent process, but we came through with flying colors. And a lot of it has to do with the quality of our care, the outcome of our pediatric trauma patients, which is directly related to all the equipment, the nursing education, EMS education that comes out of the Radiothon dollars.
Well, and Deb, I mean, how important is it to have all of that, and then the facility and all the training and stuff you have? Because it sounds like you guys are just getting more and more. The cases are increasing.
They are very much increasing. In fact, our pediatric trauma and adult trauma numbers have gone up exponentially the last 3 years, COVID related or not. Some people say that COVID has brought out some extracurricular behaviors in people, which also relates to children. Like people inappropriately restraining their children in a motor vehicle accident or letting them out on autopilot on the terrible ATV. I mean, a lot of it has to do with those behaviors, but also injury prevention rollout. And a lot of our programs, including Child Life, which you've probably heard about today, is exponential in helping these kids through a trauma event, but also injury prevention. And all of those dollars come out of the Children's Miracle Network.
You brought some guests here, too, with you today, Deb.
Oh, I sure did. I have a couple of my friends with. So I know you can't see them, but I'm going to describe them.
Well, that's not entirely accurate, Deb. If people really want to see them, here's exactly how. So if you want to see her friends, as we just called them, you go on to y94.com and you go onto the Cares for Kids page, and we do have a live video stream going right now. And you will see them. There you are. See, there you are on the video.
There I am. Okay.
And so you can see the friends fairly easily. There they are.
Okay. All right.
Deb's positioning.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to strategically
Oh, it's
get...
delayed. Ha!
Oh, it is. Okay, well, okay.
A slight delay, yeah.
Front and center is my little friend Debbie. So this is actually a real normal doll. I did have some medical therapy dolls that they took away from me because I didn't quite take care of them. But she's the perfect size for a child that might have a neck injury. And so one of our very instrumental applications of equipment is a child that presents to the emergency room or an outside hospital that might have a potential neck injury. This is instrumental in protecting that child's neck and preventing further damage or further injuries. So Debbie goes along with me on outreach education. We go out and we do EMS education. We go out to critical access hospitals and try to promote that immediate care of pediatric trauma patients. Now,
Deb, I got to say something just real quickly, and this has very little to do with the services you offer. It's not going to raise a cent, but can I just point out that your name is Deb and you named your little doll Debbie?
well, guess who named her? Miss Hillary.
Was it Hillary
Who was
that
coming
did
down
it?
because she and I went on outreach a few years ago, and she named her Debbie, and we actually put her in the front seat of the rental car and put a chest strap on her just to see what people would do. Like they'd come up to stoplights and they go, "That baby's in a seatbelt instead of a car seat." No, that's
Okay. So you didn't name it after yourself.
Miss Hillary.
Okay, I thought that was just interesting. I thought it was
It would
fascinating.
be interesting, but it's Hillary's doing.
So what is the purpose of this? What benefit does Debbie do, would you say? Little Debbie.
Well, so actually we use her for hands-on training.
Mhm.
So these collars have a specific fit. And as you know, children come in all sizes and weights. There are 5 different collars for the younger. And we actually created tiny little collars for neonates, size 0 and 00, because in fact, those children can have injuries too. So we do training. So you have to know how to put this on properly. You have to know how to hold the C-spine manually. We do all kinds of education to that. So
Is it safe to assume the male doll there is Mr. Debbie? Is that
no, his name's Timmy, and actually he is actually an actual medical mannequin.
Okay.
And he was very expensive. And so we can do lots of different things. We actually do simulation training with him. He can breathe, he can cough, he can close his eyes, his pupils dilate. So we hook him up to, when we do simulation training for staff, whether it's in the ER, the OR, or PICU, we hook them up to the monitor, and we have staff specifically trained for that. We give them a scenario. Like one of my favorites is, here's little Timmy. He's on his bicycle. He gets hit by a car. He's laying on the street. And then we take him through the entire care scenario up to peds and peds ICU. What do you do? And it has to be all size and age appropriate, which is the particular, one of the big details for children. It has to be all done appropriately.
Deb, so you were saying too, you do this with outreach as well. So you're taking these other, not just at Sanford, you're taking and you're getting out so that you're almost using, these things to impact even further than just this children's hospital.
Very much so. So we are the only verified pediatric trauma center between Fargo and the West Coast.
Wow.
Fargo and the Minneapolis Metro, Duluth, and then we reached down into South Dakota now. We've actually been getting more patients from eastern Montana. So yes, it very much, and Miracle Network dollars totally support all of this. So, with COVID, we've been doing it more virtually, but we're hoping to roll this out more in person because people learn better in person, right? And so when I go out to Williston, I incorporate Stanley, Tioga, the EMS folks come.
Sure.
We put several sessions on. Miss Hillary goes to the Walmarts and the Sams and does her thing, and I do my peds trauma education in the hospitals and the EMS settings.
Well, we got to ask you the million-dollar question, Deb. We got people listening to this thing, and maybe they've been touched emotionally. Maybe they got a chuckle when we're not taking things seriously because we're us. Either way, they've been enjoying the Radiothon. Why should they pick up the phone and make that donation?
They absolutely should. We have so many injured children in our outreach area. We service a large area, and there's many, many children that get injured every year, many, many mechanisms of injury, and they deserve top-notch care and top-notch outcomes. And that is all supported by the Children's Miracle Network.
Deb, we hear it a lot, too, where people talk about just the staff at the Children's Hospital, yourself included. Could you imagine yourself doing anything else?
I cannot. I honestly, children's hospitals and children's staff are unique and specific to children. And I, over my 45 years of being a nurse, I firmly believe you're either a kid's nurse or you're not. And if your passion's there, it shows, and it really comes through with family-centered care and our outcomes.
I think you should call him Mr. Debbie. You should consider it.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
Well, Deb, we really appreciate it. You and your friends coming in today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. It is the Cares for Kids Radiothon. The phone number is 701-478-KIDS. That is how you can become part of a 22-year-long story here at the Cares for Kids Radiothon and become part of the miracle. 701-478-KIDS or text KIDS to 35270.
You're listening.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungl. They are really nice and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky. And because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems like digestive issues as well. There's no cure for it. I had no idea that Mackenzie had cystic fibrosis. I was actually thrown off pretty good about it because she seemed pretty healthy as a baby. So managing Mackenzie's cystic fibrosis has been really hard. It's always making sure she does her vesting, her nebulizers. She's very rushed in the morning for school because she has to do that first. Even when she's tired at night, she still has to do that first as well. She can't just go crawl off into bed.
Hi, this is me doing my vest and nebulizer. I have to take it every 2 times a day, every single day, because it helps loosen up the mucus in my lungs.
Mackenzie has a lot of medicines. We go to the pharmacy quite frequently. They know us well. When she's having a hard day, she would get the headaches. She would be bound to the couch. She would have no energy. She would have low oxygen, and she had turned purple before. So in those circumstances where me and Mackenzie need to just get up and go to the hospital, we have just left and called from the road because our doctors have always gotten us in right away. Sanford is 2 hours away from home, but it's close enough and always worth the trip to bring Mackenzie here. I've learned to trust them with her life, literally. When I don't feel secure enough at home with Mackenzie, Sanford definitely is home. Like, it's one place where I know that we'll be okay. Mackenzie's been doing great since she's been on Trikafta. Her oxygen is back up. She's gaining weight, which she wasn't able to do for about a year now. Mackenzie also has color in her face again. She doesn't look sick and she doesn't act sick anymore. And the best thing that I've seen from it is she's got her energy. She looks like a kid and she's not coughing anymore. Cystic fibrosis has been a growing and learning journey because it's always something new, something different. But my biggest fear is just the progression of it. So now, especially with Trikafta slowing that down, it's been a monumental relief. My hopes and dreams for Mackenzie right now is to get to live like a kid and not have to sit on a couch and feel groggy and be behind her peers. I'm just hoping that she gets to do what she wants.
Thanks for helping kids like me.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with clostotomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell that there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler
Cares for Kids Radiothon, 194-701-478-KIDS. You can text KIDS to 35270 to become part of a 22-year-long story, 701-478-KIDS. And what our hope is between now and 6 o'clock tonight, Matt, we will have a record-breaking year, wouldn't we?
I think it's the only way to head into a weekend. And, the Bremer Phone Bank is staffed right now, too. A lot of people coming over on their lunch break. They will help out. So now probably a good time, too, is you getting ready to head to lunch if you want to make that phone call, probably with no wait. Plenty of people here volunteering right now.
Now, the idea with the Cares for Kids Radiothon is that we share with you these inspirational stories, and you then feel compelled to become part of that story. And maybe it'll be this story that does it for you. This is a very memorable story of Tyler.
Tyler's Stanford children's story starts at the beginning. Shortly after Tyler was born, Tyler was sent to the NICU.
You feel like a candle in a hurricane, just like a picture with a broken frame.
Soto's is a rare genetic disorder. Tyler had very large features. His hands, feet, head were huge. The biggest thing with Soto syndrome that affects Tyler is the intellectual disability and developmental delays. We know that Tyler will not likely get married. He will not be able to have children of his own, go on to college.
You get mad, you get strong, wipe your hair, shake it off, then you stand.
It's very hard watching your child struggle. This disorder has affected every family member. I also had to quit my full-time job.
I just take it day by day, and that's all you can do. My biggest fear for Tyler, I guess, is just that, he won't be accepted problems that I can't fix.
I want him just to lead the best life he can. What has given me the strength through all of this has been Tyler. This is his life, and he accepts it.
When push comes to shove, you taste what you're made of. You might bend till you break, 'cause it's all you can take. On your knees, you look up, decide you've had enough. You get mad, you get strong, wipe your hair, shake it off, then you stand. Yeah.
Having a special needs child can be very overwhelming. And having Stanford with us for the last 15 years, every step of the way has been incredible. I really cannot thank Stanford enough.
I want him to grow up never thinking of this, but I'm hoping that, he'll lead the best life he can.
My hope and dream for Tyler in the future is to continue what he's doing now. Continue living his best life, finding the passion in his life, and excelling at it. Even with Medicaid and private insurance, many families are still affected by huge medical bills. The donations made during these radiothons go a long way to helping families.
It is Cares for Kids Radiothon, Y94, and Tyler is a perfect example of a reason to call 701-478-KIDS, because when you are part of the Children's Miracle Network, you're part of stories like that, our 2020 champion from a couple of years ago.
Well, and too, you hear Tyler's parents talk about it, especially his dad. I remember catching that part and you hear this from parents, and that anytime I hear it, it just like wrenches at my heart a little bit, which is, as a parent, you realize there's nothing you can do. It's out of your hands. It's out of your power. And you're handing it over to these people, honestly, you probably just met at a children's hospital. But that's the beauty of the Stanford Children's Hospital and the feel that it has there and the people that are there. You probably feel pretty confident in putting your trust in those people.
Well, it's pretty wild when you hear some of these kids that they spend so much of their childhood there that's essentially where they grew up, right? I mean, it's a fairly common thing. We love to say to people, where are you from? Where'd you grow up? And you say, oh, DL, Frazee, Grand Forks, Minneapolis. Oh, I actually just moved here for blah, blah, blah. I mean, Stanford Children's could more or less be the answer for kids like Tyler because he spent so much of his childhood there.
Well, we had Jacob in this morning, and at that point, they were coming from the Frazee. But also, too, we talk about how it's a huge part of their life. Jacob made it his career. He's literally a nurse there now. Yeah, I mean, full circle from patient to nurse is crazy.
which you would think you spend your childhood there, right? You want to keep going. You want to spend your adult life there too. But he does want to because he's able to give back in that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you don't got to go the whole career path like Jacob did. You can just grab the phone 701-478-KIDS. I know we're off to a pretty good start here today, but it's definitely, we got a ways to go to reach that goal, and we're going to need your help. And this is a great time to do it. It's that lull in the afternoon, kind of before lunch breaks. It's what it is. Right? 10 to 11:30, there's that lull, but you can help, and it's easy to grab that phone right now, and there's definitely zero wait for you at the Riverbank Phone Bank as well. It's wide open.
Well, we definitely want to keep sharing these stories with you to inspire you to make that phone conversation. Now we'd like to share the story of Rory.
Rory, he is a good baby.
After he was born, he wasn't crying like your typical newborn. He wasn't responsive. We didn't have the typical skin-on-skin contact after delivery or the typical crying that you hear. So there was kind of a flood of nurses and the pediatricians coming in to try and get him stabilized. It was a pretty helpless feeling not being able to go and comfort him or know what was going on.
I guess the first thought I just had was, the worst worry of, what if he dies? It was just hard, because I had to keep everything together. So our first Thanksgiving was actually spent at the hospital.
I was impressed pretty much from the moment I walked on the unit with the doctors and the nurse practitioners, along with the nurses who really are the soldiers on the ground for our baby.
The doctors there were A+. We wouldn't want it to be anywhere else.
Without the full body cooling that Rory had, we don't know where he would be developmentally. Saved not only his life, but a lot of the problems that he likely would have faced. With that technology being funded by this, I am so appreciative of anybody who contributed to that, because we're talking about lifelong deficits and possible death that was prevented by using that technology. It is as serious as life and death, but it's also about a lifelong of obstacles that were pretty much squashed because of people who have contributed.
It allows for kids like Rory to meet milestones and to make it like a normal child who had a normal birth.
Absolutely life-changing. He's excellent. He really is looking like your typical 9-week-old, so he is right on track. He really is one of the success stories.
We're just thankful for everything that they did for us.
Well, the Sanford Children's Hospital performs miracles every day, and that NICU team is no exception. So many stories coming from the Sanford Children's NICU and that whole body cooling therapy. By the way, you're part of that with your Radiothon dollars.
Yeah, you hear it a lot with certain equipment that they'll bring up, and that's one they always bring up as part of what this Radiothon helps support. And yeah, Rory's spending, 8 days in the NICU? And, right now there's 70 families up there, 41 of which are kids in the NICU right now. 41 kids, and we have brought this up a few times. There's 41 kids in there, and we're pretty sure there's only like 40 beds, so somehow they're even getting in more than they can. They're taking in as many kids as they can take from, as far as we talked about, in Rory's case, Thief River Falls.
Yeah, this is the region's hospital. If you're from the surrounding area and your child needs medical attention, they're coming to Sanford Children's Hospital in Fargo, North Dakota. Absolutely 100%. That's where they're headed. And so many of your Radiothon dollars are part of these programs, whether it is the Cool Cap or, in this case, the whole body cooling. That is funded by this. Those Children's Miracle Network, the Radiothon's Cares for Kids dollars. So if you're like, you know what, it's so fun when you say that you got Cully's Cabin, this, that, or the other, but I want to be saving lives. Your money goes to that kind of stuff.
Oh, exactly, and that's a great point. We love to see the fun stuff. You love to see the game rooms and the toys, and but even the equipment that they're able to just have through this fundraiser that maybe is the coolest lighty up thing you've ever seen. But like you said, saving lives more importantly.
Now, we have plenty of stories on the way of the Cares for Kids Radiothon, but we would love to hear those phones ringing. That's more beautiful than any song we can put on for you. It's 701-478-KIDS 5437. And do not forget, all of these stories are available for you online on the Cares for Kids page at Y94.com. A little bit before 11 o'clock, Benson Boone, Ghost Town, Y94 Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Rain is great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she had ended up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Morris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that's due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no, that we can tell, side effects from the chemo come up yet. My hopes and dreams for Raina, one that would be, that I would love to see, is if she could become a great piano player. She's got big hands, long fingers. I noticed that right away when she was born, that she seemed to have those perfect hands for playing the piano. The care Raina received at Sanford Children's was phenomenal. Having care close to home is one of the best things you can possibly hope for. Words can't express how thankful we are. I mean, you can say thank you all you want, but it doesn't even...
Fargo-Moorhead. You're not alone, and if you need help and if you are struggling, like, just reach out, because people will help you. Like, you don't have to do it alone, which is something that I've struggled with accepting, but I'm slowly learning to, like, just to ask for help when you need help.
Never been one to ask for help. If I need a mountain moved, I'm moving myself.
When I was pregnant, I had to be on like close monitoring. So we picked a day when she was going to be born because it just wasn't like a normal pregnancy. She wasn't breathing when she was first born, so they had to get her breathing. She was very small. She fit in like my hand. She was immediately transported to Fargo. She had a bunch of therapies because she was behind with everything, like developmentally. She couldn't gain weight. She had severe like refluxing issues and stopped breathing. And we were in the middle of feeding clinic because that's how she was learning how to eat in feeding clinic, and they check her every morning. And we started noticing like a small growth. The doctor looked at it. They did an ultrasound on it, and the results came back that it was cancer. That's when we started our new journey of her chemotherapy treatments.
For someone to love me like you do. Graceful eyes to see me through.
She's very strong-willed, spunky, sassy. And I think that's kind of what's gotten her through all this, too. She's just so strong. Leah helps me through all this. Like, if she can tell, like, when I'm struggling, she will, like, grab me and, like, hug me, actually, and, like, hold me. She knows when I'm struggling, and she, like, helps me through it. So we're, like, each other's rocks.
Kept my faith.
changed a lot. I don't take a lot of things for granted anymore. Like, we live every day as happy and as full as we can, just because honestly, we don't know. I just hope that she just can spend a month not at a hospital. Like, I just want her to just experience being a normal child. The staff and everyone there is so genuine. It's something that they truly, truly want to do. And Sanford, when they're helping us, they truly are like fully invested in what I'm saying and what I'm concerned about. And that just means the world. I've just learned through all this that you're not alone in any type of fight that you're going through. Like, strangers have reached out and say they're here if we need anything. Like, you're not alone, and if you need help and if you are struggling, like, just reach out because people will help you. Like, our town's 500 people and she's very loved there, that's for sure.
It is the Cares Kids Radiothon, Y94, the #1 hit music station. And you hear Mom Danielle talking there about the importance of Sanford Children's Hospital and what it has meant for their family. And, I mean, everything that happened there is such a beautiful mystery as to how it played out, is how Mom put it. And, I mean, it did. But you know what's part of that? Sanford Children's Hospital. They're making miracles happen on the regular at Sanford.
And too, I mean, obviously, this isn't like any sort of brain shocker here. But there's all sorts of different cancers. Imagine, I can't even pronounce rhabdomyosarcoma.
You know,
how
lucky are you that you can't pronounce it, though?
Right.
How lucky are you that if you hear that word, you're like, what is that word? That's so fortunate, though.
I could hear them say it, and I wouldn't be able to probably say it back correctly. Nevertheless, be able to treat it either, right? Be able to, at Sanford Children's Hospital, it's stage 4 of all things. And I can't pronounce it, but it's a type of cancer. It starts with R. And if you can't pronounce it, I assume it's worse.
I find that when it comes to medical stuff, yes, if I can't say what it is, that means it's real bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
701-478-KIDS, 701-478-5437. Maybe getting ready to take off for lunch here, right? 11 o'clock, maybe getting ready a half hour or so to get out of the office, go head into lunch. Why not before lunch break? Just get it done now.
There are not a lot of people that can say that over the course of their lunch break or getting up for lunch break, they were part of a miracle. And you truly are with Sanford Children's Hospital. I mean, if you take anything away from the Cares Kids Radiothon, is that there are stories after stories after stories of kids that should not be doing as well as they are, but they are because we have this fantastic children's hospital 10 minutes away from most of our homes.
You know, and we had Deb in here a little earlier about a half hour ago. Deb stopped out. And you hear a ton about just, again, the staff at Sanford Children's Hospital. And I think she put it best. Like, you find out pretty quick if you're going to be a child nurse or care for children. You're going to know. You're going to find out real fast when you're up there, and you can just see the dedication that all these people have from the person you probably meet from the moment you get off on the Sanford Children's floor to the doctors and nurses. You just see that level of care, and I'm not talking about the physical care. I mean, like, they mentally, emotionally, they care so much.
It does. It truly takes, and it seems so trivial to say because I feel like it's a common way of thinking that gets thrown away on things that doesn't necessarily make sense. But it truly takes a special kind of person.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a lifestyle. Like, there are things that are just jobs that you go to and you just pay the bills, and then there are lifestyles, and I mean they live being children's nurses and doctors.
Well, that's it too. As we're talking about 70 families there right now. I mean, it just. In general, you talk about even being able to turn off work when you leave work. Like, leave work at work and go home. I really don't think that applies to anyone working at Sanford Children's Hospital. I don't think you just get to leave it at work and go home. You can probably try, but you probably fail more often than not.
Yeah, but that level of caring, I mean, let's reward that. Let's give them the tools that they deserve to do their job to the utmost. At 701-478-KIDS, 5437, let's give these people that live right here in the same town you do, care about the same kids you do, all the tools, all of them.
Yeah, well, and, you know, Leah's from Fergus Falls, of all things, too. So maybe you're listening in the Fergus Falls area, that Lakes area. Why not? In support of her journey, of her miracle. Grab that phone right now. It's 701-478-KIDS, 5437 is that phone number.
So in the next little while, we are creeping up. We are less than an hour away from the noon power hour. We'd love to get kind of an early start. Sneak you in at 701-478-KIDS or have you text KIDS to 35270. We also have Anna Mitchell coming in, who's a music therapist over at Sanford Children's. Love when she's able to stop by. And we'll chat with the Shirley family about some of the things that played out for them and their daughter, Anna. It's all on the way.
It's a
All right, buddy, here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals strong.
Nice job. Push down, push down, push down. Big step. Big step. My tall it, mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support.
All ready to go.
Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
come on.
Helping local kids.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungel. They are really nice and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia, and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky, and because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems like digestive issues as well. There's no cure for it. I had no idea that Mackenzie had cystic fibrosis. I was actually thrown off pretty good about it because she seemed pretty healthy as a baby. So managing Mackenzie's cystic fibrosis has been really hard. It's always making sure she does her vesting, her nebulizers. She's very rushed in the morning for school because she has to do that first. Even when she's tired at night, she still has to do that first as well. She can't just go crawl off into bed.
Hi, this is me doing my best and nebulizer. I have to take it every 2 times a day, every single day, because it helps loosen up the mucus in my legs.
Mackenzie has a lot of medicines. We go to the pharmacy quite frequently. They know us well. When she's having a hard day, she would get the headaches. She would be bound to the couch. She would have no energy. She would have low oxygen, and she had turned purple before. So in those circumstances where me and Mackenzie need to just get up and go to the hospital, we have just left and called from the road because our doctors have always gotten us in right away. Sanford is 2 hours away from home, but it's close enough and always worth the trip to bring Mackenzie here. I've learned to trust them with her life, literally. When I don't feel secure enough at home with Mackenzie, Sanford definitely is home. Like, it's one place where I know that we'll be okay. Mackenzie's been doing great since she's been on Trikafta. Her oxygen is back up. She's gaining weight, which she wasn't able to do for about a year now. Mackenzie also has color in her face again. She doesn't look sick and she doesn't act sick anymore. And the best thing that I've seen from it is she's got her energy. She looks like a kid and she's not coughing anymore. cystic fibrosis has been a growing and learning journey because it's always something new, something different. But my biggest fear is just the progression of it. So now, especially with Trikafta slowing that down, it's been a monumental relief. My hopes and dreams for Mackenzie right now is to get to live like a kid and not have to sit on a couch and feel groggy and be behind her peers. I'm just hoping that she gets to do what she wants.
Thanks for helping kids like me.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was some problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing. But we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene. And that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion. And Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with colostomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his
877-478-KIDS on the 702 Cares for Kids line. It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon on Y94. Thanks for making miracles happen.
Hi, my name is Taylor. I'm 5 years old. Hi, I go to Hardwood Lakes Elementary School. My favorite food is steak.
Taylor is 5.
Baby blue staring in the window pane, just counting drops of rain.
Last January,
wondering if she's got the guts to take.
Taylor was complaining of an ear infection.
Running down her dreams in a dirty dress. Now her heart
it happened late at night.
Praying she will find a way to
honestly, I think I was numb for a good week.
So keep on climbing, though the
it scared me, but then I knew we are here. We're just going to take it day by day and just do everything we could.
My puppy's name is Murphy. My favorite color is blue. My favorite animal is a dolphin. Call 478-KIDS right now and donate.
So I'm Matt Johnson. I am Taylor Johnson's dad.
Taylor was diagnosed with acute lymphocytic leukemia.
Searching for a sign in the night, even like a lonely string of lights.
Doc was pretty upfront and honest and said your first 6 months is going to be hell. So through that course, she pretty much every week we were up in Fargo for usually at least one infusion of a chemo drug, if not two.
The tough days are just wondering how she's really feeling, if she's hurting and she's just being brave. Taylor's been very strong through all of this.
I'm Taylor. I'm 5 years old. And if you call right now, you're saving my life. 478 kids.
So at Sanford Hospital, it's actually amazing. To give you an idea of the care they provide, Taylor has no fear going up
I think just believing in prayer and everyone else's prayers and that wonderful staff. I mean, the doctors have been amazing. The nurses have been amazing. If you have any question, you call up there and you always get the doctor.
You know, obviously the biggest dream is once Taylor gets through this, that she never has to relive this again. She's a very feisty, spunky 5-year-old, so I'm very curious to see where she takes that down the road.
You should pick up the phone and donate because these people are amazing. And with your donation, they can do so much more. Continue their great work. Help us find a cure because it's out there. We just need time. Your donation could be the one that saves my daughter's life.
What more incentive do you need? 701-478-KIDS, 5437, or text KIDS to 35270. Now, if you need a better example of like what? I mean, if you're a parent, you've had a kid before come up to say, Mom, Dad, I got an earache. And you go, oh, great. Ear infection. Better get you in. Go get those meds. That went a whole different place than a typical ear infection.
What? Probably kids get ear infections a couple times a year, probably at that age. You probably get them a couple times a year, and at the end there, I don't know why. It's just asking for time. Like, you know, hey, we just need a little more time. I can't imagine as a parent where you're just praying for more time.
And we've heard that time and time again with so many of these stories on the Cares Kids Radiothon that a lot of these families aren't even necessarily grateful or begging for a cure or a clean bill of health. It's the time, right? It's just that more time, that next hug, basically.
Well, getting to the next day. I mean, I suppose that's all the further you probably look as a parent. It was one of those 70 families at the Children's Hospital right now. Just get yourself to the next day. Get your kid to the next day, and hopefully those days add up enough where you're ringing a bell, celebrating the end of cancer.
Well, and if you need just a reminder, these stories that we play for you, these aren't farmed in from Nebraska, New York City, San Antonio. They're from Fargo, right? Mm-hmm. These are area children, regional children. These are families, your neighbors, your coworkers, many people that you probably know or have passed in Walmart.
I always find it crazy, even just talking with people, how many, how many family, somebody who has used that children's hospital. Mm-hmm. And maybe it was just for a few days. Maybe you knew they were in there for a few months. But it always blows my mind how many families, I guarantee you know someone that's probably used that children's hospital.
Well, and it's one of those things where some people don't advertise it as quickly as others, right? Yeah. But sometimes you start having that conversation or you share your experience you had or somebody you know's had, and then all of a sudden sometimes you're surprised by it. You're like, how have you never mentioned this? Like, well, I actually, when I was a kid or my nephew or whatever the case might be, and you're like, how do I not know this about you? But everybody, you forget about the 12 degrees to Kevin Bacon. It is the 12 degrees to the Sanford Children's Hospital. I mean, everybody knows somebody that is connected to that.
701-478-KIDS, by the way, that phone number, 478-KIDS. I know we're getting close to lunch. Why not before you leave, before you walk out, head to lunch. Why not go into it with a great feeling? And know, too, that we always talk about once you're done donating, these stories get a lot easier to listen to.
That's very true.
You get the rest of the day to actually listen to these with a smile on the face. Well, not all of them, but a majority you're going to feel a lot better listening to.
Well, I do think what happens is after you've donated, there's that sense of pride where you're like, I was part of that. I'm part of miracles and stories like this moving forward. And if you haven't yet and you're listening, there's that sense of like you feel compelled, like I'm supposed to do something, right? And what you're supposed to do is pick up the phone and call 701-478-KIDS 5437 for the Cares for Kids Radiothon. In minutes, Anna Mitchell going to be joining us, a music therapist over at Sanford Children's Hospital. She's next on the Cares for Kids Radiothon. It's Y94.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon. Do you believe it? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, buddy. Here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals. Strong.
Nice job. Push toe, push toe, push toe. Big step. Big step. My tall it, mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support. Children's Miracle Network Hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with colostomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler wants to go to college. He wants to drive a car. I think the biggest challenge for the two of us has been making sure that Tyler is content, that Tyler is fulfilled in his life, and making sure he's happy. We try to make sure that every other aspect of his life is totally incredible.
Right, we try to make sure he has a normal life.
Sanford Children's mean a lot to our family. They are with us every week. We're either talking to a nurse, or we're talking to a doctor, or we're going to therapy. They have been a part of our life. When we received Tyler's diagnosis, we were extremely relieved to have a name to what his disorder was. We also felt relief also that Sanford had provided all of the care that Tyler needed. When we got the official diagnosis, it told us, okay, Tyler needs this kind of therapy, speech therapy, occupational, PT, and Sanford had already been providing all of that for 4 years. So even though we didn't have an exact diagnosis, Sanford was still on top of what had to be done. Having Sanford with us since birth until now has been incredible. The first part of the journey was when he, of course, was really, really small, and going up to the game room, having Child Life come in, talk to us, explain stuff to Tyler, and to have the atmosphere where it made Tyler feel at home was a huge part of it, because he spent so many hours and so many days there. I can't praise them enough for everything that they do for us. I think the future for Tyler holds a lot of exciting things. He is excited to eventually move out, maybe a part-time job and a good living situation in a group home We still have quite a few years before we go down that road. So right now we're just concentrating in the immediate future on working on some more life skills, some more reading skills.
Numbers indicate that he has leukemia.
I hope the days come easy and the moments pass slow, and each road leads you where you wanna go. And if you're faced with a choice and you have to choose, I hope you choose the one that means the most to you.
Less than 24 hours after Mason went into the doctor here in town, he was in an ambulance and in Fargo to start treatment.
Mason's treatment plan takes about 3.5 years, so he goes through chemo treatment. We still have ups and downs. I mean, it's always a battle every day.
My wish for you is that this life becomes all that you want it to. Your dreams stay big, your worries stay small. You never need to carry more than you can hold. And while you're out there getting where you're getting to, I hope you know somebody loves you and wants the same things too. Yeah, this is my wish.
The staff at Children's, they specialize in this, so they have child life specialists. They know exactly what to say. They work with the kids. They sit and tell jokes while he's having a procedure done.
They try to make him feel at home. They make him feel like it's a very warm place. Get him stuff he needs.
Mason's diagnosis has changed the family, and we don't sweat the small stuff anymore. I think the biggest thing is just Mason doing so well through it. He stays so positive that it's kind of helped all the rest of us. He doesn't act sick. He doesn't ever complain to people that he's sick. He stays positive through all of it.
Family, the friends that we have, there's no shortage of someone saying, if you need anything, please ask us.
My wish for you is that this life becomes all that you want it to. Your dreams stay big, your worries stay small. You never need to carry more than you can hold. And while you're out there getting where you're getting to, I hope you know somebody loves you.
He tells us all the time he wants to play football, and so my hope is that one day he gets to do that.
I just want him to be back to where he can go hang out with his friends. He can go play football again.
Stay strong, keep fighting. My name is Mason Staley, and thank you for being part of my story.
Thanks for listening to the Cares for Kids Radiothon
On Y94. Cares for Kids. To make a 20 by 12 donation, call 478-KIDS. That's 478-5437. Or toll for free at 1-877-478-KIDS on the 702 Cares for Kids line. We need your help. Call now.
To see more pictures and videos, check out y94.com.
I got my peaches out in Georgia. Oh yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded.
11:36, Scares Kids Radiothon, 194, 701-478-KIDS, 5437. You text KIDS to 35270. A lot of people about this time on their lunch hour, and as you're scarfing down a hamburger or sandwich or whatever you're doing, wonderful time to make a miracle happen before you get back to your actual work day.
701-478-KIDS, or maybe you're about to leave for lunch and you're waiting for your actual lunch break to donate. You can save yourself a little time, get that keyword KIDS into 35270. You'll get a link right on your phone. You'll be able to open that bad boy up, and as soon as you get on your break, just be able to knock it out and move on with the weekend.
Well, and there are a lot of ways to access Radiothon goodies if you'd like to. So we have every story podcast at y94.com on the Hear Their Stories tabs on the Cares Kids page. But we also have a lovely live stream that's going on the Cares Kids page at y94.com as well. So you can kind of watch the happenings here in studio, see a lot of the families as they come in.
Well, and I'm excited because I know in a little bit, too, I think I've never actually met the musical therapist, Anna. I've heard her name plenty.
Kind of a celebrity.
I've never actually met her, and I know she's going to be coming in a little bit, which is all the reason to definitely hop on y94.com and check out that live stream, because I think if you're a musical therapist, you bring music, right? You bring guitars and things like that.
I don't know if she'd call it a guitar, but yeah, I think she'll bring something.
Recorder.
Maybe, yeah, might be playing a recorder. That's okay, too. While we wait for Anna, the musical therapist at Sanford Children's, would like to share with you now the story of Evelyn and Anders.
We found out that we were pregnant with twins when we were 21 weeks along. Not only were there twins, but one of them had gastroschisis, so she had a lot of gut problems. We were expecting one baby, and now we've got two.
Of course, we had to look everything up right away before, after the doctor told us not to. So we kind of got a little bit more of an insight that, part of her lower intestine is going to be born outside of her body. Kind of a freaky thing to think that you just don't know really what's going to end up like and what really is going to happen, at the time of birth. So.
And not only that, but they didn't want to deliver too early because there was another baby in there. So they didn't want to take away any advantage that he could have. They wanted to deliver at 35 weeks. They didn't want to push her any further, and that was also a safe time frame for Anders. So I was hospitalized at 34 weeks because I had gone into early labor. I stayed a week in the hospital, and they kept the day the same that I would deliver. I knew that they were going to kind of whisk her away to the NICU right away, so I was prepared for that. She had her first surgery when she was less than 12 hours old. That was hard. I was glad that I was able to see her before she went in.
I believe the process what he had to do was called laddering part of her bowel, because he had to remove a large piece of the dead portion she was born outside of her stomach with. Pretty unreal to see how much work had been done to such a little tiny, 4-pound baby.
Another really, really hard time was Anders was in the NICU for a week as well. So when we got to bring him home, we were excited to bring him home, obviously, but you're leaving his other half there. And that was really, really difficult to have to drive away and know that your other kid is still in the hospital. I remember just looking back and telling my husband, I can't leave. We need to go back. We have to go back. After that 4-week stint, everything just wasn't working the way that it was supposed to. So she was scheduled for another surgery. They placed an ostomy at that time. Then things started to progress a little bit quicker. She got to have her first bottle. She got to nurse. And those were big milestones. Through all the time sitting in the NICU, waiting for something to happen. She was just so happy-go-lucky, and she still is. She's so happy-go-lucky, and she's so patient with everything. She's a very content little girl. But when we got to bring her home, we were so excited, and everyone on the NICU was so excited for us because they know that we've been waiting for this day. And everyone knew Evelyn. Everyone knew us. So it was really exciting. We have a lot more obstacles to go. She's thriving, and she's doing everything a normal baby would do. I am forever in their debt. They've done a lot for me and for my family and for Evelyn, and I cannot thank them enough. Everything that they've done. We are so thankful that these programs are in place. To anyone who hasn't donated and would like to, know that it's going where you want it to go. To families like mine and other families who are going through the same issues. We utilize this every week, and it's wonderful to have it. And so being funded through this Cares for Kids Radiothon is really important, all the donations.
Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
Every day I look at her and I think you are the toughest girl in the world. And I am so thankful that you're here and you're home. And she's amazing. She's absolutely incredible.
Story of Evelyn and Anders. Y94 Cares for Kids Radiothon. I mean, you are so excited, right, to be pregnant. You got baby on the way. Baby's born. Then have a situation where it's like, yeah, your baby's intestines, they're outside of her body. I mean, the fact that Evelyn is at home and doing well with her family right now is nothing short of a miracle.
Just the idea of it being a miracle in home, like you said, we hear so many parents. This normally isn't their only kid, right? A lot of times there's other children, there's family, and to have the facility here. But I can't imagine being away. I honestly, I got 2 kids. I can't imagine being away longer than I could probably do a week. Is that about? Yeah. I could maybe do a week, and then I would think I'd start losing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, to have these families be able to stay together and have all of this care happen so close to home, I mean, that is, what more could you ask for? I mean, to have this hospital here in town, and it's one of those things that I don't think as a community we'll ever fully appreciate unless it wasn't here.
Mm-hmm.
But let's not let that be the reason we appreciate this children's hospital. Let's make sure it's always here.
701-478-KIDS, 701-478-5437. You can text KIDS to the show code 35270. It's weird. It's weird in a sense that, I mean, even in general, just with all, how many years this has been going on, would you say it's fair to say these are probably like the two most important days that you come to work, that we come to work?
100% absolutely. I mean, we have a lot of fun here at Y94 day in and day out. We play fun music. We do some exciting things, I'd like to think, on the Morning Playhouse, which you can listen to weekdays on Y94. But there is a tangible thing that is given to this community during the Radiothon every year, and that is the gift that you give to this children's hospital. And when you do this, there are life-saving pieces of equipment that are bought. There's programs that are maintained. There's salaries that are paid, and so many things. As we were talking earlier today, it was Dr. Fish that told us that there are so many of the new things that come to the hospital that they'd have never got to do or try if it didn't start with that donated money. And then it takes on a life of its own, but it all starts with those Radiothon dollars a lot of times.
And this is the 22nd year of it, but I know with talking to the staff that we've had the opportunity to talk with, and Hillary and the group, is that this may be one of the more important years just based on how busy they are right now. They are packed, and it is continuous. It seems like they're a full house. They're a full house right now. We saw there was 70 families there, 41 of those families in the NICU. 22 years, of course, every year is important, but man, this might be the most important just based on how busy they are at Sanford Children's Hospital right now.
Well, and the Radiothon, let's be honest, it's never easy to listen to because there's sad stories, right? There's a lot of triumphant, miraculous, wonderful, inspirational stories, and we try to really focus on those, but there's sad ones too. And I think that over the past 2 years, we've just had so much medical related stuff shoved in our face constantly that this is probably a year where it's maybe even a little harder for you to listen to because you're like, oh boy, here we go again. We're talking about medicine. But listen to these stories. I mean, even the ones from recent, very few of them actually have anything to do with coronavirus, right? And I think that we forget that just because COVID came along 2 years ago, childhood cancer and diabetes and accidents and premature births didn't all go, hey, we're on the season now with the COVID. We'll return in a couple of seasons. Don't worry. It's not a television show villain, man. I mean, this stuff is still happening even with COVID.
Well, and you could argue that it makes it a harder situation. You hear it plenty where, you hear it plenty where it can only be one parent. Well, that doesn't apply. It applies as well to those families. If the kid, we're not just talking about kids with COVID. It applies regardless because of the situation. So now a situation that's already hard, now you're as a parent, you're likely going it much more alone or divided than you already probably feel.
Well, and here we have a situation where you're probably a little burnt, right? Hearing about medicine. This is even more important now. Your dollars are even more important because they're dealing with all of the usual stuff, plus pandemic, plus all the protocols they got to do. And imagine being some of the worst in the medical field the past 2 years.
Right.
Ugh.
Yeah,
that would not be easy.
We've had that. We talked about it earlier. Just in general, the kind of person you'd have to be. I can't even fathom it. I really can't. Like, we have pretty easygoing stuff around here, and some days it can be hard to show up for work.
Yeah. Imagine the medical field in pandemic times. This is really an important year to stand with your children's hospital. 701-478-KIDS. You text KIDS to 35270. Would like to share with you now the story of David.
So my name is Paris Alvey, and my son is David Alvey Jr. David just turned 3 in September. He's a twin, so he has a twin brother that's always waiting at home for him during our appointments and our hospital stays. He is one of 5 children, actually 6 if you include, I have a 20-year-old stepson. David, he started getting these like residual bloody noses, and then he was extremely lethargic, just very tired. He had an ear infection, a double ear infection that really took us to the doctor. We were waiting for his antibiotics down in the first level of the Sanford facility in Dickinson, and the doctor called me and said, you need to come up right away. We got to do some blood work. There's some serious stuff going on.
You are not alone. I am in this too. This is us. This is me. me and
The doctor said, there's a 95% chance your son has leukemia. Those were the words that came out of his mouth that were just like, it was shocking. It was definitely not what we were expecting.
just know only God could love you more than I do.
I was at a point in, I guess, my faith walk where I just knew that God is faithful. It wasn't totally devastating news. I wasn't like kicking and screaming going into this thing. I just knew that, okay, this is something that God has for us in our life right now. Just even going to Dickinson from Watford City is like an hour and 20 minutes, so it was hard to even pack up our whole family of like kids 8 and under for this trip and for my husband to miss work. So it was just unbelievable that my husband would be going home by himself with the other 4 children while I rode in an ambulance to Fargo.
You are not alone. I am in this too. This is us. This is me and you.
We were just impressed by like the genuine care that we received by the people that were there. I was just really impressed by the staff. The nurses, pediatric nurses, are just angelic. I mean, they're the most amazing people.
Only God could love you more than I do.
The child life specialists are awesome to like come in and hang out with him while I go and grab a coffee or I go and do an errand. That has been so special, especially the first time we're in the hospital was, I think it was something like 19 days or something like that. It was days and days in before I found out that I actually could leave. So when I was able to go on this beautiful like summer walk and go get a coffee, it was just the most special thing, knowing that he's in really good hands.
I'm not alone. I am in this too. This is us. This is me and you.
You guys are angels. I mean, seriously, all the staff at Sanford is amazing. I just thank you from the bottom of our heart. My whole family is so grateful.
No, only God could love you more than I do.
It is the Cares for Kids Radiothon on Y94 701 478 Kids 5437. Another a really great example about how this is a destination hospital. They're from Watford.
Yeah.
They're from Watford City.
Well, you just pointed out, too, how many of these stories, they're from South Dakota. You almost kind of forget it. You think, maybe the Lakes area, Minnesota is included in North Dakota, but you kind of almost forget how many patients actually do come from South Dakota.
I thought you were going to say you kind of forget about South Dakota. I was going to say, yes, I do forget about South Dakota.
Just one Dakota.
Yeah, we're just one. I like to call it Mega Dakota.
I'm in.
Mega Dakota. Boy, that got off track fast, huh?
Isn't it?
Well, your donations for stories like that just showcase how important this hospital is to the entire region. It's 701-478 Kids, and we are excited. I mean, you've been hyped up for a while. I don't know if you realize that.
I've been told.
Anna Mitchell, you are a music therapist at Sanford Children's.
Yes, I am.
What does that entail? I have a guess, but can you tell me what music therapy is?
Yeah, kind of my own definition, or a shorthand version of the definition, is to use music as a tool for achieving a non-musical goal. And that looks different depending upon what we're doing in the hospital. So whether that's using music for pain management, to help with stress relief and relaxation, helping procedures go smoothly and successfully, or maybe it's just giving kids a chance to have some choice and control at the bedside. That, as you can imagine, they don't get a lot of choice for things. So I'm one of those things that they can choose what instrument they want to play, maybe what instrument mom and dad want to play, or sometimes our doctors or staff come in and we're all playing together. And so it just gives them that chance to have more control over their environment and use music to better normalize the hospital environment.
It's great to finally put the face to the name. I'm not kidding you. Even the people we've had come in today, starting with Teddy bright and early, he's
so sweet.
He's quite the singer as well.
He is, man. We have jammed in his room.
I jammed down the hallway
I believe
for the
it.
entire morning. But even too, we were talking to Amy Fugelstad, who is Lily's mom.
Yes.
And Lily was talking about how after meeting with you that she literally wants to follow your career path, Anna.
Yeah, that is wild to me. It just makes my heart swell. Truly, it does.
Nothing like knowing somebody's gunning for your job, ain't it right?
We'll take her.
Boy.
We could use an extra hand. I'm excited about it.
Well, and music therapy, it feels like one of those things, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like one of those things that is one of those special extras that somehow the Children's Miracle Network dollars are associated with.
Absolutely. It is one of those extras, but I think it really does, it makes such a difference to be able to provide something that feels more like home, having music that we know from home or music and instruments that we're used to doing in those spaces, that it really is extra, but it just, I don't know, it's just something special that we're able to do together.
I've been wanting to ask this question for like years now, it feels like. But a lot of times I've heard you just take straight requests of songs.
Yes.
You can just do them all.
I try my best.
Have you ran into one you're just, I can't do that one?
Oh, I mean, there are a few that I'd rather not play, but if a child asks, like, I just can't say no. So I kind of play them all.
Like living jukebox. I want to know, could you play them all? And the answer is probably yes, you can. You just choose not to play some that are awful.
Yeah.
Anything by Smash Mouth, probably.
Yeah, I don't play them very often. Not a fan. Not as much of a fan, yeah.
Okay. And I wanted to start with this, but it seemed rude to jump right to it. I can't help but notice you brought something.
Yes, I did. I brought
What's
some
in the
instruments.
bag, Anna?
Well, I can't show up and not have some instruments. It's just not in my nature. I joke that I'm not a very inconspicuous person in the hospital. I've always got a guitar or instruments, or I'm not very sneaky. You know I'm coming. So I did bring a few instruments, something that's not as usual or typical that I have. I do have drums and maracas and shakers and bells and those types of things. But I did bring a couple extra things that are different and something kind of fun. So this is called a happy drum. It's an acronym for a hand-activated percussion instrument. You can play it with your hands. I prefer playing it with a mallet. And you can play it with someone. So you're welcome to join and play me. Or play with me.
I wasn't prepared for this. I just wanted to be entertained.
It's super easy.
Okay.
So you just have to play. I think it sounds a little bit like a wind chime.
Oh, yeah.
But as you can imagine, it's something easy that a kid can play at the bedside with mom and dad, with a sibling.
It's incredibly relaxing.
Right? It sounds nice.
It feels like you're making a soundtrack to like yoga.
We could do that.
Meditation.
Like very Zen seeming kind of. Yeah.
So something, again, they can do, the success of it is really built in. There's no wrong way to play it. There's no wrong note to play together. It kind of all works together. So something easy that they can do and something fun they can kind of have control over.
Well, we all recognize the fact that you brought an instrument where you wouldn't be able to take requests. That's really seem to see that coming. That's fine.
Next year, I can bring my guitar next time.
I want to find just the one song. I'm going to go deep into the playlist.
Ooh.
I already, on the tip of my tongue, had Sir Mix-a-Lot. I was really looking for some Sir Mix-a-Lot.
I know, she can play Sir
Mix-a-Lot. Yeah, but not on that, though.
Guitar? Not on that.
Yeah, guitar.
Maybe on guitar.
Did you bring other instruments?
I did bring one other one. Ooh. Again, something kind of different. It's called an orba, and it is an electronic, a digital instrument. And it is something that can be played and held right in your hand.
Looks like an Echo Dot, kind of.
It does kind of look like an Echo Dot. And each little section has a different sound. I don't know if you can hear that. So this one is playing a drum percussion. I can turn that volume up. That maybe helps. Oh, that was turning it down. My bad. There we go. So it'll play chords. It can play melodies. You can bump it and play it that way. You can move it.
Bop it.
It's
Twist it.
good, yeah.
Right?
Kind of very.
New age bop it. We can
Is it
shake
a lot of this stuff? A lot of your answer. Well, the ones you have here today are probably ones that you don't picture when you think of just instruments in general.
Yeah.
I'm guessing kids probably love that. That just these new things they didn't even know existed. Probably.
Yes, something different, something to catch their attention. Especially helpful for whether it's distraction or just kind of getting us out of that space that we're in when we're in the hospital. I have some others that I brought. I have a really beautiful lap harp. It's not very nice to have out in the cold weather, so I kept that safely at the hospital.
Okay.
It's very beautiful. I love that one too. And even actually my guitar is a little bit different than most guitars. It's a carbon fiber guitar that doesn't respond as much to weather and getting bumped or whatever. So if a child is really aggressive with my guitar, it's no problem. But most importantly, I can wash it after every patient interaction. So yeah,
well, in this day and age, that's
what
definitely on top of mind. Yeah.
Absolutely. Got to be able to make sure we're following all infection protocols and keeping things clean.
Now, Anna, we had Deb in here a little while ago too, and one thing we hear a ton in this radiothon too is from patients, from parents, is how much it seems like everyone in that hospital like truly cares about their job. I mean, you have to. Did you ever see yourself doing this for a living? Because I have to imagine you have a great. It's got to be a blast for you to be able to impact so many kids' lives. And honestly, hear in almost every story how much you leave a lasting memory for them.
Yeah. I have always, I've worked as a music therapist for 12 years. I've been at Sanford Children's for 2 of those years. And I've always really wanted to work in the medical field, doing medical music therapy in a hospital setting. And I love it. I truly do. Every day I enjoy what I do and the interactions I have. As you can imagine, it's different every day. And I really thrive in some of that variety. But truly the staff there, whether it's the doctors or the nurses, our child life staff, our hospital teacher, I think that each of us really have a passion for the work that we do there and what we get to bring to the hospital experience. And I love that about the environment. And I love that about the people I get to work with.
Well, as you kind of recognize the fact that we're doing this radiothon and you've seen how it impacts the hospital, what would you say to people that are still kind of on the fence about making their donation?
Yeah, I would say that first and foremost, these extra things would not happen without these donations and without the generous gifts that are given to this community. And secondly, I would say that it matters, that your gift and your donation, it matters. It makes a difference. It helps us with programming and being able to have these extras or these special things. But it really makes a big difference to have these experiences for their kids, not be something that's always so scary or that is so traumatizing to our kids to be in the hospital, that we are able to be in front of that and work with these kids and to make sure that that experience is a positive one for them. And it really, truly makes a difference.
Well, Anna, I think we learned a lot about what you do. Most people probably didn't know musical therapy was even a thing. We really appreciate you coming in today.
Thanks so much for having me. I love it.
I'm just happy I finally got to put the face to the name, honestly. you picture, what is this person actually look like? Because we do. We hear about you tons. So thank you for everything you do.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Yeah, next year you could bring something where you could take requests, but that's fine.
Okay, I'll bring my guitar next time.
That's fine. But it's the Cares Kids Radiothon, Y94, the #1 hit music station, and we are at a point now where we're entering our noon hour power hour, and we are looking to get some people to pick up the phone, 20, in fact, between now and 1 o'clock, and call and donate their money. It's 701-478-KIDS, 5437. You text KIDS to 35270, and it would appear that this hour, Shields will be matching your donation. Shields matching that donation this hour.
Well, and we've talked about this too with the text. If you are maybe on the go right now, you're driving, whatever it might be, you're grabbing a quick lunch, have to get back to the office. If you text within the power hour, you still have time. That short code KIDS to 35270. You text KIDS to 35270. As long as you get that link sent to you in this hour, you're able to basically take care of it anytime in this next hour. So you can get that link now whenever you get back to work, whatever it might be. You can still have that power hour helping us reach that goal of 20.
People definitely love those match opportunities. You're in one now for 20 people between now and 1 o'clock. 701-478. Kids.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon on
5437.
VOXFM Moorhead Fargo. The Cares for Kids Radiothon. Call now to donate. 478-KIDS or toll free at 877-478-5437. The Cares for Kids Radiothon on Froggy 99.9.
A power hour. Okay, so kids power.
You and I had this off and on so long. You've been here, then you've been gone so many times. And every night, yeah, I'm always bumping into you. We do the same things we used to. It's your place or it's mine, so time I'm at this bar, tap on the shoulder, turn around, and baby, there you are, and it's fine. You like this bourbon 100 proof, yeah, they don't burn the way you do, yeah, we're better in the dark, so
Cares for Kids. Thanks for making miracles happen. It's a power hour. Please call in your pledge right now. To make a 20 by 12 donation, call 478-KIDS. That's 478-5437.
Huh. Ordinary world. So Lee Bryce, boy. CFK.
Love how you close your eyes when I pull you in closer. Night's moving fast, but we ain't taking it slow. You hit me harder than a drink does. You're gonna take me all the way up. Something about you, baby, got me going crazy. I don't know what to do. I've never met a girl like you that's ever done it quite like you do. Your kiss is double barrel, burning on nuts. Lips are just cherry on top. I've never been high like this. Turn out the lights and let me breathe you in. Your eyes are so diamond, body so glow, and I don't wanna let you go. I've never met a girl like you. Oh boy. Love how you say my name and make it sound so sexy. Love how you do that thing, yeah, you know what gets me. I'm talking slow motion all night long. Baby, love you with the lights on. I've never met a girl like you that's ever done it quite like you do. Your kiss is double barrel, bourbon on rocks. Your lips are just cherry on top. I've never been high like this. Turn off the lights and let me breathe you in. Your eyes are so diamond, body so gold, and I don't wanna let you go. I've never met a girl like you. I've never met a girl like you that's ever done it quite like you do. Your kiss is double barrel, bourbon on rocks. Your lips are just cherry on top. I've never been high like this. Turn out the lights and let me breathe you in. Your eyes are so diamond, body so gold, and I don't wanna let you go. I've never met a girl like you. I've never met a girl like you.
Power Hour continuing on the Cares for Kids Radiothon. Froggy 99.9, that is Jason Aldean. I'm Ryan Kelly. It's you and me. This hour we have a big goal of 20 by 12 donations. We are asking for 20 miracle makers for your donation between now and 1 p.m. A miracle maker donation is $20 a month for 12 months. It boils down to 66 cents a day. And it goes, so far. You hear the themes of the wonderful staff, the equipment, and the programs who save these children's lives. And it's all because of your help. 20 by 12 donations can be made by calling 478-KIDS. 478-5437, toll free, it's 1-877-478-KIDS. There are a couple of other ways to donate. It is lunch hour if you're out and about. We have a big, clear donation box, and you can come in. Maybe your kids have, after school, they can stop by and donate the money that they've saved too. Introduce them to giving back at such a young age. You can donate online at FroggyWeb.com. You can also text the keyword health to 35270. Again, this is a power hour. We are matching your donation thanks to Shields. So your $20 donation becomes $20 in addition, so it's $40. $20 becomes $40, and it's this hour. So if you are waiting for the perfect time to call in, this is it. Your dollar doubles thanks to our friends at Shields. $20 donation for 12 months. It's $240 a year. You can pay it all up front. You can have it billed monthly if that fits your budget better. Call in your donation. Become a miracle maker at 478-KIDS. The Power Hour now till 1. 478-5437.
And this is Kaylee, Lake's oldest sister.
Lake is a fighter. Lake has been through more than most people ever go through in their lifetime.
About 9 o'clock at night, I felt really weird. I felt like he was really low. I let the hospital know that I was coming. They had a team ready for me. They got me to Fargo. I looked at the doctor and I said, I feel like I have to push. And he checked me and he's like, we're having a baby. Probably about 12 hours till I finally got to see him. So then they took me back into the NICU room. The noises, the smells, they're unforgettable. So many beeps and alarms. We could see his organs through his skin. We started our journey at that day one. They give me here's the deal, his intestines perked, he has a brain bleed, how much do you want to do for him? Some parents, it's just too much. And I said, get Sanford over here immediately. I kid you not, the Sanford team was there in 20 minutes. That first day was literally minute by minute. They did not think he was going to make it.
Boy, you gonna be so stubborn. You get that from your mother. I already see it now. You weren't built for backing down.
So we spent a total of 137 days in the NICU, 7 surgeries, and it's always worst case scenario. The NICU is such a roller coaster. It's like 2 steps forward, 5 steps back. And those were like the hardest days of my life. The Sanford walls have heard more prayers than any church. I can guarantee you that. But between the RT and the surgeons and the doctors, he tackled every single thing like a champ. The medical staff there is incredible. They've been above and beyond. I think we were 3 months in, and he was like 3 pounds. And his primary nurse.
Thank you, Hillary.
What about clothes? So we got him dressed. I looked at her and I said, okay, I have to go because I'm going to cry. And I was like, I have a baby. Like you see this
I'm good.
miracle who
Thank you.
was born at 1 pound 5 ounces.
I'm good.
Grows
Thanks.
to be 6 pounds right in front of your eyes. It's incredible. If it wasn't for the nurses, the RT, the doctors, the surgeon, they're incredible people and they're so kind. Thank you for saving my son's life. You really realize what's important in life and how fragile life is. There are so many things that I am grateful for. And
That's Lake's mom sharing that incredible, miraculous story. Little Lake was born 4 months early. You can see Lake's organs through his skin. So delicate, so precious, it's so critical that we have Sanford Children's, and that's why Lake is here. And his mom said, some parents would have said it's too much. She said, not an option. Get Sanford involved. And little Lake and his family are doing great. They couldn't do it without Sanford Children's Hospital, and that's where we need you. I've got an update for you. We are now looking for 18 miracle makers, and they're going to be matched. Your donations doubled thanks to our friends at Shields. A miracle maker is a $20 donation for 12 months. You can make it a monthly gift. You can make it a one-time pledge. Whatever works best for you and your family and your budget. Also, a one-time donation, even if it's not a miracle maker. We are grateful for anything. And the dollars add up. We put them together, and they make these miracles happen. But if you are a miracle maker, your donation is matched this hour until 1 o'clock, thanks to Shields. Again, $20 a month for 12 months. Our volunteers are standing by the Bremer Bank phone bank, accepting all major credit cards, and we would love to have your Miracle Maker donation made this hour. Again, it's matched thanks to Shields. The dollars are doubled. Your $20 a month donation now becomes $40. So if you're waiting for the perfect moment, I couldn't think of a better time during this power hour. 478-KIDS is the phone number. Toll free at 1-877-478-5437. You can also donate online at FroggyWeb.com. We need your Miracle Maker donations. Again, your donations doubled this hour. Call 478-KIDS, 478-5437. And very soon, special guests, Mara and her dad, Dave, who are here. Thanks again to Sanford Children's. You'll want to meet them. The Cares for Kids Radiothon on Froggy 99.9.
The Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Your stories, your hospital, your kids. We need your help.
Call now to donate.
Heart of gold. Loved everything, loved life. That cheeseburger smile with those two beautiful dimples. I'll never forget. Those beautiful brown eyes. Just his laughter, just the presence he brought into the room. Like, you could have the worst day. I know this sounds so cliche, but you could have the worst day, and he would just come in, I love you, Mom, give you that big hug, and just... Not only do I want to thank the hospital, I want to thank the community. You guys have pulled me through one of my darkest times in my whole entire life, and it's just so heartwarming that the community, the city of Fargo-Moorhead, has wrapped their arms around me with prayers, with everything, just saying, hey, if you need me, I'm here. And I appreciate every single one of you, whether I know you in person, whether I know you on Facebook, or whether I haven't met you. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
To do.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon. 701-478-KIDS, 5437. Now, that's a story that you probably remember hearing about, that car accident on University. You probably remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear that news story, and the news story kind of comes and goes, and then you move on with your life. It wasn't just a news story. That was a family.
I give her all the credit in the world just for having the strength to tell that story. I don't think I'd be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And hoping, I would imagine that telling the story impacts so many other kids. She talked about how Jason was an organ donor and knew the list, from a 3-year-old to a 52-year-old to a 62-year-old, all the lives he saved. I imagine something like that powerful enough to give you the strength to tell that story.
When that was fairly fresh when we first talked to Kristen, and just that appreciation she had for the Fargo-Moorhead community. I mean, you could feel it. She said, "Thank you for wrapping your arms around me. Thank you." That doesn't have to stop. When you pick up the phone and you call 701-478-KIDS, 5437, and you make a donation to the Cares Kids Radiothon, you are wrapping your arms around every family that is going to walk through the doors of Sanford Children's Hospital, and whether you ever know these people or don't, or ever hear their story, let's be honest, you're not gonna, for most of them.
Mm-hmm.
You were there, you were part of that story because you're making that hospital as good as it can be. If Sanford Children's Hospital wasn't at the level that it is, would Brandon have come home? Or would she be mourning both her sons?
And it's like she talked about, 6-hour difference. Your kids go out the door at 1:30, and 7:30 you find out you have one kid who's hanging on.
Mm-hmm.
6 hours, your life changes. I guess it's a power hour right now too, which is so. These are huge hours for us, and we really, we've had a great start, but I know we got a long ways to go. And 18 more power is the goal that we need before 1 o'clock. And we started with 20, so again, we're kind of off to a slow start here. So if you're waiting for a moment, for your money to matter and impact more, now is definitely the time, with it being a power hour. But in general, just to help this Radiothon stay on track before we reach the end of the day today.
It would be pretty special knowing that we got 18 people we still need to call before 1 o'clock and help us achieve this power hour, get their donation matched by Shields. It'd be pretty special to be able to announce that 18 people called in right now and did that in honor of Jason. Let's polish it off for Jason right now. Can we do that?
We don't got to wait. You don't got to wait till 1 o'clock, I suppose. Why not? Let's do it right now.
Why have it be 1 o'clock and have us desperately saying, hey, let's get you to call, let's get you to call. I mean, what better reason to call than in honor of Jason and that family right there and that story that you definitely heard on the news? I mean, call. It's not like that happened somewhere else. That happened on University. How many times do you drive down that road? That's right here in town.
I can't stop thinking, especially if you're a parent, you can almost picture it, right? That cheeseburger smile with the dimples. I've never seen a picture of Jason, but like you know that you can almost picture that smile and the dimples, and just, man, I give them a ton of credit in the world just for having the courage to tell that story. I don't know if I'd be able to do that, especially like you said, it was fresh when it happened, and it was because she knew the impact of that hospital, and knowing how much this Radiothon helps out with your help. We don't just say it. It's making miracles happen.
701-478-KIDS. 701-478-KIDS. You text KIDS to 35270. And when you do, tell them that's for Jason.
Thanks for listening to the Cares for Kids Radiothon. It's a past.
And, if you remember to weave in the, how, you want to be a nurse, and if you don't say it, it's because of all what I was exposed to at Sanford, I want to make a difference. I'll kind of bring that out of you. Okay. Maybe.
She's good, Ryan.
What?
I said you're good at interviewing stuff.
Oh, I'm
good.
No, I'm
not.
No.
You're good.
No. You know what? I don't know if this. I wanted to do the Rocky bed, so we're gonna see if this is actually gonna play or if it's the Rocky theme. I was like, I love that. That'd be so fun. Okay.
You're gonna have a friend in Ryan now forever.
I know. Twinsies. So, by the way, do you sell these online or anything?
We were right away when we first started, but now we just, I've been just giving them away now.
Okay. I wonder if they're going to put our picture up at froggybuck.com. I bet they will.
But we do still have some at home. Other people,
So cool.
And you had Teddy on? Teddy?
Yeah, little Teddy was on Froggy. The little guy, the guy who
had a brain tumor?
Taryn.
I know Teddy was on it.
Not with me.
Okay, not with you.
Oh,
okay.
But he might have been on Froggy.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
My head sometimes is not screwed on though, so I mean, but I did meet Taryn. Oh my gosh, what an amazing young man. The Cares for Kids Radiothon on Froggy 99.9 in the middle of our power hour. It's a little loud. We have with us one of our biggest champs from Sanford Children's Hospital. Her name is Mara. We got to meet her dad yesterday. Mara, I'm sorry, you probably can't hear this, but I dug up the Rocky theme because you're such a champion and I had to get that on. So you've got some very important music. Mara, thank you so much for stopping by our Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Thank you for having me.
So we met your dad yesterday, and a little bit of background. You've been an athlete. You've been a high school swimmer for years.
Yes.
Qualified for state.
Yep.
And then 1 year...
Dr. Drofa, he told us that given what he does as a neurosurgeon, it just didn't sit well with him with such a young child to just allow him to die without at least attempting something. He said there is no precedent for any kind of procedure to perform in this case, but that, he regularly does a procedure with adults. They go in through a vein in their groin and insert a catheter and clot busting medication to break up the clot and restore the blood flow, but never in a situation with such a young child. He said that if we were willing, with an understanding that it was almost an absolute certainty that he would die during the procedure, rather than sit and wait and just watch him and comfort him until he died, if we would prefer, he would at least attempt to try and break up the clots.
He called it a MacGyver move.
Yes.
Like, I'm going to just try it. It's probably not going to work. Say goodbye before he goes in, but we're going to at least try.
Pretty much immediately started prepping him for surgery and took us to a small hallway outside of the operating room, and they had us spend about 5 minutes telling our son goodbye. He told us it would be the last time we see him alive.
But they let us hold him and sing to him and give him kisses, and just as long as we needed to, and then eventually, it was time.
I just say, man, this kid is so strong. He is such a fighter. I'm not going to give up. The doctors aren't giving up. We're not giving up. We're going to believe that this kid is going to live. We're going to believe that he can make it through this.
And that's when we started just really praying and harder than ever, and just believing that he was going to make it. We thought no matter what, even if he doesn't make it, we're going to believe that he was so strong and he was fighting his hardest. And we just needed to be there with him in spirit.
After a few hours, he stabilized, at least for the time being. They said that, they weren't sure if he would develop a bleed or if the blood flow would stop again. And, that wasn't the kind of procedure they could perform twice. We were just so scared, when he went back in, that, it'd be bad news or that it was just, a temporary fix. Dr. Drofa comes out and, shows us these pictures, and he says, this is today, of all the areas where the blood is now flowing throughout his brain, and it looks totally normal. Basically, he's telling us he's gonna live. It's just so amazing, given his name, he would just rise from the ashes like that. I mean, no, you cannot be closer to death than he was. Yesterday, they told us that my son's clots are 100% gone now. No clots, no nothing. We just had this whole flash of our life together, of all the joy he was going to bring me, all in one moment.
I feel like the luckiest parents in the whole world, and we love him so much. We're really thankful to our parents and our friends, and, like we said, the doctors and nurses, everyone.
We were here in February. We saw Dr. Drofa and tried to, I don't know what I could ever say to him. You know what I mean? He saved my kid's life.
We even thought of changing the baby's middle name to Drofa, because we love Dr. Drofa and his team so much. But Dr. Drofa had told us that day that he operated on him was actually Dr. Drofa's birthday. And it was the craziest birthday that he's ever had, because it was such bad news and then such good news all at once. So we thought, because that was the day that he ended up surviving, that's, to us, his rebirth day. So every year from now on, we'll celebrate that as his rebirth day, and kind of as a tribute also to Dr. Drofa and his team, because our son is silly Harry Potter stuff, but to us, he's the boy who lived. It's amazing everything that happened. We both feel just so lucky to just have this opportunity, to be parents to him, and we know that he's destined for great things.
Oh, there he is.
701-478-KIDS 5437. It's Y94 Cares for Kids Radiothon, and the story of Phoenix is amazing for a lot of reasons. I mean, first of all, this all plays out starting when he's 9 days old. I think that in itself is insane. But you think about groundbreaking, first-time medical Hail Marys, let's just give this a try. At least I personally, and this is somebody that sits here and does the Radiothon every year, and I'm sure you're the same way. I imagine it's going to happen New York City, Minneapolis, maybe.
Yeah, it's. I'm honestly, I'm like at a loss for words. I have not heard that story before. That is, I don't know. I haven't heard that one yet. I swear I've listened to all these before. I have not heard that before. That is, it's so happy, but it's just, I have never.
That story is, I mean, that went international. That was a huge deal that had never been done before. I mean, there was a story on the Today Show. Dr. Drofa, you'd think this guy you'd have his pick of places to live after that. You know where he is doing his work still? Sanford Children's Hospital.
Man, just that dad. Man. Robert was his name, right? Robert.
Mm-hmm.
Was his dad's name?
Yep.
I don't know why that's it. I got a dad, and I would say, or I'm a dad. I got a dad, obviously. He talks just to a lot of, 9 days, and having that life flash before your eyes and having to say goodbye. And I don't know. My son's like 3.5 now, and I can't imagine, like, that's my best friend, man. That's what he would have missed out on. I don't know. I got to give him all, again, credit for telling the story. I'm happy for him. I'm happy because, what year is this? 2016, 2017?
2017.
Okay, so they're probably like the same age. My son was.
Yeah. 701-478-KIDS. We are in a power hour looking for 15 people to call. And guess what? We're in a triple match right now. Thanks to Shields and Saving Smiles Dentistry. If you call between now and 1 o'clock at 701-478-KIDS, your donation is tripled. You also text KIDS to 35270. Now, I know there's a lot of people saying, man, there's something about those really sad ones that gets me, and that's usually what gets me to donate. Why don't you do it for one of the most powerfully positive, inspirational, triumphant stories that we've ever aired? First of all, his name's Phoenix.
Right?
He literally rose from the ashes. By every stretch of rational logic, Phoenix should not be here. The fact that they are the Harry Potter fads they are, and he's the boy who lived. The whole thing is just so amazing and perfect. And then he got Dr. Drofa, who almost got Drofa to be Phoenix's middle name, which is, and I don't know if that's a great middle name, but it almost happened.
You almost have to. Can you go back? I mean, you fill out the birth certificate. How do you go back and just erase? I don't remember how you fill it out.
I think you erase it. And at 9 days old, this is all playing out. And he's like, you know what? This has never been done on a kid this young, but let's give it a go. I'm not going to just let you say goodbye to your kid. Let's go ahead and give this a go. And it works here in Fargo, North Dakota. That is why you call 701-478-KIDS for more stories like Phoenix that make the entire country go, wait, what happened? You guys pulled that off in Fargo, North Dakota?
Well,
wow.
I think you nailed it, too. I mean, the story goes nationwide, worldwide. He's got pick of the litter. He could go wherever he wanted, but he's here. It's just so awesome. Man, it's a power hour right now too. We're off to a slow start with it, and apparently now it's tripled. I didn't even see that. Did you?
She just came in and got us the info on the triple match. That is news. That's just now kind of playing out here.
I'm zoning out, fighting off dad tears listening to that story. I'm sorry. Unbelievable, man. It's so good. We're looking for 15 more before 1, but you pointed out too, and I think it's great. Why wait till? We don't have to wait till 1 o'clock, right? We don't got to sit here at the top of the hour, and the sooner we can get this done, and we'll just play happy things from here on out. Like we just listen to pump up music from now till 1.
Are you suggesting Jock Jams?
We can go to Jock Jams in a heartbeat.
I'm not opposed to Jock Jams. It was historically Fridays we do Flash Format Friday early in the mornings on the Playhouse, so it would be somewhat appropriate. But we do need you right now. We need 15 people to hear a story like Phoenix's and be inspired and go, you know what? I want more of that. I want more kids to beat the odds, to beat logic, and have the whole country go, I can't believe you tried that, and I can't believe it worked. 701-478-KIDS, 5437, or you text KIDS to 35270. The stories of Jeff and Lindsay and their two little ones on the way on the Cares for Kids Radiothon, where it's a power hour.
Thanks for listening to the Cares for Kids Radiothon. It's a power hour on Y94. Your stories, your hospital, your kids.
Please call in your pledge right now.
It's all about the kids.
The phone bank is open and volunteers are standing by.
To make a 20 by 12 donation, call 478-KIDS. That's 478-5437. Or toll free to 1-877-478-KIDS on the 702 Cares for Kids line.
Thanks for making miracles happen.
See pictures and videos at y94.com.
Mindak Farmers Co-op is hiring entry-level and skilled factory workers. Starting wage of $19.73 per hour for entry-level positions. To apply, download an application at mdf.coop/careers and email to recruiting@mdf.coop.
These days, there are more reasons than ever to treat yourself to a great haircut at Great Clips with the online check-in app. So tell us, why do you check in?
I check in because I'm tired of hat hair. I check in because we all need a cut.
I check in so I can feel like me.
And I check in so I look good for you.
No matter why you check in, you'll check out with a great haircut and save time with our online check-in app. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Join a salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
Y94 lunch deals are here. Each day of the week, there's a different deal for a local area restaurant. Mondays is Mackenzie River Pizza Grill and Pub. Every Monday, you'll be sent their great special just for registering for lunch deals. Just text Y94 to 35270 or get registered at Y94.com.
Investing can be very overwhelming, especially if you don't know what you are doing. But have you considered investing in real estate around the Fargo-Moorhead area? After all, it's land you are familiar with. Contact Kyle Reedstrom or Austin Haas with the Midwest Invest team at Real Broker. Whether you already own or are just getting started, they have experience to help you find your next investment property. Contact Kyle at 605-949-2763 or email him at kyle@midwestinvest.com for more information.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're going to use humor. But we don't want to insult your intelligence, so nothing too goofy. And we need to avoid any polarizing topics. Oh, and it has to be about how you can save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. You know what? Maybe humor is a bad idea. Yeah, it's never going to work. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Ready on take one?
Ready.
Okay, this is a crucial moment of the audiobook. The Big Escape.
Chapter 9. They had waited long enough when finally the clock struck midnight and...
Wait, where are you going? Nope.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Try the beefy melt and Fiesta veggie burritos. Just $2 each, only at Taco Bell. And that's my time.
I'm not the voiceover guy too, but guess I'll read the legal copy. At participating Taco Bell stores for limited time only. Price and participation vary. Tax extra. Taco Bell vegetarian items allow for dairy and egg consumption. Preparation methods could lead to cross-contact with meat. Visit TacoBell.com for full details.
Feel the thrill of faster internet from Sparklight with speeds up to 600 megs, just $40 a month for 3 months. Call 855-765-3500 for free installation and no contracts. Gig service also available. Get award-winning internet with unlimited data, only $40 a month for 3 months. Call 855-765-3500 today. Offer ends March 31st, 2022. Equipment, taxes, and fees not included. Data speeds may be slowed if data usage exceeds 5 terabytes. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Each January, the community donates to Sanford Children's Hospital during the Cares for Kids Radiothon.
It's all about the kids.
Now you can support the kids all year long with Miracle Mondays.
Thank you.
Sponsored in part by Matt's Automotive Service Center. Each Monday, you can help by supporting participating sponsors who dedicate a portion of their sales to help save lives of children in our community. Find out where at y94.com/miracle or text kids to 35270. Miracle Mondays made possible.
Hour.
Do you think it's okay?
Yep.
My mom, last night, I was hard to be with.
No way.
she was eating. I'm tired, right? And I'm stressed. And I was like, this morning I got up at 6 and I started listening right away to Ian Zero. And I was like, my mom's like, you're intense. I'm like, Mom, I sucked. Like, it was awful. And so she was eating so slow last night. And I put the credit card on there. And she's like, Leah, I'm sorry I'm eating slow. I'm like, that's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. And she's like, I'm eating as fast as I can. I'm like, I know. It's totally fine. So finally I was swinging my legs on the end of the booth and I'm just like all worked up. I mean, I was so worked up, Al. I like your shirt.
Hillary requested after the first year that I...
She did?
wore it.
I love it. You wear it every year?
Yeah.
Al?
They may not have told you that they've kind of worked away from calling them twin individuals.
No, they didn't tell me that. That's what it says. I'm glad you told me.
They're more wanted to be $20 a month.
Oh!
Because they're going the continuing rather than 12 months and you're done.
I totally get. Oh, I say 20. Okay, yes, because you're putting a stop date on it. Is there only one? There must be only one power hour. Thank you for showing me so many things. Do you know, like Hillary said,
Points for both of us is to hear that second baby squawk was like music to my ears, because I knew that at least one might stand a pretty good chance.
You're just a small bump, I know. You grow into your skin.
It was 5 hours after they were born that I saw them for the first time. I got to meet Hancy. They took me to her first, and they reassured me that she was pretty much just a typical preemie. She needed help with her oxygen, and they were going to be monitoring her for quite a while. After that, they took me over to Gabrielle, and I couldn't describe the sight. She was gorgeous. But when you see her, this little tiny baby surrounded by wires and her incubator and everything that was going on around her, you know something's wrong. It was one of the best moments of my life and one of the worst moments of my life, because they didn't know if my baby was gonna live.
And only, and you can wrap your fingers round my thumb and hold me tight.
These are the moments in life that you learn how strong you really are, or I guess what you're capable of enduring that you never thought was possible, I guess.
A little bit later on, we'd had a few care conferences when we found out that she probably wasn't going to make it. They had tried everything they could, and we heard the words, "There's nothing else we can do." So when we heard that and where we were kind of going, I wanted to take her home. I didn't want her to only know a hospital. That's not fair.
Ooh, you're just a small bump, I know. You grow into your skin.
They were able to get her off the CPAP and onto oxygen. And after 98 days in the NICU, she came home. We had moments. We had our breakdowns, because at the end of the day, we did know we were gonna lose her. We just didn't know when. We lost her on December 8th, 2014, and they were exactly 4 months old. I was holding her when she went, and I just said, "It's okay, you did what you were supposed to do. You've taught me lessons more than I could ever teach you." She's kind of been my saving grace after everything, because I have a reason to get up every day. I have a purpose. I have to teach her about her sister.
You are my one and only, and you can wrap your fingers round my thumb and hold me tight.
And I have to make sure she's okay, because I firmly believe that she knows that she lost that sister. Part of her heart, part of all of our hearts. The best thing that anybody could know is how life-changing this network is. Because without the Children's Miracle Network, we could have had a completely different outcome with both of our children in a very negative way.
You are my one and only.
We were able to have Gabby for 4 months because of the machines that she was on that were donated by the Children's Miracle Network. Pansy progressed the way she did because of the machines that she was on donated by the Children's Miracle Network. I think the biggest thing that people need to understand is that your donation is keeping people's children alive and giving them hope. That piece of equipment, somebody cared enough. Thankfully, that piece of equipment was there. Please be generous. Please be kind, because those 4 months were the best 4 months of our lives. We couldn't have asked for a better place to be. Pick up the phone, make a donation. It makes a huge difference to everybody who's affected by it.
If you've ever donated to this Radiothon before, gave Jeff and Lindsay the best 4 months of their life. That's what they got with Gabby. It's 4 months. 701-478-KIDS, 5437. Pick up the phone because we're in a power hour and we're still looking for 10 people that want to have their donation tripled by Shields and Saving Smiles Dentistry, or more important, because the story of Hansi and Gabrielle touched you.
Well, I can imagine, too, Lindsay, right? We talk a lot about how just maybe a little more time and what a gift even that can be. But to just like hold your 4-month-old daughter while she passes away. How she's able to look at that so positively, and that, you know, you've done what you need to do here. You've taught me so much. It's just, that's why we do. That's why we donate. That's why we do this every year, and that's hopefully just if all we did during this whole radiothon is provide one more moment like that for a parent, it's worth the 2 days.
701-478-KIDS. It's real easy to drive down 94, drive down Veterans, past the Sanford Medical Center, the Sanford Children's Hospital, which is inside there, and not think about that kind of thing. Because why would you, right? You don't want to probably on any given day drive past there and start your day thinking about some of these scary things, right? You want to live in sweet, sweet ignorance of that, as we all do. We don't want to think about that stuff, especially when it comes to kids.
Mm-hmm.
These 2 days are 2 days. Those stories are happening every single day of the year. And we tell you for 2 days about them. And so the next time when you drive past there, maybe you think about what's going inside those walls. What's happening in the Children's Hospital? What's happening with the 70 families that are in there right now with their kids? Jeff and Lindsay, let me tell you, are some of the most firm supporters of this radiothon. And whether it's through social media or word of mouth, they tell anybody that this is going on, and they push people to donate.
Mm.
That's how much those 4 months with their little girl meant for them, that years later, we talked to them in 2016. They're still pushing for people to help out this hospital that gave them those 4 months.
701-478-KIDS. That's 701-478-5437. We're down to 10. But I mean, really, we can say down to 10, but we started with 20. And we're 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. And it's triple matched right now. It is the main thing, too. You definitely don't want to waste those. And we've said this before, too. 10's the goal. We can do way more. They'll triple match until we get to the top of the hour. But you only got 10 minutes to grab that phone. 701-478-KIDS. One other thing you can do if maybe you are running around right now, if you text KIDS in this time frame, like you text it now at least to 35270, you text the word KIDS. Even if you do that now, you'll get the link on your phone and it gives you time, but you're still in for that triple match as long as you have it before 1 o'clock.
We just want you to make that commitment. You get in for the triple max. All you got to do is text kids to 35270. That's you indicating, hey, Shields, Saving Smiles Dentistry, I'm about to donate. I want you to triple match that for me. Just text kids to 35270. If you're more of a phone person, 701-478-KIDS, 5437. That certainly works. Or you know what? We'll take you in person if you're swinging by 25th Street. Our studios are at 1020 25th Street South, kind of at the intersection of 25th and 13th at the Marvin Windows drop-off out front. We'd like to share with you now the story of Rhett.
I have 3 kids, Rhett being the youngest. He was born in January. He was supposed to be born in February.
Feel like a candle in a hurricane.
Since he was born early, and we didn't know this at the time, but his larynx was not developed. Finally found out that he had this condition called laryngomalacia, and it was, hard because we didn't know what to expect.
'Cause when push comes to shove, you taste what you're made of.
First, it was overwhelming, but then, unfortunately, you get sort of desensitized to it. I mean, I hate to say that, but we were surrounded by such good people that you just felt confident going in.
Then you stand.
The longest stay was from April 16th through June 6th.
I mean, that first hospitalization when he was, very pale, or then he turning very blue, it's like, what damage is being done to him?
I broke down and cried quite a few times because, I'm away from my other kids and I was away from my family. I had to be away from my job.
The people made all the difference.
The nurses and everybody around us, I really wanted hot chocolate, and the hospital was actually out. It was during the winter, so everybody wanted hot chocolate. And I just remember one of the nurses went to Target that night before her shift and got hot chocolate for me.
It's very relieving to see that, it's minimal at best. Permanent is going to come of this or not. I mean, it's going to be very, very minute.
To play.
We unfortunately saw a lot of families come and go, and some that, didn't have the best ending to their story as we did. So
donate without question. I mean, they're donating towards some of the best people, the best facility in, the region. And I can say that without any doubt.
You get mad, you get strong, wipe your hands, shake it off, and you stand.
A few times that Rhett was in the hospital, we had doctors, if we had questions or if something came up with his airway, we had doctors coming in at midnight. They came from home. They were like, I was in bed sleeping, but I got a message about this, and I came to the we came to the hospital right at, midnight just to see him, so I knew myself what I was looking for and looking at.
Stuff like that going on, being around that, working there would take a toll on a person and, affect their attitude, but you would never tell. Just hoping for a normal life, and it's looking good so far. So we have Sanford to thank for that.
Cares Kids Radiothon, minutes left of this power hour at 701-478-KIDS. I mean, Rhett has been hospitalized 5 times, undergone 3 surgeries within 1 year. Imagine if this hospital was not so close to that family's home. I mean, having this that close to their home, they're from the area, is absolutely invaluable. That would completely disrupt their family, having that much medical care if it was 4 hours away.
Especially with kids. I mean, just getting your kids in the car for getting them to school, getting your kids home from practice. Maybe your kids are preschool kids and you're picking them up just a little bit ago. Just to get your kid in a vehicle and go to and from, I don't care what age they are, is a task. And then, to have to hit the road for that many miles makes it that many hard, which is having this facility here, having the staff that we have here, the credentials that follow them as well. What we're talking to Deb, too. They're like one of the only accredited, what was it for? I can't remember it off the top of my head, but they're like literally the only one between here and the West Coast.
Yeah, I know for some reason the word's escaping me right now, but there is a lot of things about the hospital that are I mean, unique to that hospital. And as far as medical facilities, in particular for children, I mean, outside of the Minneapolis area, there's really nothing that even holds a candle, especially not on the North Dakota side.
701-478-KIDS. We are still in that power hour, but we are getting real tight. 5 minutes is all we got left of this power hour. It is tripled by Shields and Saving Smile Dentistry. We're down to 7 now, I'm being told. But that's still, I mean, we got a ways to go.
Yeah, we are looking for 7 people in the next just couple of minutes here to want their donation tripled. How great would that be? Thanks to Shields and Saving Smiles Dentistry. If you call like right now, you can be one of those 7 people that has your donation tripled at 701-478-KIDS, or you text KIDS to 35270. And again, that is Shields and Saving Smiles Dentistry. And we have 8 phones over there, right? We just need 7 people. We can keep one person not doing anything, but we need to get 7 out of the 8 working back there.
Well, and it's a fast enough as you maybe are thinking you don't have time before you need to be back to work by 1 o'clock or something like that. It really, it takes 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes to get it completely. I mean, you're not going to be on the phone very long. You will be done by the time you pull up back to work at 1 o'clock.
It is an exceptionally quick phone call. If you are, we do have the antisocial option. You go ahead and just text KIDS to 35270. Do it all on your phone. That's perfectly fine. If you do hurry up and text KIDS before the power hour's over, that will go ahead and register your donation as one that is getting tripled when you go and fill out the form, even if it takes you a little while to get back to it. 701-478-KIDS 5437. Maybe it is this story that inspires you to become part of all these stories.
Ryder was born about 6 weeks early. It was a long labor, and when she finally came out, she wasn't breathing, and she was all purple. And that's when they told me they'd be sending her to Children's Hospital in Minneapolis.
When she was born, she was just, she wasn't breathing. They just put her in that helicopter and took her, and I was just like, I don't know. All of a sudden, you just think the very worst of everything. They did some tests and said, well, she probably won't be able to eat. She probably won't be able to walk. She won't hear, she won't see. And then they did some genetic testing and realized that she had CHARGE syndrome.
So when you're on your knees and answer seems so far away, you're not alone. Stop holding on and just be here.
CHARGE syndrome is a genetic disorder that's very uncommon. About 1 in 10,000 individuals are born with CHARGE syndrome. It ranges so far in severity. Like Ryder's symptoms or the things that she's gotten from CHARGE can be completely different from the next child born with CHARGE. The symptoms that you can actually have are different, let alone the severity of them.
That was scary because, again, they're telling you that she's not going to be okay, and there's pretty much 20% of these kids die before they're 5 years old. They tell you it's rare, and it's tough.
Major surgeries, at least a dozen. We always have to expect there's going to be another surgery, but she does so well with all of it. She really is a brave little girl.
This little girl, most of the time, can't see very well. She can't hear very well. Her scoliosis and all that stuff, but never once does she complain.
So when you're on your knees and answer seems so far away, you're not alone. Stop holding on and just be here. Your world's not falling apart, it's falling into place. I'm on the throne, stop holding on and just be here.
There's lots of specialists that you have to coordinate, and that's just at Sanford alone.
They were thorough. It wasn't about anything but that little girl.
Having all of our specialists in one place has made life so much easier. We can't thank you enough. Everything that Sanford Hospital has done for us is incredible. They've made it as easy as they can on Ryder to go through everything she's gone through. From everything the doctors had told us when Ryder was born, we would have never expected her to come as far as she's come. We were expecting wheelchairs and trachs and feeding tubes and mental retardation and her never fitting in with kids her own age. And it's been a complete opposite. Every time you set a goal for Ryder, she strives to achieve it. And so far she has. She walks, she talks, she signs, she brailles. Just the things that she is able to overcome has been amazing.
Your world's not falling apart, it's falling into place. I'm on the throne, stop holding on and just be here. Just be here.
She's shown us that you can wake up every morning and find something good about the day, no matter how bad things seem. She's always so happy. She comes into your life and makes it a brighter place. She gives the best hugs in the world.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Dwayne.
Dwayne who?
Dwayne the bathtub. It's Rampton. Thanks for helping the kids.
You know, Ryder, amazing kid. I think she stole my joke. That's the one knock joke I know. I don't know any other ones. That's the one I know.
Well,
wow. I don't want to say I feel plagiarized, but that's fine. That's wonderful. Wow, Ryder. Wow. Cares for Kids Radiothon. I was really inspired, and I was going to say, you know what another great example of having this hospital close to home and how necessary that is. And then I had a toddler steal my joke, and now I'm just a little hurt.
Well, you're gonna have to step it up. You're gonna have to find a new one. It's hers now.
Considering legal
Belongs.
action.
Yeah.
Considering legal action. Well, we really just have minutes remaining, and we're already pushing it. We're still trying to get 4 more people to pick up the phone and have their donation triple matched at 701-478-KIDS, or you text KIDS to 35270 to wrap up this Power Hour. 4 more people.
And Ryder, another case, we just heard Rhett's story too. Imagine having 3 surgeries in 1 year, because they both. Ryder had the same thing. It was 3. Rhett had the same thing, which was those 3 surgeries in just 1 calendar year, and then add on top of it, we're talking about a baby, a premature baby.
Well, and what are you going to do? Are you going to be running back and forth to, a city 4 hours away? You're going to be splitting up the family. If you have other kids at home, that complicates things. Having the hospital right here in Fargo is huge. And we'd really like to get 4 more people to polish off this Power Hour, have your donation matched. I think probably one of the funnest moments during this radiothon, just from a kind of behind the scenes glancing over our side perspective, is we're doing this video stream, right? And you can watch it on the Cares for Kids page at y94.com, and we're videotaping and streaming a lot of these moments. And there's at one point today, and I think it was our early Power Hour this morning, we had so many phones ringing that Alyssa, who is running the video stream, and you can see her in the corner of the screen, and I was going to be embarrassed when she realized we're talking about her, she had to run away from the video stream and was on the phone taking donations because they didn't have enough people to answer the phones. And now every time, that has been my gauge now. Every time I look over and she's modeling. Yeah. Every time I see her and she's sitting there and she's watching the computer or she's drinking something or eating something, I'm disappointed because I'm we got to put her to work. We got to get her back on the phone. I want them to be so busy that she needs to be on the phone.
Well, now would be the time to do it. So you only got a few minutes left to hit that triple match. And she, I get to see it. She wants to work. Not that she's not doing anything now, but like you said, we gave her a pretty easy gig.
That's fine, yeah.
Give you a pretty easy gig.
And it's by the snacks.
You are right by, she's right by the, man, how did she get that gig? I wasn't part of that meeting.
Did you want the snack job?
I didn't know there was a snack job.
So you say I'm at a computer right next to all the snacks. Yeah. Tell me more. Well, what we're looking to have you do is call 701-478-KIDS, text KIDS to 35270, and make that donation to help us finish this Power Hour. Still looking for 4 people, and it's tripled thanks to Shields and Saving Smiles Dentistry as well. They're tripling. They'll match it, then they'll match it again.
Hey, and with that text, too, as long as you get it in with, I don't know, in the next few minutes, at least, we maybe give you a couple more minutes, you're still going to get that triple match. So you don't have to immediately hop on your phone and get it done immediately right now. But you need to get your text in right now, which is KIDS to short code 35270.
What we need is 4 people that believe in the kids of Sanford Children's Hospital, the value of having a facility like that and a staff like that in our community, to pick up the phone and call 701-478-KIDS. And this is a pretty exciting moment because if you call right now, you're the last person we need. We really just need one now, one more person.
And Alyssa has already volunteered that she will grab the phone for the last one. Is that volunteering, though? That's a victory lap, Alyssa. You can't take that phone call.
That's true. I don't know if she... Unless she's going to be the person donating the money, I don't think she deserves to be the last one.
No, that's a victory lap. You don't get that.
Hey, Alyssa, have you done your 20 by 12 yet? Have you done your $20 a month? You can fill it out on camera. We don't mind. I mean, hide your credit card information. Well, you can fill it out on camera. We absolutely don't mind if you just want to do that while you're sitting there. Oh, she's nodding. She has.
Uh-huh.
She's nodding. She has. There's also a slight delay on this video, so I'm really... Oh, she has, and she's texting, too. I think she's embarrassed she's got so much attention at this point.
She's got snacks, and she just gets to text with people all day. again, that was a killer gig. She answered the phone once, and she's a hero.
Isn't that funny how that works?
Yeah.
Still waiting on that one person, and I mean, at this point, we refuse to stop asking until somebody wants to be that one person. 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437. 701-478-KIDS, or text KIDS to 35270. Are you trying to tell me there's not one more? There's not one more person listening that can just polish this off, keep this thing rolling?
Maybe listen at work, too. Don't forget, you can just go right to 194.com if you want to donate. If you don't want to pull out your phone, or for whatever reason you're at work at your desk and don't want to take your phone out, but you're listening, you can go to 194.com, and it obviously links right there. You'll see that Cares for Kids logo, boom, right when you open up 194.com.
I mean, to point to you how ready they are to answer your phone, now I'm creeping on the people behind her, because now I like to stare people behind. That dude was checking his watch. She's playing on her phone. We got to get on this. And I'm not talking about the phone with, the donating. It was a cell phone.
Oh, so he's... Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
He's on the landline.
I
don't even remember what that is.
No, this fella here's wondering what time it is.
I wonder if he knows that we're the one we're talking about him.
What we need is that last person. Oh, there it is. There it is. Power hour done. All right. Thank you, Fargo-Moorhead. And if that was you, know that Shields and Saving Smiles Dentistry, they're going to match and then match again your donation. That's pretty darn cool.
Well, huge here, too, as we head into really, 5 hours left to go. We're heading into the afternoon of the final day, that final quarter, you could say fourth quarter of the Radiothon we're about to hop into. And the good news is we're on track at this point, and not possible without all those that grabbed the phone here in this last, really, 5-10 minutes to help us reach that goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's thank you for that, because that power hour, we're starting to look like, we've never missed in 22 years of this Radiothon a power hour. And there's a couple of times every Radiothon we're like, oh, great, we're going to be the ones that destroy tradition. That's wonderful. So thank you for helping do that. Just after 1 o'clock, we are going to speak with the Shirley family a little bit about their experience with their 10-year-old and all that played out at Sanford Children's Hospital. That's all on the way. Is the Cares for Kids Radiothon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family. And it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with clostotomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler wants to go to college. He wants to drive a car. I think the biggest challenge for the two of us has been making sure that Tyler is content, that Tyler is fulfilled in his life, and making sure he's happy. We try to make sure that every other aspect of his life is totally incredible.
Right, we try to make sure he has a normal life.
Sanford Children's mean a lot to our family. They are with us every week. We're either talking to a nurse, or we're talking to a doctor, or we're going to therapy. They have been a part of our life. When we received Tyler's diagnosis, we were extremely relieved to have a name to what his disorder was. We also felt relief also that Sanford had provided all of the care that Tyler needed. When we got the official diagnosis, it told us, okay, Tyler needs this kind of therapy, speech therapy, occupational, PT, and Sanford had already been providing all of that for 4 years. So even though we didn't have an exact diagnosis, Sanford was still on top of what had to be done. Having Sanford with us since birth until now has been incredible. The first part of the journey was when he, of course, was really, really small, and going up to the game room, having Child Life come in, talk to us, explain stuff to Tyler, and to have the atmosphere where it made Tyler feel at home was a huge part of it, because he spent so many hours and so many days there. I can't praise them enough for everything that they do for us. I think the future for Tyler holds a lot of exciting things. He is excited to eventually move out, maybe a part-time job and a good living situation in a group home. We still have quite a few years before we go down that road. So right now we're just concentrating in the immediate future on working on some more life skills, some more reading skills. My hope and dreams for Tyler is for him just to be happy.
Have a normal life.
To find whatever passion he has in life, if it's drawing, if it's making short little videos on his phone, if it's collecting and selling toys, just to lead his best life, have fun, and keep that positive spirit.
We'll go straight to my head. What would they say instead? If I knew it all, then would I do it again? Would I do it again? If they knew what they said, we'll go straight to my head. What would they say instead?
Y94 Cares for Kids Radiothon is on the air at 701-478-KIDS 5437. And joining us on the phone is Steve Shirley. Mr. Steve Shirley, do you hear us okay?
I hear you just fine. Thanks so much.
I really struggle not to say, don't call me Shirley.
I've heard that once or twice over the years, as you might imagine.
Well, Steve, we got to hear about your experience with your daughter at Sanford Children's. Would you mind just kind of telling us everything that played out?
Sure. Appreciate that. We have she was 9 at the time, now 10-year-old daughter, back late last spring, about Memorial Weekend, just wasn't feeling well and just kind of not herself, kind of lethargic and looking a little pale and headaches, and got her in here. We live up in Minot. She was here in Fargo visiting my mother, her grandma, and got her into the walk-in clinic, and right away they something didn't seem right, and they did some blood labs, and her labs just came back with some really big irregularities. And in a really short period of time, she was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. And obviously that came out of left field and really hit us like a ton of bricks. And ended up spending really pretty much the whole summer here in Fargo and in and out with a number of hospitalizations at the Children's Clinic here and at the Children's Hospital and a lot of back and forth and trips with the Roger Maris Cancer Center as well, and the great team of pediatric oncologists they have here, and so did chemotherapy and had a number of treatments throughout the summer, and ultimately the chemotherapy was not working to get rid of the leukemia, and so we ended up down in Minneapolis at the University of Minnesota Children's Hospital, and she had a stem cell transplant this fall, and so spent all of the fall down in Minneapolis. But the summer months, June, July, and August here with the Children's Hospital and the great care that we got here in Fargo just really was impactful and meaningful and meant a lot to our family and to our 10-year-old daughter.
Steve, was this the first time too that you had been to the Children's Hospital and seen it here in Fargo?
I don't know if can you still hear me?
Yeah,
there you are. Yep.
Steve, was this the first time that you had been to the Children's Hospital in Fargo? Had you seen it before you guys got there with your daughter?
Well, it's funny you asked that. She was a micro preemie when she was born, and so she was 1 pound 10 ounces, and spent about 2 months in the NICU here in Fargo, and so we had some experience with Sanford NICU, and that was before the new hospital was built. That was downtown at the the Broadway location. But so we had some familiarity with the team here, and obviously now we're dealing with oncologists and leukemia, and quite a bit different. But just the 9th floor there on the new hospital. That's the Children's Hospital floor, and just a really a wonderful team up there, and got world class care. And we're fortunate to be here in North Dakota to have that kind of care right here in our backyard. And again, being from Minot, that's 275 or so miles each direction, but it's a lot better than having to, hop on a plane and go halfway across the country to get that kind of care. So it really meant a lot to us.
Well, it sounds like that even though, they had things they had to kind of help coordinate with another place with, I mean, they were very involved in that from start to finish. So that had to be just priceless to have someone so close to home that could help you coordinate something, even when it did require a little bit of travel. At least you had kind of the home field advantage here for the away game.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And today, in fact, I'm actually in Fargo today, and I just had appointments this morning over at Roger Maris. And to this day, we continue to treat with the pediatric oncology is a real specialist in the state of North Dakota, and there's 5 in the state, I think, total docs, and 4 are here in Fargo and 1 in Bismarck. And so we continue to utilize their services and their treatment, and still, obviously with the stem cell transplant, still dealing with folks at the University of Minnesota as well. And then, of course, with Trinity back home in Minot, we work with them an awful lot too, and they've been wonderful as well. But just all of that coordination and kind of the central role that the Sanford Children's Hospital played throughout all of that. It's a lot of logistics and a lot of coordination, and they've really been great to work with.
So Anna's 10 now. How is she dealing with all of this? As a 10-year-old, I imagine it's just a lot to fathom, like even understand entirely what's going on. How's Anna doing with this at 10?
Yeah, she's been through, there's been some really tough days. There's been a lot of really, difficult side effects and a lot of pokes and prods and procedures and been some tough days. But she's maintained, as good a spirit as you could possibly hope for throughout all of this. And as you said, she's a 10-year-old. That's a tough time. Again, this hit last year in Memorial Weekend. We were just gearing up. School. It had just ended like that week, and getting ready for summer camps and spending time at the lake and being outside and, playing softball and doing all those kinds of things that a 10-year-old does in the summertime. And all of that just came to a screeching halt, and she couldn't do any of that. And she's still, to this day, where she's not back in school yet. She has a really compromised immune system, and so she's still a teacher comes in from the Minot Public School District and sees her each day. But, that's a difficult time in life to be that age and not being able to do what kind of, every other little 10-year-old is doing. And so, but again, she's maintained wonderful spirit. And again, a lot of that comes back to the doctors and nurses and support staff, the family, the child life support they have at Sanford Children's. A lot of those people have just made some tough experiences and tough days a lot smoother and a lot better than they otherwise might have been.
Well, Steve, gotta ask you this, knowing that so many of the programs and services and therapies and just so much of what your daughter experienced and continues to experience inside Sanford Children's Hospital has maybe even just the smallest in some cases, but is somehow impacted by Radiothon dollars. What would you say to people that have donated before, knowing that they have, whether they realize it or not, been part of your daughter's experience there?
Well, just a huge word of thanks to all your listeners and all the donors and all the folks who have supported or are thinking about supporting. It's a lot of the little touches. I know a lot of these dollars are used for things like to support the child life services and the music therapy and the toys and the games and the arts and crafts. And, there gets to be a lot of long days in the hospital when you're hospitalized for weeks on end and you're a little kid and you want to be outside doing something different. That's where a lot of these dollars are going, and they do make a difference. And I know a lot of times maybe folks don't see where their dollars are up, but just please know they really do have a huge impact and help pass the time and make some tough experiences a little bit brighter. And you get up there on that 9th floor, and it's you can get out in the real world, and we hear everybody arguing about different things, and times are tough and life is difficult. Well, go spend some time at a children's hospital, and you see these little fighters and what they're going through, and it just kind of puts everything in perspective in a real quick hurry.
I don't know if we could put it any better, Steve. We appreciate you taking a couple of minutes. Thank you so much for calling in today.
I appreciate what you guys are doing. Thanks a lot. Take care. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye. It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon, 701-478-KIDS. Maybe Steve said something that struck a chord with you. And I mean, what gets more relatable than people are just in a negative place. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%.
And I mean, some of it is justified, right? We've had a tough couple of years, but whether it is the COVID pandemic stuff and things related to that, mass politics, whatever, the world is a crabby place. And we like to get kind of all ornery about some really ridiculous stuff. Boy, you want a reality check and a perspective check real quick? He's not wrong. Cares for Kids should be that in a lot of ways, but you walk into the hospital, think about what real things people are dealing with while you're upset about a face mask or whatever it is. That's just an example, but just
Absolutely.
Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, it's the world we're in right now. And I think you pointed it out where it's like a lot of people maybe feel medicaled out, you could say. Like you're medicaled out. Now you're just, this is harder to listen to this year. I've so much medical. But this is probably the one that really matters. Right?
Yep.
These are kids in our community. They're 70-ish, right? 70?
I believe it was 70, yep.
70 families that are there now and will be there tonight. and tomorrow night and probably the next day. And I mean, it's a packed house there right now. They're busy and they're continuously packed. That hotel is no vacancy every day, basically.
Well, and a very small percentage of those probably have anything to do with the pandemic. That seems like that's the forefront of everything we got going on in the world. It's not necessarily the case there. I mean, some of them obviously are tied to that, but not all of them by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, we had a completely full NICU, right? There was 41 kids there right now. I mean, there's a lot of things that have nothing to do with that going on. Be part of those stories when you call 701-478-KIDS. And the next little while here, well, we are commercial free on the Radiothon for the entire hour. We are also going to be talking with Sarah Nygaard here in a little bit. She is a certified child life specialist at Sanford Children's, which is special because you are a massive part of that program when you are part of the Radiothon. And additionally, the story of Elise, one of our Cares for Kids kids, and a bit.
Thank you for listening to the Cares for Kids Radiothon. It's all about the kids. Big kids, little kids. Please call in your pledge right now. Make a 20 by 12 donation. Call 478-KIDS.
That's 478-543.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with child life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungl. They are really nice and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia, and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky. And because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems like digestive issues as well. There's no cure for it. I had no idea that Mackenzie had cystic fibrosis. I was actually thrown off pretty good about it because she seemed pretty healthy as a baby. So managing Mackenzie's cystic fibrosis has been really hard. It's always making sure she does her vesting, her nebulizers. She's very rushed in the morning for school because she has to do that first. Even when she's tired at night, she still has to do that first as well. She can't just go crawl off into bed.
Hi, this is me doing my vest and nebulizer. I have to take it every 2 times a day, every single day, because it helps loosen up the mucus in my legs.
Mackenzie has a lot of medicines. We go to the pharmacy quite frequently. They know us well. When she's having a hard day, she would get the headaches. She would be bound to the couch. She would have no energy. She would have low oxygen, and she had turned purple before. So in those circumstances where me and Mackenzie need to just get up and go to the hospital, we have just left and called from the road because our doctors have always gotten us in right away. Sanford is 2 hours away from home, but it's close enough and always worth the trip to bring Mackenzie here. I've learned to trust them with her life, literally. When I don't feel secure enough at home with Mackenzie, Sanford definitely is home. Like, it's one place where I know that we'll be okay. Mackenzie's been doing great since she's been on Trikafta. Her oxygen is back up. She's gaining weight, which she wasn't able to do for about a year now. Mackenzie also has color in her face again. She doesn't look sick and she doesn't act sick anymore. And the best thing that I've seen from it is she's got her energy. She looks like a kid and she's not coughing anymore. Cystic fibrosis has been a growing and learning journey because it's always something new, something different. But my biggest fear is just the progression of it. So now, especially with Trikafta slowing that down, it's been a monumental relief. My hopes and dreams for Mackenzie right now is to get to live like a kid and not have to sit on a couch and feel groggy and be behind her peers. I'm just hoping that she gets to do what she wants.
Thanks for helping kids like me.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity.
Didn't have to. The story of Elise in the Cares for Kids Radiothon, 701-478-KIDS-5437. Now, you think of kids, you think of Children's Hospital, you maybe think of some of the real itty-bitties, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe those preemie babies. Elise, she was driving, so obviously, kids didn't know as the little itty-bitties, and flipped that SUV 5, 6 times. And nothing better illustrates the importance of having a facility like this nearby, like her getting air-meted where she needed to be quickly, because you don't generally, you flip your vehicle 6 times, you need medical attention, and you need it now.
Well, right, too. And this was on the gravel. So she's going down a gravel road and flips. So you maybe see a vehicle in a ditch or something like that in the winter, and okay, there's probably snow to cushion, you could say, to a certain degree, but in the summer, not many people are getting away from a 5-roll car accident.
Yeah, it was, that was a desperate time. She needed help. She needed help now, and they took care of her. I mean, when you go through something like 2 months of physical therapy, that is a commitment, right? And even as a teenager, she's going through 2 months of that. If that wasn't available here, that's going to completely disrupt that entire family. Mom and or dad's work situation is going to be adjusted. She probably isn't going to be able to do school that traditional way. That was all in town here, and she got back in them heels and got in the pageant, but that's important too.
I would honestly say it's actually really cool that, you could maybe make the 2-month recovery time is incredibly impressive. What she was still make that pageant, the Miss Teen North Dakota pageant or whatever she said, got
Miss
third by the way.
North Dakota Teen USA, I want to say.
Got the Congeniality Award, which is, let's be honest, that's the favorite. That's what you want.
I mean, it takes me probably 2 months to recuperate from a weekend of helping a buddy move.
Right.
She had this 5-6 roll accident and 2 months was in a pageant. So it says something about the strength of Elise.
Yeah, well, it says something too about the hospital where she gets that care, which is right here at Sanford Children's Hospital. Right now, things like this Radiothon helping support all those miracles at 701-478-KIDS. And when we say 478 kids, 5437. And kids in this case, right? I mean, we can speculate at least, 16, 17 probably years old at that point at the crash?
Yep, I would imagine. Well, so she's 16, 17 then. That's 2018 now. I mean, she's an adult out there running around now, right? She's full grown.
And
20 years old probably.
And apparently quite the golfer or whatever, too. I can say this.
I guess I haven't seen, but I would assume, yeah.
When I say quite the golfer, my skill level is so bad, it takes just basically a toddler level of golfing ability to be quite the golfer.
So, like Thunder Road mini golf, you're like, wow.
If you can perform there and make the ball in the cup, you're a much better golfer than myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think she was probably coming home from much more serious golf practice, if we're being honest.
Yes. In that story, I'm not looking forward to golf season. I'll just leave it there.
That'd be easy now. I mean, nobody knows where the ball is now.
Now's my time to shine.
This would be the time to do it. You'd be a hole in one. They'd be like, I don't know. Must have been. Can't find it anyway.
Lost it, yeah.
So on the way here to this commercial for Reset of the Cares for Kids Radiothon on Y94 shortly, we're going to have Maribel and Emmy in studio here all about Emmy's situation she dealt with. Also, Sarah Nygaard, who is a certified child life specialist at Sanford Children's Hospital. All of them very shortly on the Cares for Kids Radiothon. And the story of Mackenzie Borg soon as well.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon on 194. If we don't stand up for children, then we don't stand for much. Here's a number to call. To make a 20 by 12 donation, call 478-KIDS. That's 478-5437. Or toll free to 1-877-478.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, And that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soder syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with colostomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler wants to go to college. He wants to drive a car. I think the biggest challenge for the two of us has been making sure that Tyler is content, that Tyler is fulfilled in his life, and making sure he's happy. We try to make sure that every other aspect of his life is totally incredible.
Right, we try to make sure he has a normal life.
Sanford Children's mean a lot to our family. They are with us every week. We're either talking to a nurse, or we're talking to a doctor, or we're going to therapy. They have been a part of our life. When we received Tyler's diagnosis, we were extremely relieved to have a name to what his disorder was. We also felt relief also that Sanford had provided all of the care that Tyler needed. When we got the official diagnosis, it told us, okay, Tyler needs this kind of therapy, speech therapy, occupational, PT, and Sanford had already been providing all of that for 4 years. So even though we didn't have an exact diagnosis, Sanford was still on top of what had to be done. Having Sanford with us since birth until now has been incredible. The first part of the journey was when he, of course, was really, really small, and going up to the game room, having Child Life come in, talk to us, explain stuff to Tyler, and to have the atmosphere where it made Tyler feel at home was a huge part of it, because he spent so many hours and so many days there. I can't praise them enough for everything that they do for us. I think the future for Tyler holds a lot of exciting things. He is excited to eventually move out, maybe a part-time job, and a good living situation in a group home. We still have quite a few years before we go down that road. So right now we're just concentrating in the immediate future on working on some more life skills, some more reading skills. My hope and dreams for Tyler is for him just to be happy.
Have a normal life.
To find whatever passion he has in life, if it's drawing, if it's making short little videos on his phone, if it's collecting and selling toys, just to lead his best life, have fun, and keep that positive spirit about him is something I hope he never loses. He really is just kind of the heart of the entire family. He makes everybody incredibly happy, and he brings us all together.
With me, he just makes me be the best dad I can be. I mean, he's such a great kid.
He's going to do great things.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number one hit music station. You can call 701-478-KIDS 5437 to become part of Cares for Kids. And we're chatting a little bit now with Sarah Nygaard. Now, Sarah, well, first and foremost, did I say your last name properly?
You did, yeah.
See, we've been talking a lot about these very North Dakota, Minnesota names. Nygaard is definitely one of them. It's a beautiful, beautiful name. So you are a certified child life specialist at Sanford Children's. That is a job that we hear a lot about during the Radiothon. Tell us a little bit about what that means.
Yes, I kind of say it's a kind of a hidden gem within the healthcare system that you wouldn't know it exists unless you experience it and hear about it. And so child life specialist, it's kind of a sweet job that we can say we are trained professionals that work with kids and youth and patients and families to help take a scary, stressful healthcare or medical experience and turn it into a positive one. And so we work a lot with them to put it in a perspective that they can understand based on their developmental level and work with them and putting them first. And so it's a sweet job that we get to have and get to do that impacts and has a lasting impression on so many different lives.
I'd have to imagine, though, it can't be we've talked about this, especially over the last few years, how hard it must be to work just in a hospital, in the healthcare system. But even for you every day, you're probably meeting a lot of these families in a time frame when they're getting some of the worst news they're going to get in their life, I would imagine.
And you see it so differently, too, and you see how kids take these experiences and apply it and how you want to put them first. And so I'm currently in a clinical setting, and so we see, like at the Pete's Clinic, 150 kids on average come through, see their primary pediatrician. And so it's fun to kind of see them and like just encourage the positive coping and putting a positive aspect on it and be like, wow, let's like see how much you've grown. And you get to see your doctor today that you probably only see once a year and sometimes more. And so to see the kids thrive and want to learn more in their healthcare experience is so unique and so fun.
Well, during the Cares for Kids Radiothon, I mean, we air all these stories from over the years, and there's certain doctors whose names you hear a lot, but almost every single one of these stories mentions a child life specialist and the impact it had, a positive impact on the family. As somebody that does that for a living, what is that like to hear that back on the radio, hearing this and how much people appreciate what you guys do?
It's fun to hear it because it's like that's what makes a lasting impression. Like kids aren't going to remember the negative things that they might have been that day. They're going to remember the positive that comes with it. Like if they're going to remember playing with a certain toy or doing a certain craft, and because kids want to play kids and they learn and grow through play. And so as child life specialists, you want to promote their play no matter where they are, at home or in a healthcare setting. And you see it, like the lasting impact that has is really fun to kind of see. It's like, oh, you do remember that part. And so
you especially, too, as a child life specialist, you probably know for sure how much the Cares for Kids Radiothon helps. I mean, because it directly helps fund a lot of what you guys do with these kids. So you probably, more than many people in the hospital, knows how important this Radiothon is in raising these dollars.
Yeah, for sure. And you see the lasting impact it has. And so why not give on a time like this where there's still so many diagnoses that are happening every single day and NICU levels are still high. And so there's still so many families that are coming through, and to like, you want to help everyone and you want to reach them to make it a positive experience for everyone. And so I think Child Life truly wants to put kids first. And so everyone we see, we truly try to have the impact of like, can I put them first? Like, what are their needs and how can we help them cope and help them understand to feel involved? And that's going to help their lasting impact and impression on these experiences.
Well, we're sitting at a point now in the Cares for Kids Radiothon where we have just a little over 4 hours remaining of this year's Radiothon, and 4 hours to do what we're going to do this year for the Sanford Children's Hospital and the Children's Miracle Network. If I'm driving around and I'm listening to this, a lot of people ask for my money, right? There's charities and askers everywhere. And yes, I got a little choked up while I'm listening to Cares for Kids. Yes, I love Y94, or I know the good work Sanford does. But from your perspective, doing what you do day in and day out, why is this a valid place for somebody to give their $20 a month, would you say?
It's for the kids. And I think you see the impact it has on kids. And it's like the smile it puts on their faces to have these little things. Even a little donation goes a long way, of having a new game that's available to play, or a certain arts and crafts, or helping them understand different medical experiences based on their developmental level. And so you're not impacting just kids, but you're also impacting their families and taking that experience into something that's greater than yourself. And so I think that's what's neat about a children's one, because it's like, it's for the kids. It's not for necessarily adults, although you impact the families, but it's like, how can you say no to kids of all ages and different things like that? And so knowing the lasting impact and legacy that even a small donation can make is for greater good.
Well, what I don't think people necessarily realize, too, is you guys, I mean, yes, you are child life specialists, but it's not necessarily the child that's getting the treatment that is the end of your scope, whether it's classmates, siblings. You guys really cover it all, whatever the need is.
Yeah, you want to see how like a diagnosis or a hospitalization or an injury not only affects that child, but it affects the family, it affects the friends, it affects the school impact and every aspect of it. And so you want to try to normalize an environment and everything as much as possible, because that's going to help kids be kids and continue on in their development to help them grow and to be confident in who they are.
I'd have to imagine, and things have probably, over the last couple of years, you have this, you hate to say template, but you have like a system of how you, but the last couple of years, now you're limited about who can be in the hospital with these kids, because obviously their immune is, they're sensitive to it all. How hard has it been for you guys to adjust over these last couple of years? Because you're trying to, keep these kids mentally in a good place, but sometimes it's hard when you can't have your friends coming in or how have you adjusted over that the last couple of years?
You definitely have to think outside the box.
Yeah.
And you are grateful for technology and what that looks like, whether it's FaceTiming or even going almost like, you want to say old school, but like, let's write letters. You can be a pen pal, go back and forth, and it's like, you don't have to text, like you can send pictures, especially younger kids. It's like, can your siblings help decorate your room? Or can you help maybe send something to your class? And so it's like thinking outside the box of like, okay, with less visitors, how can you still keep them connected? Because kids want to be connected, especially teenagers, with their friends. And like, that's what they're gonna want the most and miss the most. And so you kind of figure out like, okay, how can you make that happen? Whether it's even signs outside the hospital through the window, or like I said, doing letters or projects or pen pals. It's like there's different ways you can still do it. And I think a time like this has helped child life specialists like think outside the box and go bigger, to think of like, okay, how can we make this grow even more? That's going to be carried on in the future.
Well, Sarah, before we let you go, we've been talking about quite a bit during the course of the Radiothon about how it truly takes a special kind of person to do your line of work. So we really just want to, I don't know if you're a good person taking compliments, but we just want to say thank you and help you. We want you to understand that we all appreciate you.
No, thank you. It's fun to hear, and it's fun to hear stories, because it's like oftentimes you don't think about like how it impacts, because you just do your job. You just love what you do, and you love meeting the families and the kids, and then to hear stories or see pictures, you're like, oh yeah. Or like they come back and so excited to be like, hey, we saw you last time. It's like, oh, that makes a big difference. Like, you remember who I am, but it's like, you just treat them all as if they were your own.
I feel like we need like a studio audience. We'd be like, Sarah Nygaard, everybody. But we don't.
Hey. You get a little.
We can be your studio audience.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
I haven't
Sarah,
clapped in a while. I haven't been to any events that I would need to, in fact, clap at. So.
Well, we appreciate you so much for coming in and for everything you do, Sarah.
No, thank you. Thank you.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon. Support the work that Sarah does when you call 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437.
Cares for Kids Radiothon. Help us, help the kids. Here's a number to call. To make a 20 by 12 donation, call.
Raina's great. She's Very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she'd end up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Morris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that's due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no, that we can tell, side effects from the chemo come up yet. My hopes and dreams for Raina, one that I would love to see, is if she could become a great piano player. She's got big hands, long fingers. I noticed that right away when she was born, that she seemed to have those perfect hands for playing the piano. The care Raina received at Sanford Children's was phenomenal. Having care close to home is one of the best things you can possibly hope for. Words can't express how thankful we are. I mean, you can say thank you all you want, but it doesn't even get close to how deep it really means what they do to help us out. You've got one of the best resources you could possibly have right here in your hometown in Sanford Children's and Roger Morris Cancer Center, because they can do just about anything you need to help take care of your kid.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungul. They are really nice and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia, and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky.
The Cares for Kids Radiothon is on the air.
Please call now.
Support the kids of Sanford Children's Hospital by calling 478-KIDS or donate online at y94.com.
Well, here we are in the Cares Kids Radiothon, Y94, the number one hit music station, 202, and we're at 22 in the Radiothons, 22 years.
I like it. I didn't realize it was already 2 o'clock. This morning has just flown by, which is
It's not
good.
morning anymore.
It's I guess it's well into the afternoon. Man, I just can't believe it's crazy to think that we're down to like the last 4 hours.
Yeah,
this is the thing.
here we are. It's crazy.
And we got a lot of work to do. Like, is that maybe why it's going so fast? We got a lot of work to do?
Maybe. We really do need you, too, because in the next 4 hours, we are trying to really wrap up we want to put a bow on this Radiothon and walk away from this feeling like we've made all our goals for Sanford Children's Hospital and Cares for Kids Radiothon at 701-478-KIDS 5437. And we're hoping the story of Connor inspires you to pick up the phone.
On June 18th, Father's Day, me and Lily were going to go kayaking, and my sister was going to drive the vehicle from where we got dropped off to where we wanted to end it. Before we left, my mom was like, well, she's got to be back at like 4. She's got a birthday party at 5, like Lily does. While I was driving, I was thinking, I'm like, we won't make it back by 4. So I'm like, well, all right, we'll just turn around. So we turned around, and then after that, I honestly have no idea what happened.
They turned around, and that's when the other vehicle hit them and T-boned them. The girls were thrown out of the vehicle, and Connor was still in the pickup. There's fire trucks and ambulances all over the place. I see Connor on a stretcher on the side of the road. Connor was air flighted to Fargo. I went in the ambulance with Lily. It felt like it took forever to get to Fargo. By the time we got there, the emergency room was very busy, and I started crying hysterically and almost passing out. Finally, when Connor was brought in and taken up to the ICU, Connor had traumatic brain injury. He had a C2 fracture. He had a level 2 spleen lac. And that was it. From what the pickup looked like and what the scene looked like, they all came out pretty lucky. They could have been way worse. You know, I always say this could have been way worse. Josie was in the hospital for 3 days. Lily was in the hospital for 4 days. Connor was in a coma for 20 days. Kurt goes, "You've been here, you need to get out." Ordered our food. Kurt calls. Connor woke up and he said, "Hi, Dad."
The first thing I do remember is saying, "Hey, Dad," because my dad broke out, and I started crying because I didn't know what was going on. It's really changed my perspective of life, to not take anything for granted. I played all 3 sports. It was my senior year, and I just wanted to play again football. And then when I got in the car accident, I woke up, and then the doctors told me, or my parents, that I was done with all sports, and it never really hit me that I was done, but it hit me it was probably a week, 2 weeks ago, it hit me that I was officially done. I texted her, my mom, and it was like, "I'm done, aren't I?" And I'm like, I lost it. It was a win for my football team, my baseball team, my basketball team, and surrounding schools and communities. I wouldn't be here. I know I wouldn't.
I just remember thinking that was completely amazing. They are so compassionate and so caring and so wonderful that I was like, okay, this is bad, but there's people here to help us through this.
Connor's story in the Cares for Kids Radiothon, 701-478-KIDS, 5437. Imagine being that dad that has that be your Father's Day. That happened on Father's Day. And how kind of weirdly full circle is it that the first person Connor woke up and responded to was his dad?
Yeah, no kidding. Man, and just to put it in the mindset too of it's already quite the Father's Day. I mean, you can hear nothing's more important to a kid like that his age than he's talking about football and basketball and baseball or being done with it, but then also talking about his teammates being able to support him and even surrounding communities coming out, he was saying, and supporting him, and where he just wouldn't be here without that. And that's what it is. It's they're from Hope, North Dakota, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it's from Hope, North Dakota, and all these communities across North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, they all depend on Sanford Children's Hospital. In Connor's case, thankfully was able to have it here, be able to get airlifted to here.
But maybe it's hard for some of these stories to put yourself in those shoes. You're like, man, I can't even imagine, childhood cancer or something like that. But how hard is it really to imagine that you got in your car and you had a car accident? That could happen to literally any of us, any day. You get in your car every day, multiple times a day, as do your teenage children or your kids riding with you. You, God forbid, you have an accident. And like Connor, you got to get air med. You got to get flighted out to somewhere. Do you want that somewhere to be across the street from Costco on Veterans, just off Veterans there, or do you want that to be hours away? I'm guessing you would prefer it's close by, especially for your own children.
And the fact we've been able to keep multiple, really, I mean, this being the new location, but I know we were talking to Steve Shirley last hour too, and it's crazy because for his daughter, he needed the Children's Hospital back when it was right off of Broadway, right? The former Children's Hospital location, and then needed it again when it's the new facility. To have that here and continue to stay here is so important.
Yeah, I mean, you have quite the legacy here that's 22 years strong, and that's just the Radiothon. I mean, the hospital's been doing good work with different names on the door for a while, and Sanford Children's Hospital is performing miracles on the daily. You're part of them when you call 701-478-KIDS, 5437. You text KIDS to 35270. On the way yet this hour, we chat with Maribel and Emmy of Fargo and hear their Cares for Kids story, and another kind of story that can happen to really anybody in this community, the story of Lillian and her family in less than 20 minutes.
Cares for Kids! Cares for Kids. Here's a number to call.
right, buddy. Here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals. Strong.
Nice job. Push toe, push toe, push toe. Big step. Big step. Tell it, mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support.
Ready to go.
Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was some problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with colostomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids. Make a donation. Call 478-KIDS.
That's 478-5437 or toll free to 1-877-478-KIDS on the 702 Cares for Kids line. It's all about the kids. Thank you. Now back to the Cares for Kids Radiothon. Thank you.
Thanks for making miracles happen.
The Cares for Kids Radiothon, 194, the #1 hit music station. Your donations at 701-478-KIDS. Or you can text KIDS to 35270. Join in studio now, which you can watch if you'd like to on the live stream on the Cares for Kids page at 194.com as well. Maribel and Emmy, how are you guys doing today?
Good, thank you.
Well, we appreciate you so much for coming in. Do you think you could just tell us, Mom, Maribel, a little bit about the experience you guys had at Sanford, which brought you in the door, and how things played out?
Yes, I am Maribel, and my son Emiliano Molina, which is he's known for as Emmy. Emmy got diagnosed in July 9th of this year. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the story, how it all unfolded with him. We were getting ready to go back to Texas, and as we were getting ready, I had just changed the oil on my car, and Emmy said, "Mom, my legs and my hands are hurting." And I said, "Okay, well, I'll take you to the doctor so he can give us something just so that we can make it back home." It was on a Friday, and I went to the doctor. We went to the doctor, and the doctor there said, "I'm going to send you to the hospital just to get some exams done. That way you all get it all in one shot and you guys don't have to come back." So we went, and that was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the hospital. By 9 o'clock, I had stepped out for a little bit, and my daughter says, "Mom, what's going on with Emmy?" And I said, "Well, it's probably premature arthritis because he's a big boy. He's growing up. He's 16, it's just arthritis." And she said, "What did they tell you right now?" "Well, they're doing a blood count." And she says, "Mom, you look so relaxed." And I said, "Well, it's just, again, arthritis." Well, when I got back, there was a whole bunch of doctors. Emmy was sweating. He had just come down with a fever. And the doctors said, you need to step outside. We need to talk to you. And, well, what I thought was growing pains, he was diagnosed with leukemia. The doctor there said, we need to transfer you to Sanford because they have one of the best teams there, and you can get better care there. So he was taken by ambulance, which was very hard for me because Emmy had never been, of course, on his own, especially in an ambulance. And Emmy's autistic as well. So with his autism, loud noises or unfamiliar things, he just gets so stressed and so nervous. And when we got there by midnight at Sanford, Dr. Wyatt was our doctor, and he right away he explained as little, and my emotions at that moment were, I didn't know how to react. Do I cry? What do I do? It just happened so fast that there was no time to think. It was Emmy, and all I could see was Emmy was in pain and frightened, and it just didn't know what to do. But the team there right away stepped in, and they said, we're gonna, for right now, we're just gonna try to get it under control, and we work from there.
So you're away from home. Yeah, I mean, you guys are states away from home. You're about as far away from home as you can find in the United States, but you're still here, which I think maybe says a ton about maybe the care you found with Emmy at Sanford Children's Hospital, that you guys have decided to, it sounds like, stay here through his care.
Yes, we are 1,600 miles away. We're from Texas. Now we were originally, well, now I can say I'm a resident. We are both residents of Fargo, North Dakota, which it's so, just the people here in itself are just beautiful, and it's so funny how everything unfolded and people that have touched our lives. And yes, we might not have all of our physical family here, our immediate family, but Sanford is our family now. It's Emmy has, of course, with Child Life, there's one particular person, Ms. Wendy. All of them are great. But when Ms. Wendy comes in the room, he pushes me out. No, it's time for me and Ms. Wendy to talk. It's at the beginning, he was so frightened. I was, "Mom, I'm going to get a back pull." He would get so nervous. Now he doesn't even mention that. Now he says, "Is Miss Wendy going to be there? Is it time for me to go see Paige and Kelsey for therapy?" And I would explain, Emmy, now this week we'll be going to the hospital. So we will have, in this phase, it would be 1 week, 24/7 with his chemo at the hospital. And that is very hard for a teenager. And he says, Mom, why do I always have to pee? It's every 45 minutes for the time that we're there. And I said, well, son, you know, it's flushing out. And with his autism, you know, trying to explain what leukemia is and what's going on, that's very hard. But Child Life explains to him in the way that he can understand.
Well, let me ask you this, because in the time that you guys have had at Sanford Children's, I mean, you and Emmy have been touched by things like the hospital teacher, music therapy, the child life specialist, as you said, which Miss Wendy is obviously a fan favorite. I mean, knowing that so many of those programs are even just partially funded by Radiothon dollars, from people you've never met that are just picking up the phone and calling 478 Kids, what does that mean to you that was just complete strangers helping Emmy and you out?
It's words cannot describe. And this is what they call everything's in action. So you can see it firsthand. You know, it's just beautiful. It's the kindness of everybody there at the hospital and making Emmy feel not like a patient, but, you know, we're part of the family and we're in this together. That in itself, you know, it helps Emmy so much to get through this, you know, and it's something that, words cannot repay or cannot say. So me and Emmy talked a couple months ago, and we said, okay, Emmy, once a month, we have to take something to the girls. So either we make something for them or, of course, tacos. So anything, you know, to show our gratitude to them. Our very little, what we do for what this organization does for all of the children that, you know, that have an illness.
So obviously this whole thing is a process. It takes time. How's Emmy doing right now? How's everything going right now with Emmy?
Emmy is doing actually very well. Emmy was having a hard time having his back pokes done. And right now, of course, people on the radio can't see, but now he has, it's called an omaya on his head. So the music therapy comes in every time now. Instead of the back pokes, now they do it through his omaya on his head. He's singing, and he loves to sing the song "Life is a Highway" as they're doing this on his head. So it's a easy procedure. He doesn't feel it versus what he would with the back poke. So just that in itself and making him feel comfortable. Who's going to be singing when they're doing this to you? And he's singing it up with Miss Anna.
Well, we've heard that you guys were out there practicing the phone number. We are trying to encourage some phone calls today to donate to the Sanford Children's Hospital. Emma, do you think you could help us out and give a shout out to that phone number, please?
701-478-5437.
Perfect. Help kids like Emmy. 701-478-KIDS. You text KIDS to 35270. We really appreciate you guys coming in. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Break down the garden gate. There's not much time left today. Life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. If you're going my way, I wanna drive.
Tyler is
Rain is great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she did end up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Maris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that is due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no that we can tell side effects from the chemo come up yet. My hopes and dreams for Raina, one that I would love to see is if she could become a great piano player. She's got big hands, long fingers. I noticed that right away when she was born, that she seemed to have those perfect hands for playing the piano. The care Raina received at Sanford Children's was phenomenal. Having care close to home is one of the best things you can possibly hope for. Words can't express how thankful we are. I mean, you can say thank you all you want, but it doesn't even get close to how deep it really means what they do to help us out. You've got one of the best resources you could possibly have right here in your hometown in Sanford Children's and Roger Maris Cancer Center, because they can do just about anything you need to help take care of your kid.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but The whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungel. They are really nice and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky, and because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems.
What's been the hardest part of this whole experience for you guys?
All of it?
Yeah. Right? No easy answer there.
Yeah.
No.
Right now we're dealing with a lot of little things yet, and they're talking that they're actually going to let them go back to school here, hopefully in the month of February.
Oh, good.
He finished one of his therapies at Fargo.
Okay.
Because when they first talked about rehab, they were mentioning 3 different states, and none of them were Fargo. And we were like, wasn't there a rehab here in Fargo?
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung. And what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she'd end up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Morris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that's due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no, that we can tell, side effects from the chemo come up yet. My hopes and dreams for Raina, one that would be, that I would love to see, is if she could become a great piano player. She's got big hands, long fingers. I noticed that right away when she was born, that she seemed to have those perfect hands for playing the piano. The care Raina received at Sanford Children's was phenomenal. Having care close to home is one of the best things you can possibly hope for. Words can't express how thankful we are. I mean, you can say thank you all you you want, but it doesn't even get close to how deep it really means what they do to help us out. You've got one of the best resources you could possibly have right here in your hometown in Sanford Children's and Roger Maris Cancer Center, because they can do just about anything you need to help take care of your kid.
I often thought about how this experience would be different had we not the support that we had. The Child Life team that they have is an incredible program. The extra support that program brought was so helpful. Yes, to we parents, but to those children, the distractions that it provided was just such a blessing.
And I know you live your life well.
The story of Lillian Boyko, Y94 Cares for Kids Radiothon, 701-478-KIDS, 5437. Another one of those stories where the child life specialist is extremely prominent, and that is funded by you and your Cares for Kids Radiothon dollars.
Well, and we've had a few of these stories now where we think about, we hear the cancer stories, right, or serious illnesses kind of thing, but it's all ages. And it's all sorts of these small accidents that kids have every single day. We've had ones that, heck, swallowed a battery. In this case, it's a lawnmower accident of all things. And it's just kind of, it's not, they're there for the emergencies as well. They're there for the long term. They're there for the emergencies. They're there for kids that are brand new babies to the kids that are 17, 18 years old.
Yeah, and maybe it's easier for you to imagine a situation where your kid has an accident with a lawnmower or is in a car accident. Some of the stuff like the childhood leukemia is maybe a little bit harder for you to be like, it's harder for me to relate to, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is all, like you said, everyday things. A lot of times, like in this case with Lily and this lawnmower accident, everybody's got a lawnmower. Every summer, you're using that thing. You never know what could happen. How many of us have our teenagers doing the lawn for us?
Well, sure, absolutely. And with 701-478-KIDS, 701-478-5437. What, 2.5 hours? 3 hours maybe left? No, 4. Sorry, what time is it?
3.5.
3.5 hours is all we got.
It's been
left.
a long day. Nobody expects you to be doing math. It's okay. You're all right.
701-478-KIDS. That's 5437.
All right, so we have Kim Hui coming in a little bit. She is an RN in the neonatal intensive care unit and pediatric palliative care coordinator as well over the Cares for Kids or Sanford Children's Hospital. And we would love to talk to her here in a couple of minutes and more stories on the way. It's the Radiothon, Y94.
Thank you for listening to the Cares for Kids Radiothon. It's all about the kids.
All right, buddy, here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals. Strong.
Nice job. Push toe, push toe, push toe. Big step. Big step. My butt, tall it, mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support. Children's Miracle Network Hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungel. They are really nice and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia, and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky. And because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems like digestive issues as well. There's no cure for it. I had no idea that Mackenzie had cystic fibrosis. I was actually thrown off pretty good about it because she seemed pretty healthy as a baby. So managing Mackenzie's cystic fibrosis has been really hard. It's always making sure she does her vesting, her nebulizers. She's very rushed in the morning for school because she has to do that first. Even when she's tired at night, she still has to do that first as well. She can't just go crawl off into bed.
Hi, this is me doing my vest and nebulizer. I have to take it every 2 times a day, every single day, because it helps loosen up the mucus in my lungs.
Mackenzie has a lot of medicines. We go to the pharmacy quite frequently. They know us well. When she's having a hard day, she would get the headaches. She would be bound to the couch. She would have no energy. She would have low oxygen, and she had turned purple before. So in those circumstances where me and Mackenzie need to just get up and go to the hospital, we have just left and called from the road because our doctors have always gotten us in right away. Sanford is 2 hours away from home, but it's close enough and always worth the trip to bring Mackenzie here. I've learned to trust them with her life, literally. When I don't feel secure enough at home with Mackenzie, Sanford definitely is home. Like, it's one place where I know that we'll be okay. Mackenzie's been doing great since she's been on Trikafta. Her oxygen is back up. She's gaining weight, which she wasn't able to do for about a year now. Mackenzie also has color in her face again. She doesn't look sick and she doesn't act sick anymore. And the best thing that I've seen from it is she's got her energy. She looks like a kid and she's not coughing anymore. Cystic fibrosis has been a growing and learning journey because it's always something new, something different. But my biggest fear is just the progression of it. So now, especially with Trikafta slowing that down, it's been a monumental relief. My hopes and dreams for Mackenzie right now is to get to live like a kid and not have to sit on a couch and feel groggy and be behind her peers. I'm just hoping that she gets to do what she wants.
Thanks for helping kids like me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In your head, I wanna know who's in your head, in your head.
Here we go. Cares Kids Radiothon, Y94, the #1 hit music station, 701-478-KIDS, 5437. Text KIDS to 35270 to become part of 22 years strong Miracles right here in Fargo-Moorhead, Sanford Children's Hospital. We're chatting now with Kim Hoy. Now, Kim, you have a very, very long job title. Tell me if I butcher this at all. I'm going to try my best.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kim Hoy, who is, I screwed it up on your name, for God's sake. I've already messed it up. Kim Hoy, an RN in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit and Pediatric Palliative Care Coordinator.
Correct.
Wow, that's fancy. Tell us about what you do in dumb people terms like us.
So I have been a nurse in the NICU for the last 17 years. So that's kind of one of the hats I wear. Still work at the bedside from time to time. A couple years ago, I took on the role of the Enhanced Pediatric Palliative and Supportive Care Team Coordinator. And so what palliative care is in the pediatric world, and many people hear that and they panic. They think palliative care, end of life. Palliative care is so much more. We focus very much so on getting involved on the front end of a diagnosis and walking alongside that family. Ultimately, it's awesome when we get to cheer and celebrate when that family is cured from whatever diagnosis they get. But we also know there's a lot of kids living out there with lifelong medical journeys, we like to call them. And we are a team that comes alongside as an extra layer of support to just help navigate, help be there, help provide some continuity as they come in and out of the hospital.
Kim, I got to be completely honest with you. That sounds like a job. For one, that doesn't sound like a job. It sounds like an absolute lifestyle you probably have to adapt. But one that not many people would be able to do, want to do it. You have to be a pretty special group of people to want to take that on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not ever somebody who wants to say that I'm special. I am very much so in the background kind of a person, but I love being able to support these families. Knowing that these families have received news that alters their life, whether that be they now have a 23-week infant and don't know what the next 4 months in the hospital is going to look like, whether that be they got genetic screening back that their child has a neuromuscular diagnosis that is going to alter their ability to walk and talk, or is that a cancer diagnosis? And now this family knows they're going to be in and out of the hospital for the next couple of years. So getting to walk alongside families just to help know the child, know the family, and provide that continuity and help advocate. Because really some of those days that families come to the hospital, they don't have any energy left to ask the questions that they want to ask or ask the hard questions. And so we come right alongside them and get to know them and help them through that process.
Well, I think a lot of times when people think of hospitals, they're thinking of like very adult situations, and they probably think of that very like treat them and street them mentality. You go in, you get the Band-Aid, you get whatever you want, get out the door. And for these people that have these ongoing situations, I mean, to be focused on the quality of life and comfort and making this just as, I hate to use the word pleasant, but just most comfortable experience possible. I mean, that is something that not all hospital situations have, but is one of the special things about Sanford Children's Hospital.
Absolutely. And we really focus on quality of life. We know that some of these kids have extensive medical equipment that most of us will never even experience once in our lives, and they are living them. They're going to school with them. They are playing with their friends with this equipment. And how do we make that the best that it can be for these kids?
Well, and too, we had Sarah Nygaard in here actually too, just a little while ago, and had to ask her the same question because obviously the last couple of years has made everybody kind of reinvent a wheel of maybe how they do a job, but especially for those in the healthcare system and at Sanford Children's Hospital. My guess is you guys have had to adapt a lot with what you've done and how you work with these families and these kids over the last couple of years.
We have. I would say one big change in the last 2-3 years is the visitation changes. So now families are coming in where, when I started years ago, you'd have a revolving door of grandmas, grandpas, cousins, aunts, friends. And we can't do that just for sheer infection control needs. And so it's really trying to think outside the box. How can we meet these families where they're at, but they're feeling more isolated than they maybe did in years past?
Yeah.
Well, and, you mentioned that a job like yours, there's a real lifestyle component to it. I mean, when a support team is put together for these kids, I mean, if it's 1 in the morning, 11 o'clock at night, 3 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, this is a 24/7 operation. There's somebody available to this family always.
There is, and there's a few of us on the team. I was sharing with my previous interview, we had over 700 visits last year in the year 2021 and over 130 new consults. So not everybody stays on our team for many years, but some of our children that we follow for 5, 10, 15 years throughout their entire childhood.
I'm imagining too, you probably make connections with. I mean, there's no way you don't. I suppose make a connection with a lot of these kids and just get to watch them grow up and being a part of their life is probably just. It's got to make the job special and why you keep doing it, I suppose.
It does. And I think my role as a NICU nurse is kind of a unique piece where oftentimes I meet these kids at the very first couple days of their life and follow them through the NICU. They go home. They have medical needs that then require them to be readmitted into PEDS and PICU, and then we pick up where we left off, and we follow them on the other end of the hallway as well.
Well, we have a situation here, Kim, where we are trying to get as many people as possible between now and 6 o'clock when we wrap up the 2022 Radiothon to call 701-478-KIDS 5437. As somebody who is very affected by these Radiothon dollars when they come in and it helps you do your job, why would you say it's important for people to make that donation today?
I would say our team continues to grow. The needs are there. There is a limit to the number of hours in a day that each person can put in. And we have so many families out there that are living with new medical diagnoses that we didn't have cures and treatments for 20 years ago. These were not kids that got to go to school. And I mean, you're looking at NICU babies that they weren't even given a chance when I first started 17 years ago. And now we are able to offer those families hope. And their life may look a little different than they first expected, but they are living long quality lives, just different maybe than they first thought it was going to look like.
Well, and I mean, what you guys can do for one, but you were even saying, just the demand, like how many more families you're hoping to help. I mean, the hospital sounds like it's completely packed, right? The children's hospital, we saw something like 41 kids in the NICU. It's crazy.
It's crazy. We are a 40-bed unit, so we are in
You got
overflow.
creative with that number
Yes,
one
we
bed,
do.
the next bed.
Yes, we do, and we always have to keep some open because babies don't call ahead.
Mm-hmm. Well, Kim, I mean, honestly, just on behalf of everybody you've touched and listening right now that feels inspired, just thank you for all you do.
Oh, thank you. I always tell families that this is the biggest honor that I have to walk alongside them. It was a job I wish didn't exist because then there would be no hurt in the world, but there is. And so to get to walk alongside families in these very tender, special moments, it's a huge privilege.
Well, and I know you don't like to say it either, but we happen to think you're pretty dang special.
Yeah,
I know
no.
you like to say you're behind the
I'm
scenes.
very much
but-
so a back row kind of a friend here.
Well, you don't have to have Kim's job to walk beside these families. You can pick up the phone. That can be your part. Be that special person. It's 701-478-KIDS. Thank you so much, Kim.
Thank you very much.
It's the Cards for Kids Radiothon on Y90.
All right, buddy, here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals. Strong.
Nice job. Push down, push down, push down. Big step. Big step. My butt. Tell it, Mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support.
All ready to go.
Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with colostomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler wants to go to college. He wants to drive a car. I think the biggest challenge for the two of us has been making sure that Tyler is content, that Tyler is fulfilled in his life, and making sure he's happy. We try to make sure that every other aspect of his life is totally incredible.
Right, we try to make sure he has a normal life.
Sanford Children's mean a lot to our family. They are with us every week. We're either talking to a nurse, or we're talking to a doctor, or we're going to therapy. They have been a part of our life. When we received Tyler's diagnosis, we were extremely relieved to have a name to what his disorder was. We also felt relief also that Sanford had provided all of the care that Tyler needed. When we got the official diagnosis, it told us, okay, Tyler needs this kind of therapy, speech therapy, occupational, PT, and Sanford had already been providing all of that for 4 years. So even though we didn't have an exact diagnosis, Sanford was still on top of what had to be done. Having Sanford with us since birth until now has been incredible. The first part of the journey was when he, of course, was really, really small, and going up to the game room, having Child Life come in, talk to us, explain stuff to Tyler, and to have the atmosphere where it made Tyler feel at home was a huge part of it, because he spent so many hours and so many days there. I can't praise them enough for everything that they do for us. I think the future for Tyler holds a lot of exciting things. He is excited to eventually move out, maybe a part-time job and a good living situation in a group home. We still have quite a few years before we go down that road. So right now we're just concentrating in the immediate future on working on some more life skills, some more reading skills. My hope and dreams for Tyler is for him just to be happy
Have a normal
to find whatever passion he has in life, if it's drawing, if it's making short little videos on his phone, if it's collecting and selling toys, just to lead his best life, have fun, and keep that positive spirit about him.
Yeah, triple match going on by Avis of Fargo again in Gertz Construction. And I'm telling you right now, is it just me or does Avis love to just make hours, triple power hours? They do it like 3 times a day.
You know, it's and I think every time they tease us, they're like, "Oh, we're not gonna do this again. Hope it's not happening again. That's it, guys." But then they snuck back up with us.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, here we are with 3 hours left. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say we probably don't have a lot more opportunities for these triple matches.
Right.
So you definitely want to make this one count. Gertz Construction, Avis of Fargo, a triple match right now. That means when you call 701-478-KIDS or you text KIDS to 35270 right now for just the next couple of minutes. This is not an hour situation. This is like maybe 10 minutes. Your donation will be tripled. I know there are people that really wait for these opportunities. It's here right now.
Well, and great too. We've had a really awesome, a great deal of volunteers that have stepped up to come to the phone bank. And huge thanks to everyone that's been here throughout the day as well, because it's been cool to see the phone bank has been stacked all day long. There's been people. Plenty of people there to grab your phone call, so there's zero wait in that Bremer Bank phone bank, and it's wide open right now, 701-478-KIDS, which is 478-5437, and whatever you decide to give, getting not matched once, but twice, so tripling that amount.
Yeah, I mean, basically we have a situation where Gertz Construction's like, okay, we see you, you call us, we'll match it. And then Avis of Fargo's like, oh, we're gonna match it too.
Do it again.
It's very competitive, really. So we got a triple match, Gertz Construction, Avis of Fargo, but you got to get in on it right now. Now, quickest way to do it if you love texting, that works. Text KIDS to 35270. That is the one you text us on all the time, 35270. But if you're a phone person, you want to be chatty chat, 701-478-KIDS, 5437. And of course, you can do the drive up too. Marvel Windows sponsoring that here at our 25th Street studios.
Yeah.
That's if you want to just hang out in person. That works too.
And I think Peggy's hanging up there. Just to be able to just say hi to Peggy on a Friday is worth it every time. That's one of the rules I carry in my life.
You know, a lot of people don't know this, but our front desk person, Peggy, is just an absolute delight of a human being. You know what? Are you feeling spontaneous there, E?
You want to call Peggy and warn her? People might be coming. Saying, hey, Peggy.
Get ready. Hey,
catch her off
Peggy.
guard, too. Yeah.
MWC Advertising, this is Peggy.
Hey, what's up, Peggy? It's Zero and Elliot. You're on live radio. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we were just talking about how we're really trying to encourage folks to come and do the drop-off in-person thing here at the 25th Street Studios. And one of the things we used as a selling feature, remember this is for the kids, is an opportunity to get a face-to-face time with you. Can you really sell that? Like, what's that experience going to be like, getting time with you?
Well, I'm a really pleasant, positive person. So if anybody needs to brighten their day, they should just come on in.
You get the double day
with
brighten.
their money, of course, to help, stand for children.
Right. Yeah, we're not giving away
wonderful cause.
We're not giving away Peggy meet and greets for nothing. You got to bring your donation.
You need more?
No, I think that's plenty. I think that's fantastic. It was a great spontaneous sale.
My bubbly personality, my youthful attitude.
You know, Peggy, you ever watch like in a football game or something? A lot of times it's towards the end of the season when they like show all the cameramen and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, this is Jim. He's been a producer for 17 years. I feel like this is one of those moments as we're doing the triple match right now at 478-KIDS, text KIDS to 35270, where sure, there are radio DJ fools that sit here and do this, but there's a lot of going on in the building right now. And you've been at the forefront of this all day, kind of directing people as they come and go, listening to the Radiothon on the various radio stations and watching as people come in. From your perspective that you don't nearly enough get to share, why do you think people should donate to Sanford Children's? Peggy.
There's 100 reasons to donate. Just look around our community. It's full of kids who use that hospital, use those facilities. And we're so fortunate to have it here. And, if they come back if they stop by with that donation, I might be inclined to just give them a little personal tour so they can see where you guys do your work, do your best work.
Personal tour of the. You're giving away way too much now.
Whoa.
Peggy meet and greet
I mean,
and
that's
studio
really
tour
an incentive
waiting
right
for
there.
you.
They can see Elliot and Zero in action.
You heard it here first, folks. The first in-person $1,000 donation, a date with Peggy, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't say money can't buy happiness, because I can tell you right now that
It's a
will.
wonderful thing for just about anybody.
There we go. Thank you, Peggy.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
So we are at a triple match right now. Gertz Construction, Avis Fargo, they want to triple match you, really just for as long as we're talking. If you can't tell, we're stalling. We just talked nonsense with Peggy for 3 minutes because we're trying to extend the triple match, because when we stop talking, it's done.
Is that how this works?
That's if I'm understanding what Hillary's waving at me, I think so.
Okay.
Do you want to recite War and Peace?
I was gonna start like the beginning of my childhood and just see how long I could keep that going for, or we could talk about. I could fill you in on any sort of movie history you probably need.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I'm also considering playing Baby Shark nonstop until we hit our goal. That also is an option. Let's do a dry. Do you want to do a dry run? Let's show people what it'd be like.
Of what?
4, 7, 8. Call in the folks.
Oh, I thought you were gonna call the Baby Shark people.
Well, I don't know them. If I did, I would. Let's see.
Thank you for calling Cares for Kids Radiothon. This is Jeremiah. Who am I speaking with?
This is Zero and Elliot from Y94. You're on live radio. Don't curse. Hi, how are you?
Hey, great, Zero.
Well, so this is Jeremiah, you said?
Yes, this is Jeremiah. Yep.
Jeremiah, who are you with? What group are you there with?
I'm actually Amy Hinkemeyer is my wife, so I'm here volunteering on.
There you go.
Hey.
On just being around it and learning all the great things about it, so it's important for me to get involved.
Very cool. Well, Jeremiah, we're trying to kind of give a dry run here for people that are thinking about calling 478 Kids, an idea how that goes. How long would you say you're on the phone with folks when they call?
Well, I would say 1 to 2 minutes. However, I did get a couple calls where they like to share their stories, so that motivates and inspires me. So sometimes it can go longer, but the average is about 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay, so this triple match that's going on right now, where Gertz Construction and Avis Fargo are matching donations for the next little while. I mean, how many phone lines are open? Is there a lot of bored people back there?
Yeah, the phone lines are open. Well, I need to get busy here.
Now, why would you, as somebody that's been hearing some of these stories, and obviously you have a close relationship with Amy there, I mean, why would you say that people should be calling the Radiothon?
Well, just from listening to you guys, which I do when I'm not here, or listening to my wife and the stories I hear, it's family, Fargo-Moorhead's family, and this whole thing gives back to our family, and our family's extended through South Dakota and North Dakota and Western Minnesota. So it just, when you're helping family, it's inspiring. It motivates me, and so it's that simple. And it doesn't take long, and it doesn't take much money either.
I gotta say, Jeremiah, I am impressed. They're just cold called you out of nowhere, and you knocked that answer out of the park, man.
Jeremiah?
Hello? Yep, I got you now.
Oh, good. You're still there. Well, thank you so much for just very eloquently convincing people to call. We appreciate it. Good job, and thanks for volunteering.
All right, thank you.
You sound like a real gem. Amy's lucky to have you.
Please let her know that.
We'll pass it on. Thank you so much.
All right, bye.
Okay, go take some donations now. Okay, bye. Cares for Kids Radiothon, the triple match with just moments remaining with Gertz Construction and Avis of Fargo, 701-478-KIDS. 701-478-KIDS or text KIDS to 35270.
I just zoned out on the text club there. I don't know if you saw that. I just locked into the text club. Still plenty of time. By the way, you can get in that text club with KIDS, the short code 3527. I just saw like 2 of them come in. I just don't, hey, that's neat. I wasn't even listening at that point. Triple match, yes, going on right now. And apparently you're telling me it's only as long as we can keep talking, which we've done pretty good.
I think we're getting the wave here. We got less than a minute. I think we can keep this going now.
Well, huge thanks to Peggy and Jeremiah for helping to stretch out this triple match. This is a good run right here. We just got like a good 10 minutes out of this triple match.
I think so. So this is, if you can't tell, we're still trying to stall for you. You want that triple match? 701-478-KIDS, 5437, or real quickly before we move on to a song, text KIDS to 35270, but you gotta do it before this conversation's done. Is that the you should stop with the triple match and you're not allowed to go any longer? Is that what that is? What's happening? And I'm talking slow to extend the triple match. 1 minute. We get a whole minute left?
We got a minute after the minute.
We'll take a minute. We'll do it. All right, so Hillary, you're like important with the Children's Hospital. Why should people call real quickly and get in on this minute left of this triple match?
You will provide the best of the best for these kids. So 100% of your donation supports the kids through our special programs or life-saving medical equipment.
Maybe going to pick up your kids soon, too, by the way. Just realizing after 3, maybe getting ready to go pick those kids up. Now is a great time to get in. For one, it goes further. You're going to triple it up. And do it before you head into the weekend. Pick up your own kids. Head home for the weekend because we talk about it all the time. There's going to be plenty of families that aren't heading home for the weekend.
Text KIDS to 35270. You call 701-478-KIDS 5437. If you do it like this instant, you're getting that triple match with Gertz Construction and Ava's of Fargo. Text KIDS to 35270. Text KIDS to 35270. Text KIDS to 35270. Text KIDS to 35270. Sorry, I was buffering. Yeah.
I just got stuck.
Okay. I know when a minute's up. Okay. I know. I hear you.
Cares for Kids Radiothon. Yesterday.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My 2 doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungel. They are really nice and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky. And because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems like digestive issues as well. There's no cure for it. I had no idea that Mackenzie had cystic fibrosis. I was actually thrown off pretty good about it because she seemed pretty healthy as a baby. So managing Mackenzie's cystic fibrosis has been really hard. It's always making sure she does her vesting, her nebulizers. She's very rushed in the morning for school because she has to do that first. Even when she's tired at night, she still has to do that first as well. She can't just go crawl off into bed.
Hi, this is me doing my vest and nebulizer. I have to take it every 2 times a day, every single day, because it helps loosen up the mucus in my legs.
Mackenzie has a lot of medicines. We go to the pharmacy quite frequently. They know us well. When she's having a hard day, she would get the headaches. She would be bound to the couch. She would have no energy. She would have low oxygen, and she had turned purple before. So in those circumstances where me and Mackenzie need to just get up and go to the hospital, we have just left and called from the road because our doctors have always gotten us in right away. Sanford is 2 hours away from home, but it's close enough and always worth the trip to bring Mackenzie here. I've learned to trust them with her life, literally. When I don't feel secure enough at home with Mackenzie, Sanford definitely is home. Like, it's one place where I know that we'll be okay. Mackenzie's been doing great since she's been on Trikafta. Her oxygen is back up. She's gaining weight, which she wasn't able to do for about a year now. Mackenzie also has color in her face again. She doesn't look sick and she doesn't act sick anymore. And the best thing that I've seen from it is she's got her energy, she looks like a kid, and she's not coughing anymore. Cystic fibrosis has been a growing and learning journey because it's always something new, something different. But my biggest fear is just the progression of it. So now, especially with Trikafta slowing that down, it's been a monumental relief. My hopes and dreams for Mackenzie right now is to get to live like a kid and not have to sit on a couch and feel groggy and be behind her peers. I'm just hoping that she gets to do what she wants.
Thanks for helping kids like me.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with colostomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler wants to go to college. He wants to drive a car. I think the biggest challenge for the two of us has been making sure that Tyler is content, that Tyler is fulfilled in his life, and making sure he's happy. We try to make sure that every other aspect of his life is totally incredible.
Right, we try to make sure he has a normal life.
Sanford Children's mean a lot to our family. They are with us every week. We're either talking to a nurse or we're talking to a doctor or we're going to therapy. They have been a part of our life. When we received Tyler's diagnosis, we were extremely relieved to have a name to what his disorder was. We also felt relief also that Sanford had provided all of the care that Tyler needed. When we got the official diagnosis, it told us, okay, Tyler needs this kind of therapy, speech therapy, occupational, PT, and Sanford had already been providing all of that for 4 years. So even though we didn't have it in
Morning, year 22, the story of Jeff, Beth, and Oliver. Man, you got to feel for Jeff in that one. You absolutely have to feel for Jeff in that one, because at one point, he's worried about his new baby, right, and what's going on there. And then, of course, the heart issues, basically heart attack, cardiac arrest with Beth. And it's like, okay, at what point, who do you go worry about? Who do you chase after?
It's just a constant, I would imagine, just going back and forth. I can't imagine the relief you would have walking in and seeing your wife sitting up after that, right?
No kidding.
Just that moment of, I don't know, we were just talking about it a little bit as it was going on. It just, a single parent in general, how hard that is. So you got this brand new baby, and let's say all of a sudden you don't have Beth in the picture. It would be just to be a single parent would just even the thought of it for I know we both, I don't know where do you even start? Where do you even start?
I know he absolutely had to cross his mind when
I'd have to imagine
get this baby rushed off, dealing with what Oliver's dealing with, and all of a sudden they're like, okay, this is going on with Beth. You know, he had that moment where he's like, am I going to be doing this by myself?
I don't know how that thought wouldn't at some point probably cross your mind.
Well, your donations so that you can let families like Jeff, Beth, and Oliver know that we hear you. We heard your story, and we want to support you in the hospital that took care of you. 701-478-KIDS, 5437, or you text KIDS to 35270. And there is not a lot of time left if you want to be part of the Cures for Kids Radiothon 2022. We're creeping up on 3:30. Everything wraps up at 6. This is when we need you. You can't really procrastinate it much more.
And I don't think I don't know how much we chatted about it yet, but I know we're obviously a little behind right now. We're falling behind, and we're down to 2.5 hours left with this radiothon to hit a goal that right now looks a long ways off.
Yeah, you know, we have these power hour goals and things like that throughout the radiothon, and these are markers where we're like, okay, here, I mean, it's frankly the minimum that we need to do to sustain what we've done over the years, to keep the programs that we supported, and keep things rolling the way they need to. And I can say this, fortunately, I mean, we have hit our power hours, but those times in between have been a real struggle. And maybe that's just the world we live in right now. But know that to get those new pieces of life-saving equipment, to try those new exciting ideas that the staff want to try, we need to keep moving. And let's just say we could use you.
Well, we had Kim in here too, and even she was bringing up like, yeah, they're full right now. There's 41 kids, which is over max in the NICU right now. But how they wish they could even be helping more families, right? And these dollars that we raise for this directly go to programs just like that do allow them to hire more team members and have more people available 24/7 so they can help more families, which I think is awesome to have. They have someone come in and be completely packed. Probably, I mean, honestly, if you're packed, you're probably having a little overwhelmness to work, but still being like, you know what, I want more. We can get more, and we can do more, I think is great.
Well, and when you hear something like the Cares for Kids Radiothon, and you hear that, like, okay, they're capable of even more if they simply had more resources. Don't you want to give them every resource? If they could help more kids just by you giving those 66 cents a day, I mean, what's the thing with the guy from Futurama? Shut up and take my money. You see that on the internet all the time?
Yes.
That's what it is, right? Just shut up and take my money. If you can help more kids, take it. I don't need that 66 cents a day.
701-478-KIDS, which is 5437. I think that's a great way to look at it. So you're talking about giving up 66 cents a day. I know that. We used to even say, like, you know, that's give up a cup of coffee, but it's even less than that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
less than a cup of coffee.
You're not going to notice it, and then they can set up so it's an automatic thing. That $20 a month, you won't even think about it, but every month you're doing good. 478-KIDS.
You're listening to the Morning Playhouse.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head.
Here's for Kids Radiothon. We got about
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours?
Yep, 2.5 hours. Day 2 brought to you by Corwin Automotive Group. 22nd annual. So, we've got lots of goals to meet in the next 2.5 hours. We got lots of funds to raise for these kiddos.
We have another power hour coming up at 5.
5
so
to
that's
6.
exciting.
Mm-hmm.
So what I was reading here is your money is going to not only just for the families and the kids, but what Sanford offers. Here, I just want to read some of the programs and services that they have for patients and families.
Okay.
Music therapy.
Yeah.
Gets the kids involved because we all know music
makes you feel good.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
We have the school re-entry program too. So it helps the kids get transition back into school. They have the bravery.
Hi, I'm Paul. My son Gordon, who was 5 at the time, was involved in a bike accident. July, we were out camping, and my son was riding his bike, Gordon, and went over a jump. And when he went over the jump, when he landed, the handlebars turned, and the one handlebar hit him in the abdomen. Really didn't do anything but give him a raspberry. And obviously he was, puking and things like that once he got back to our camper. So we did take him in the next day because he hadn't kept any food down or anything. Doctor said everything was probably okay. It was just due to the trauma. Then he kind of took a turn for the worst. He couldn't then keep water down, anything for that matter. So at that point, they life flighted him to Fargo. My wife and Gordon actually flew down. I drove, which was probably one of the longest drives of my entire life from Williston to Fargo. At that point, we were put up in the children's area there, which everybody there is just phenomenal. They wanted to just kind of monitor him for a couple days, get him on fluid, get him rehydrated. As we went through that, his abdomen actually ended up becoming distended. Belly blew up like a balloon. Belly button popped out. He almost looked like he was pregnant. What they found was that the pancreas actually had ruptured when he hit the handlebars on the bike. So they went in through his belly, actually externally, large pseudocyst, which was somewhere to the tune of like 21 centimeters at that juncture, and attempted to repair this broken duct that was causing the pseudocyst on his pancreas. Got done with that procedure. Obviously, after taking all this fluid and pressure out of his abdomen, he was very much in better spirits for about 2 days, and then as that pseudocyst refilled, his condition, went deteriorated. During the couple of days where he was feeling well, down at Sanford, they have Cully's Cabin, which is a wonderful room for kids that has pretty much any toys and books and video games, and anything and everything is available to those children when they're there. When his condition took a turn for the worse, and at one point we were so distraught, we literally thought we were going to lose our young son at that point. He was such a pale color, almost like that jaundiced yellow type color, and he's a very fair-skinned young boy. He's almost translucent, honestly, so for him to have that color was very distraught. And he just almost looked like he was dead lying in bed, because he would not move, wouldn't do anything, wouldn't come back, wouldn't even come awake for 5 to 6 hours at a time. And when he was awake, it was very minimal time. When we got another consult and stuff in, and we're able to get this other procedure done, I mean, the immediate turnaround and relief we felt was, I mean, you couldn't believe the amount of weight that was lifted off of our shoulders at that point. Their immediate attention to anything the child needs is just phenomenal. And not even needs, wants for that matter, just to keep their spirits up while they're going through whatever they're going through.
Be a miracle maker for a local child. Hi, this is Dirk Bentley. Please donate now to your Children's Miracle Network Hospital.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals strong.
Nice job. Push down, push down, push down. Big step. Big step. My butt, tell it, mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support.
Set this up. All ready to go.
Children's Miracle Network Hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soder syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soder syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with colostomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, that was you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler wants to go to college. He wants to drive a car. I think the biggest challenge for the two of us has been making sure that Tyler is content, that Tyler is fulfilled in his life, and making sure he's happy. We try to make sure that every other aspect of his life is totally incredible.
Right, we try to make sure he has a normal life.
Sanford Children's mean a lot to our family. They are with us every week. We're either talking to a nurse, or we're talking to a doctor, or we're going to therapy. They have been a part of our life. When we received Tyler's diagnosis, we were extremely relieved to have a name to what his disorder was. We also felt relief also that Sanford had provided all of the care that Tyler needed. When we got the official diagnosis, it told us, okay, Tyler needs this kind of therapy, speech therapy, occupational, PT, and Sanford had already been providing all of that for 4 years. So even though we didn't have an exact diagnosis, Sanford was still on top of what had to be done. Having Sanford with us since birth until now has been incredible. The first part of the journey was when he, of course, was really, really small, and going up to the game room, having Child Life come in, talk to us, explain stuff to Tyler, and to have the atmosphere where it made Tyler feel at home was a huge part of it, because he spent so many hours and so many days there. I can't praise them enough for everything that they do for us. I think the future for Tyler holds a lot of exciting things. He is excited to eventually move out, maybe a part-time job and a good living situation in a group home. We still have quite a few years before we go down that road. So right now we're just concentrating in the immediate future on working on some more life skills, some more reading skills. My hope and dreams for Tyler is for him just to be happy.
Have a normal life.
To find whatever passion he has in life, if it's drawing, if it's making short little videos on his phone, if it's collecting and selling toys, just to lead his best life, have fun, and keep that positive spirit about him.
That his, it was not an easy fight, but she's won it.
Well, and yeah, I mean, at this time too, you're 12 years old, and then you're basically just about to become that teenager, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're about to go into maybe some of the, honestly, the most memorable and best years of your childhood, and that's the way you started off, is finding out you have leukemia. And I love too where Haley's mom, Christy, put it, where she had said, why do I have to have everything? It feels like I have everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those instances where, I mean, they're just asking why me, and now you're not donating. They're saying, why not? I mean, that family rose to the occasion in every single way, and it was an emotional journey for sure. And now it's time for you to do your end of things, for more stories to end that way, and be deserving of that appreciation that mom's got outpouring there saying, thank you. You got to pick up the phone. You got to call 701-478-KIDS. Become part of that hospital. Become fiber. Become part of the foundation of Sanford Children's Hospital.
It really kind of is, to a degree, because we get to meet staff and see people that literally are these dollars help employ. They're able to add employees with donations like this to take care of more kids, and really, it's the fiber that's the fiber of the building at the end of the day. Yeah, it's beautiful from Veterans or 94. When you take a look at it, it's beautiful. The Children's Hospital looks amazing. You get inside and there's all these cool stuff, but it's the people that are the fiber of the being that make up Sanford Children's Hospital.
And that's what we want to see, more and more success stories like Haley's. In a couple of minutes, we're going to speak with a story that's unfolding right now, Brody and his family in studio. Next on the Radiothon.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon on Y94.
Your money helps all the kids.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she had ended up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Morris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that is due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no, that we can tell, side effects from the chemo come up yet. My hopes and dreams for Raina, one that I would love to see is if she could become a great piano player. She's got big hands, long fingers. I noticed that right away when she was born, that she seemed to have those perfect hands for playing the piano. The care Raina received at Sanford Children's was phenomenal. Having care close to home is one of the best things you can possibly hope for. Words can't express how thankful we are. I mean, you can say thank you all you want, but it doesn't even get close to how deep it really means what they do to help us out. You've got one of the best resources you could possibly have right here in your hometown in Sanford Children's and Roger Morris Cancer Center, because they can do just about anything you need to help take care of your kid.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. Drive alone past your street.
Well, here we go. Cares for Kids Radiothon 194, the #1 hit music station. And in studio with us now, Brody and Vanessa. How you guys doing today?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Happy to be here.
Well, can you kind of tell us, Brody, a little bit about your experience with Sanford, why you walked in the doors in the first place, and kind of what's been going on in your world, man?
The experience going to Sanford has been pretty good, I would say, so far. Their care is definitely one of the best around.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mom, your perspective, I mean, what got you guys in the front door of Sanford Children's Hospital? Why'd you even go, something seems amiss here?
I got Brody a flu shot on a Sunday. He got sick 2 hours later. He was still sick by that Wednesday. The doctor said, you need to bring him in. We had some blood work, and within 2 hours, we were booking a one-way ticket to the hospital. He had B-cell ALL.
Which, I mean, leukemia, you finding out that your son has...
It's cancer. Like, that was a big shock.
Brody, what was that like for you to find that when they told you that you're going to be battling leukemia, man?
Oh, it was pretty surprising because I just got done doing a whole bunch of yard work and stuff, and I realized that, I just did yard work with leukemia, but it was just surprising to me.
And so many of these stories in the Radiothon, we've been talking about how just quickly your life changes. You guys went from flu shot to leukemia in an afternoon.
Yeah.
Have you taken a moment to think of how insane that is?
No, I don't know. At some point I think it sets in, but then because of all we've been through, I feel like at some point you kind of go numb to the process and you're in it and you're like, okay, well, this is life now. It was really a big shocker at first, and it was a really hard first 9 days in that hospital, but now we're in it, and I feel like each roadblock we hit, you just take it for what it is, and you keep going.
This is all fairly recent, though, to you guys. I mean, this was October, middle of October-ish, when you found out this news. So this is this is still fairly fresh to you guys.
This is very new. He's unfortunately had some complications that have really hit us hard, and I think it's been scary for him. Right?
Yeah.
Yep. But, one of the things Sanford has is their child life specialists and their team in general. And no matter how hard things were for us, they had somebody who was there for us. Right?
Yeah.
What was your favorite that they did for you that's helped you?
Probably having Wendy at the clinic.
Listen, who is this Wendy? And we hear a lot about her.
Wendy's a godsend.
But tell me, what does Wendy do? Tell me about Wendy. Why are we such fans of Wendy?
Well, there's this thing called freezy spray, and it kind of takes away the pain of the needle poke, kind of, and she always spraying the freezy spray.
He was having a panic attack, and he said, I need Wendy. We had 5 people in the room. Mm-hmm. She walked in, and in 30 seconds, he was done. She had him calm down, breathing normal, and she just brought him back to earth.
Yeah, you are not the first ones to bring up Wendy. Far from the first ones to bring up Wendy today. Brody, what is it like for you? You probably, you had gotten to the school year, I'd guess at this point, too. I mean, we're now, you're probably finding out that if 2020 school year wasn't weird enough, now you have this going on, man. What is it like, just not maybe being around your friends as much and being around school and having that in your life right now?
It kind of sucks, but it feels almost exactly like how 2020 kind of felt. And that's about all it kind of feels like. But
well, this is, as he was saying, this is very fresh. This has been playing out since October. What's the road look like now? What's the next little while look like?
So next week, he'll have another bone marrow biopsy. We'll find out fingers crossed for remission this time. And then it sounds possible that there are some good bone marrow donors matched for him, and we'll head down to Mayo for bone marrow transplant.
So, Brody, look at, I mean, obviously we're talking about the near future here, but I'm seeing here too, I got a note on here that you are the youngest cadet ever accepted into the West Fargo Police Department Public Safety Program. Is that future for you? Is that where you have your mindset as far as law enforcement? Is that what you're thinking, man?
Yeah, that is definitely what I'm hoping to do one day. That is one of my dreams that I have for sure.
Is Wendy involved in those dreams? No. Okay, I'm just trying to read between the lines of some conversation we've had. I read that one wrong. That's fine. I accept that. That's okay. Well, Brody, we got to tell you, I mean, you're just an amazing young man. And the police stuff is part of that. I mean, but more how you're handling this. I mean, you just seem to have a positive attitude about you and a real, like, I'm going to beat this thing mindset. And it's inspirational, man.
Well, thank you.
We appreciate you guys coming in and really take care.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
For people like Brody that are dealing with this right now, 701-470-KIDS-5437. And if you want to text to 35270, whether or not you think there's more of this Wendy thing, you let us know.
Thank you for listening to the Cares for Kids Radiothon. It's all about the kids. Big kids, little kids. Please call in your pledge right now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, buddy. Here we are.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals. Strong.
Nice job. Push down, push down, push down. Big step. Big step. Mama, tall it, mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support.
Set this up. All ready to go.
Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
I went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with colostomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler wants to go to college. He wants to drive a car. I think the biggest challenge for the two of us has been making sure that Tyler is content, that Tyler is fulfilled in his life, and making sure he's happy. We try to make sure that every other aspect of his life is totally incredible.
Right, we try to make sure he has a normal life.
Sanford Children's mean a lot to our family. They are with us every week. We're either talking to a nurse, or we're talking to a doctor, or we're going to therapy. They have been a part of our life. When we received Tyler's diagnosis, we were extremely relieved to have a name to what his disorder was. We also felt relief also that Sanford had provided all of the care that Tyler needed. When we got the official diagnosis, it told us, okay, Tyler needs this kind of therapy, speech therapy, occupational, PT, and Sanford had already been providing all of that for 4 years. So even though we didn't have an exact diagnosis, Sanford was still on top of what had to be done. Having Sanford with us since birth until now has been incredible. The first part of the journey was when he, of course, was really, really small, and going up to the game room having Child Life come in, talk to us, explain stuff to Tyler, and to have the atmosphere where it made Tyler feel at home was a huge part of it, because he spent so many hours and so many days there. I can't praise them enough for everything that they do for us. I think the future for Tyler holds a lot of exciting things. He is excited to eventually move out, maybe a part-time job and a good living situation in a group home. We still have quite a few years before we go down that road. So right now we're just concentrating in the immediate future on working on some more life skills, some more reading skills. My hope and dreams for Tyler is for him just to be happy,
Have a normal
to find whatever passion he has in life, if it's drawing, if it's making short little videos on his phone, if it's collecting and selling toys, just to lead his best life, have fun, and keep that positive spirit about him is something I hope he never loses. He really is just kind of the heart of the entire family. He makes everybody incredibly happy, and he brings us all together.
With me, he just makes me be the best dad I can be. I mean, he's such a great kid.
He's going to do great things.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors...
Probably without saying, and we know at this point that we are behind from where our goal is, and we're going to need tons of help to make it happen, to reach that goal for this year. And someone, it's times we like to, again, we wait for power hours, we wait for triple matches. We'll get texts when people will be like, hey, when's the next triple match coming up?
Mm-hmm.
But it's moments like these as well that go so far, where it just... outside of the power hours, those dollars that we're able to raise and keep those phone banks busy, because, again, there's a huge group out there. I want to say, too, it's the Sanford crew that's actually out there to finish up the day.
Yeah, they usually do a pretty good job of wanting to be here to kind of wrap things up, and that's where we are. We have 2 hours to get as many people as possible to help us get as close to our goal as possible. At 701-478-KIDS, that's 54370. You can text KIDS to 35270. My brain stopped.
I saw that. I watched it happen.
Buffering again. It's because it's been two long days.
We're so close. So close.
But we want to get this thing done for the kids. 701-478-KIDS. Text KIDS to 35270 or stop by our 25th Street studios at the Marvin Drop-Off here at the 25th Street studios. That also works.
Hey, and offer still stands. Just talk to Peggy. Meet and greet still stands. If you donate here with the Dropbox, Peggy will do the meet and greet, and she also promised a studio tour as well to walk you around.
Context sake, Peggy works at our front desk, but she's basically famous.
Well, I would also say that I think that's a cover for what she actually does here. I think secretly she might be the boss of the whole thing.
Yeah, I'd buy that. Yeah. I would absolutely buy that. You spend about 2 seconds with Peggy, you'd buy that too. Mm-hmm. Now let's share with you now the story of Matea.
She was supposed to stay in the NICU for about 3 days into her NICU stay, they weren't seeing any improvement on her x-rays at all. Her left lung looked completely collapsed. So they took her down for a CT scan, and they found a mass in her chest that took up the whole left side of her chest. It wrapped around her spine and her aorta. They told us she had cancer on Wednesday after she was born on a Sunday. That was the first time I really broke down and cried. I just was not expecting to hear cancer.
When the pain cuts you deep, and when the night keeps you from sleeping, just look and you will
So they took her down for surgery, and she almost didn't make it through that surgery. They found that the tumor was squeezing on her spine. So they wanted to start treatment right away because if it were to squeeze any more on her spine, she would have been paralyzed. She was 9 days old when she started. We did another MRI in May, and they could maybe see just a little bit of residual tumor left. We were supposed to do 9 rounds of chemo, so we kept going with it. The day that her oncologist walked in the PICU and said, if her intestines break open, she probably won't make it. I woke up at about 2 in the morning, and she was so puffed up that you wouldn't recognize her. And they did an x-ray, and I saw the air bubble, and I knew at that point that she'd be going down for emergency surgery, and chances were she wouldn't make it. I slid one arm under her and held her on her little bed and just told her that God would take care of her.
When the pain cuts you deep, and when the night keeps you from sleeping, just look and you will see that I will be your remedy.
They said she was done with her surgery. She had done well. She had taken about 6 inches of her intestine out at that point. So they decided after the 7th round that we were doing more harm than good now, so we were stopping at that. She's been cancer-free ever since, but they will do rechecks and look and make sure it's not coming back at least every 3 months for now. I think after we finally got back home, it kind of sunk in that we don't have to give her that anymore. She might actually be healthy. She might actually feel good, but it's still, we've been back in the hospital. I think the only month we made it without any unplanned trips was November. She gets sick so easy because her immune system was destroyed before it had a chance to even build itself. They are...
For having us. Thanks for coming. Now, tell us a little bit about what your story, Brody. We'll have you start. Tell us what's going on, and then we'll have Mom kick in, too.
I don't know. I got a flu shot, and I ended up just having to go to the hospital after that.
Oh, so Mom, we'll have you kind of explain this story because I know
elaborate a little bit.
I have a son too, and he does the bullet points, and I usually have to fill in everything else. If you can't tell,
Yep.
I'm the talker.
So Sunday we went and got a flu shot in October, and he within a couple hours was sick, and I'm like, oh well, you normally get a little reaction from the flu shot. By Wednesday, I had emailed his doctor and said, hey, he's still not feeling good. And he goes, you need to get him in. And we were there, did blood work, and 2 hours later had a one-way ticket to the hospital with a diagnosis of leukemia.
Oh, my gosh. How devastating.
It was a shock.
Very much. So how have things been going since your diagnosis?
I would say pretty good.
He'd say pretty good. I'd say pretty tough.
Yeah. Okay.
Lots of time in and out of the clinic and a lot of time in the hospital.
Absolutely. So how do you guys handle this together?
Together.
Together is the main thing. And that amazing staff.
Start doing treatment 9 days.
You're 9 days old.
Yeah.
That's your life. You know nothing different because you're 9 days old. Yeah, I mean, we're used to things. If we have a little baby that we're introducing to everybody, or we're talking about with the doctors, they're saying things, oh my gosh, they have such beautiful eyes. Oh, it has daddy's smile, not your baby has cancer. It's not a sentence that I think most people can even wrap their head around.
Immediately, too, of all things. But just keep hitting those marks, and that's a lot. Just take it day by day and hitting those marks. And like Nikki was saying that, Matei, whatever, they say, oh, this might be it. This could be it. This could be the end of the line. And that, she said this happened maybe 5 times, but she just kept on trucking. And that's what every family's trying to do there. And all those little things that you can do add up to help them through getting through one more day.
And Matea, she's still fighting. She's still doing this. And you can stand by kids like Matea. When you pick up the phone, you call 701-470-KIDS, or you text KIDS to 35270. We have just under 2 hours left. The Cares for Kids Radiothon on Y94.
Thanks for listening to...
God. Brody, you seem like just a great kid. Like, you're well-adjusted, and you're taking this in stride. Yeah. So...
He's a strong dude too, because listen to this. He is the youngest cadet accepted into the West Fargo Police Department Public Safety Cadet Program. Brody, that's
love
awesome,
that.
man.
Yeah, tell us about that and tell us your story about last night.
Well, last night I got to arrest my mom for practice, and that was pretty fun.
That's got to be a highlight.
I think he enjoyed it. He was kind of rough, and I knew he was like, "Oh yeah, I've got the power."
Payback. Yeah. So, how did you go about getting into the Cadet Academy? I can't talk today.
They did. I don't remember. They did like this thing at my school, and it seemed pretty interesting to me because I've always wanted to be a police officer when I got older. So then I just waited a year until I could apply, and then I applied.
And you got accepted.
Yeah.
But it's not easy. You
No.
have to sit in front of a huge interview panel.
Oh, you do?
You do. And
Oh.
so he had to impress this whole room full of people and fellow cadets to get accepted.
Oh, so what's that like on a day-to-day basis? Like, what does your academy experience? So what do you do?
We learn like police tactics and training,
Okay.
and then we just have a fun time,
Yeah.
and it's an experience that will definitely help you in the career.
Absolutely. Absolutely. How long is that?
Yep. Go ahead.
What?
No. How long do you get to be in the program?
Oh, and I can be in there until I'm 21, I believe, but I have to be enrolled in a college
Okay.
course.
Very cool.
The public safety cadets also provide a lot of community service.
Oh, they do.
A lot of how their funding is provided through the city is by doing community service events like West Fest and all of those events that they go out and help. And I believe kudos to them because some of them are volunteering at his upcoming event. So
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
They're really supportive.
So let's, if you had to tell somebody that's been on the fence about donating to this Cares for Kids Radiothon, what is the biggest thing that you appreciate from Sanford? What does that mean to you, your experience there? How would you get them to donate?
One of the biggest things that Sanford's given me probably would be the child life specialists and just the care they give in general has been pretty good, I would say. And it certainly means a lot, I would say.
I think one thing people forget about the child life specialist is they're there to make sure the kids are entertained as well as supported. So we've gone anywhere from the very first night we were admitted, they provided a blanket for him, something other than a hospital blanket, to stress balls, to video games in his room, to Wendy went to his breathing treatment with him just to support him, to calm him down and keep him calm. So it's not just they're there to support, but they also provide things that comfort and provide that support.
Right. Is there anything else you'd like to add about your experience?
I just have to say Sanford has probably some of the best staff and doctors I've encountered in a very long time.
Yeah.
Every staff member cares about how we feel and how we're processing and how we're going through this.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't thank them enough for making sure that our needs are met at the same time as our medical needs.
Absolutely. That's a lot to take in when you get that diagnosis and trying to remember everything. I know I would struggle, so it's nice to have that support there. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, we really thank you guys
For coming in.
And Brody, remember our faces if you end up pulling us over somewhere in the future.
Probably more
we're the good people.
Yes, come on. Brody's got an amazing story. He's still going through treatments. He still needs these services, as do many other kids in the community. 478 kids. 877-478-KIDS. We need your donation, whether it's $1, whether you're blessed and can do it. We've had a couple $1,000 donations today.
Did you hear
anything you can give.
Somebody donated $5,000
yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't know who. We don't know who.
Yeah, we don't know who. It was an anonymous donation. So, we need your help. We're so grateful to have Sanford Children's Hospital in this community. We need to keep them here. We need to keep these services coming in to these kids.
Thank you guys so much for coming in today.
Take care. Thanks, Brody.
Hi, this is Mark from Midland. Help local kids now.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's...
The 22nd annual Cares for Kids Radiothon on 194 on the Playhouse in the morning. 701-478-KIDS, 5437. You text KIDS to 35270. And there are currently 70 children and families that are having stories play out at Sanford Children's Hospital.
Yeah, and I want to say, too, a lot of these stories that we hear, right, involve young kids dealing with some real serious stuff, but even just in Gen Peds as well. I want to say there's like 23 of those 70-some families were in Gen Peds as well. The NICU, as you probably heard throughout the day, is over full. 40 is the limit. They got 41. They were able to sneak another one in there.
Well, and it's kind of wild when you think about it, too, because when they went from the old downtown location to the new Sanford Children's Hospital inside Sanford Medical Center, I mean, they added beds.
Right.
And still we're over full.
And it seems like it's continuous. It's constant, which is tough to hear. But it's why all these dollars raised, and maybe even these couple days that are hard for us to get through, hard for you to listen to. A lot of times we talk about how long can someone even actually listen, because these stories are hard to hear. But those stories don't stop after a couple of days for these families. They just keep rolling.
Well, that overfull, that 41 baby NICU right now, they're supposed to have 40 babies in there. The reason that they are trusted with so many little premature babies is because they have so many success stories. Like this one. This is the story of Declan.
Super excited that we were going to get to be parents again. Declan... We knew he was going to come early. I was just more anticipating like 32, 34 weeks, somewhere in the safer zone, I guess.
There is no great thing to stop and sing.
He arrived at 25 weeks and 4 days.
Honestly, it was pretty terrifying. We made it to Fargo in probably record time. We did get pulled over.
On the edge again.
As soon as he got out of the car, I yelled out the window that, my wife's having the baby right now. We got to go.
Don't look away.
I joke a little bit that the way up to the birth center it's funny now almost because it was like a movie. I mean, like you envision the dad just running down the hall, and that's pretty much what, I don't even think the wheelchair was fully like engaged.
In your precious face.
People kind of started running ahead of us, caught the elevator for us. People, I don't know, must just been the look on our face. Within, I bet, 20 minutes of us arriving, there was multiple doctors. I don't even know how many nurses were in there. The NICU started setting up immediately. And
yeah.
But even in the dark, I saw you were the only one alone.
Gosh, there was probably 4 or 5 different nurses and a couple doctors that were all in there. And, they knew exactly what to do.
Then he arrived weighing 1 pound, 13 ounces, 13 and a half inches long.
I will love you constantly. There's precious little else to me, and though we cry, we must stay alive.
We knew that we were probably at the best place we could be.
Another fragile edge.
Once we heard that first squeal, the emotions that you feel when that happens is just unbelievable.
We spent 81 days in the NICU.
That nurse, I think it was the first night. Mm-hmm. We had never seen him without some of the masks and different things that he had on, and she actually took a picture of him. And to me, I mean, that...
She safely did this.
Yeah. The people at the NICU made those times easier. As the husband, you try and stay strong, and you try and hold things in. there was multiple times where, I'm driving home by myself and I had to pull over because you just lose it.
Love you constantly. There's precious little else to me. And though we cry, we must stay alive.
It was actually my birthday one of the days we were up there, and one of the nurses, I came back from lunch and she's like, okay, so here's the deal. When it's your birthday, we care about that too. She had made a sign. She had scrambled to make a sign from Declan, happy birthday, Mom. And we've had various experiences with Sanford Children's, for very, very minor things compared to what we just went through. But you never want to think that you're going to need it as much as we did. Our story could have been completely different, and he's crawling, he's pulling himself up on stuff. He is pretty much, on track for what he would be actual age, all that kind of fun stuff. So
Everything goes in the mouth. Absolutely everything.
Just having a facility at the high caliber that we have so near us is pretty amazing.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon. Y94, the number one hit music station. Another one of the stories from that amazing NICU and them pulling off a miracle, which they have 41 babies in there right now. They're supposed to max out at 40. They have 41 in there right now. That's 41 opportunities for them to have another NICU miracle, just like Declan.
Well, in 81 days. I mean, again, that's just it's a good 3 months of time that you're spending in the hospital and with your brand new baby. But on top of this, too, Declan was their fourth child, right? So Declan's the fourth child. You still have 3 other kids at home.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, you as a parent, even though you want to focus entirely on this 25-week-old baby that needs your focus and your care. I mean, you have other kids at home. And my guess is having this facility here in this close, we hear a lot of being able to have that support system, right? Whether it's family members or friends that are able to help out with things at home. Sometimes it's as simple as letting the dog out, right? Like, can you go let my dog out on Tuesday and Thursday? Those little things of being able to have this facility here to get the treatment here. So support systems can even remain intact for all those. Because a lot of times when these are happening, these aren't first kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's other kids that also need their parents.
Well, there's those little tiny things, too, that some people make a little bit more of a thing about them in their stories than other people do. And so I think sometimes they get a little slid through the cracks and you miss it. Mm-hmm. And it just really shows what kind of a special place this is. The fact that it's Mom's birthday.
Right.
And any of the staff recognized it was her birthday. And then went so far as to, take a picture of Declan, put a card together. And that sounds like this special thing that they did just for her. They do that kind of thing all the time. They're making crafts and pictures of these little babies in that NICU constantly, whether it's for a holiday or a birthday or just a fun craft. And then these parents are getting these pictures of these special moments where their kid is, so tiny.
Yeah.
And they're putting these things together. You leave with this bag full of these crafts these nurses put together. They're not getting paid to do that. This is just a special thing they just do.
Well, and that's a great way to put it, because you'll hear even a lot in the stories, they'll maybe even just think they do all these little things. And you wonder what those little things are. It's something just like that. And it is weird because it does, you hear it so often in these stories, whether they say they do these little things or they make quick mention of something like, hey, I got a card for my birthday. You hear it so often, you don't realize. But it's truly what it just goes to show, again, we've got to meet a ton of staff here even just today. And these people obviously care, even to the point now that the phone bank is full of workers, of Sanford employees that are here to help close out day 2.
Well, they do a really good job. I feel like it's every Radiothon, easily 22 years strong, where it is Sanford staff. They close it out. They do. Mm-hmm. It means something to them, and we want it to mean something to you. To pick up the phone right now and call 701-478-KIDS. We only have an hour and a half remaining of the Cares for Kids Radiothon, Y94. Can you tell I'm tongue-tied?
You need some coffee.
Cares for Kids Radiothon. Together we can help the kids. Here's a number to call. Make a 20 by 12 donation. Call 478-KIDS.
That's 478-5437.
Or toll free to 1-877-478-KIDS on the 702 Cares for Kids line. We believe in miracles.
It's the Cares for Kids Radiothon on Y94.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The Cares for Kids Radiothon has long raised money for the kids at Sanford Children's Hospital. This year, Corey's Car Care Center joins as a partner of Shop Till You Donate, where they're donating a portion of their sales this month. Cares for Kids Radiothon happening January 27th and 28th.
When you're moving, packing and storing your things can be a hassle. Veracity Storage wants to make it easy. They're different from your standard storage facility. Veracity Storage is convenient and affordable with well-lit, secure facilities, free locks, and security cameras. They also have convenient online payment options, great customer service, and they give discounts for long-term.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with Child Life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungel. They are really nice, and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia, and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky, and because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems like digestive issues as well. There's no cure for it. I had no idea that Mackenzie had cystic fibrosis. I was actually thrown off pretty good about it because she seemed pretty healthy as a baby. So managing Mackenzie's cystic fibrosis has been really hard. It's always making sure she does her vesting, her nebulizers. She's very rushed in the morning for school because she has to do that first. Even when she's tired at night, she still has to do that first as well. She can't just go crawl off into bed.
Hi, this is me doing my best and nebulizer. I have to take it every 2 times a day, every single day, because it helps loosen up the mucus in my legs.
Mackenzie has a lot of medicines. We go to the pharmacy quite frequently. They know us well. When she's having a hard day, she would get the headaches. She would be bound to the couch. She would have no energy. She would have low oxygen, and she had turned purple before. So in those circumstances where me and Mackenzie need to just get up and go to the hospital, we have just left and called from the road because our doctors have always gotten us in right away. Sanford is 2 hours away from home, but it's close enough and always worth the trip to bring Mackenzie here. I've learned to trust them with her life, literally. When I don't feel secure enough at home with Mackenzie, Sanford definitely is home. Like, it's one place where I know that we'll be okay. Mackenzie's been doing great since she's been on Trikafta. Her oxygen is back up. She's gaining weight, which she wasn't able to do for about a year now. Mackenzie also has color in her face again. She doesn't look sick and she doesn't act sick anymore. And the best thing that I've seen from it is she's got her energy. She looks like a kid and she's not coughing anymore. Cystic fibrosis has been a growing and learning journey because it's always something new, something different. But my biggest fear is just the progression of it. So now, especially with Trikafta slowing that down, it's been a monumental relief. My hopes and dreams for Mackenzie right now is to get to live like a kid and not have to sit on a couch and feel groggy and be behind her peers. I'm just hoping that she gets to do what she wants.
Thanks for helping kids like me.
Raina's great. She's Very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, it was he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she'd end up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Maris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that's due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no, that we can tell, side effects from the chemo come up yet. My hopes and dreams for Raina, one that would be, that I would love to see, is if she could become a great piano player. She's got big hands, long fingers. I noticed that right away when she was born, that she seemed to have those perfect hands for playing the piano. The care Raina received at Sanford Children's was phenomenal. Having care close to home is one of the best things you can possibly hope for. Words can't express how thankful we are. I mean, you can say thank you all you want, but it doesn't even get close to how deep it really means what they do to help us out. You've got one of the best resources you could possibly have right here in your hometown in Sanford Children's and Roger Maris Cancer Center, because they can do just about anything you need to help take care of your kid.
Every child deserves hope and healing. Specialized care. 170 hospitals strong.
Nice job. Push down, push down, push down. Big step. Big step. Mama, tell it, Mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support. Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tyler is extremely friendly, very energetic, outgoing. He loves people, and his favorite thing is superheroes. He is a superhero, and he pretty much turns into one every night when he gets home. I was pregnant with Tyler, of course, and it was a wonderful pregnancy. Everything was on track. We didn't have any indicators it was going to be a difficult birth or anything wrong with Tyler. It was about 4 hours after he was born. A team of doctors came and said that they noticed there was some problems with Tyler in his sucking and with his features. He had really abnormally large head, hands, and feet, and they wanted to take him to the NICU to get some testing done. And that's when everything just kind of exploded for us as a family, and it just turned everything upside down.
Went home and to take a shower, and Maria called me. I remember she said that they took Tyler to intensive care. I was scared. I didn't really know what the problem was.
I was really, really scared. There wasn't really any answers at that time. Sanford was very comforting, and they told us exactly what they were doing, but we were just scared because we didn't know what we were dealing with or what kind of road we were going to be headed down. Tyler's diagnosis came 4 years after his birth. So it was a long road of not knowing what was wrong, but his official diagnosis is Soto syndrome. Soto syndrome is a mutation or a deletion on the NSD1 gene, and that's why it took so long for Tyler to be officially diagnosed. It's a specific gene that you actually have to test for and look on that particular gene to find the mutation or the deletion, and Tyler has that. Tyler's prognosis is lifelong condition. With the Soto syndrome, it causes a overgrowth in Tyler. So Tyler grew very rapidly during his early years, which put a lot of strain on his body. It caused scoliosis in his back, and it has caused leg issues, hip issues, a lot of joint pain. He has some ear issues with clostotomas that he has to deal with into adulthood, and those will appear again in his inner ear, and he'll need more surgeries. And then his intellectual disability. Tyler is at a 6-year-old level mentally, and he will continue to stay there throughout his adult life.
Tyler never complained, ever. I mean, you could tell there was times he was uncomfortable, but he never did complain.
He's very strong. He doesn't ever ask why, or why am I in pain, or why is my back hurting all the time, or my legs. He really just kind of accepts it and moves on and finds happiness. I think Tyler's greatest challenge that he deals with right now as a 15-year-old is noticing the differences in his peers.
Kids, yeah.
Tyler wants to go to college. He wants to drive a car. I think the biggest challenge for the two of us has been making sure that Tyler is content, that Tyler is fulfilled in his life, and making sure he's happy. We try to make sure that every other aspect of his life is totally incredible.
Right, we try to make sure he has a normal life.
Sanford Children's mean a lot to our family. They are with us every week. We're either talking to a nurse, or we're talking to a doctor, or we're going to therapy. They have been a part of our life. When we received Tyler's diagnosis, we were extremely relieved.
Who's your favorite superhero?
Hulk.
Medicine is how Hulk got so super too. So if you get bored of being Michaeltron and you want to be, so you could be the Incredible Michael.
Yeah.
And maybe you already are. It kind of seems like you might be already.
Definitely one of our favorites from over the years. That is Michaeltron. Cares for Kids Radiothon 194, and we have entered the final stretch. This is the Power Hour plus 19 minutes, with 70 being our magic marker.
Thanks to Corwin Automotive Group, by the way. All those of those 70. Well, I think it's far. I mean, you can go more. The goal is 70. We can go way over that and really hammer the end of this Radiothon home here. But Corwin Automotive Group, huge thanks to them for stepping up, matching these donations.
Yeah, that is the exciting thing here as we kind of push towards the end. So in just over an hour, we would love to get 70 people to make that $20 a month donation. And as we go for the final stretch here, Corwin Automotive Group ponying that up as the presenting sponsor and saying, all right, whatever you get from here to the end, we are matching it. That's what they're doing.
And that phone number is 701-478-KIDS, 701-478-KIDS. That keyword, of course, KIDS, to short code 35270. And maybe you are trying to wrap stuff up at work here, right? Maybe you are kind of trying to get ready, head out into the weekend. You can text that keyword KIDS to 35270. As long as you get that link on your phone before the time is up, you're able to donate maybe when you finish up that workday a little after 5, whatever it might be. So even if you want to plan that donation, you can text KIDS to short code 35270. But I'll say this, Sanford Children's, they're here on the phone lines right now. The staff of Sanford Children's are here on the phone lines, and I would guess they'd love to hear your donation in person.
Well, and I 100% agree with that, but here's the thing, and I just want to make sure this is abundantly clear. We've been doing this for 2 days. There is no more procrastinating. There are no more chances. If you want to help these kids, you want to be part of this year's Cares for Kids Radiothon, now's the time. There's no more waiting. It's now. We have just over an hour to do what we're going to do this year in the 2002 Cares for Kids Radiothon. This is the time. Can you be one of those 70 people that makes this year an outrageous success? At 701-478-KIDS, 5437. And for over the next hour, we are wall-to-wall stories as we close out the 2022 Cares for Kids Radiothon. And when we have a goal that makes me go, is this too much? Should we have done 70? Because that is a number we chose for a reason. We didn't just pull that out of thin air.
Right.
That is for every child that is in the children's hospital right now. There are 70 children admitted, 70 stories unfolding, 6 of them in the Kids PICU, 23 of them in general peds, and 41 of those are NICU babies. That's where that number came from.
And if you have, obviously we've mentioned this a few times today, but the limit, the beds in the NICU is like 40. So they're already just going above and beyond for families here in our community. 70 is someone's got to get it started. Now, obviously, there's that fun event. We talk about a lot of people too, waiting to the end, wanting to be that last person to help reach a goal. But if it doesn't get moving and it doesn't roll along, every single one of these matters. And the 70 is perfect. And if doesn't matter if you're the first one, the middle one, the last one. Every one of these is for one of those families spending this weekend at Sanford Children's Hospital.
What we need from you is to be that person that gets this thing going. Be one of those 70 people, the first of the 70, to call 701-478-KIDS. And when we have one of those goals that kind of makes us go, oh boy, this is going to be huge, we look to one of our Cares for Kids angels. This is the story of Sammy and Sophia.
In 2003, I had my second child, full-term, 6-pound, 5-ounce baby girl, perfect. The day she turned 1 month old, she was going about her day, and in the later part of the morning, she started vomiting. I'm actually a nurse, and my husband's a chiropractor. He said, you know, you're a mom, you need to decide what to do. Moms have their instincts. I called right away to see what to do, and they said, you know, bring her in. So we brought Sophia into the emergency room here. They rushed her off to perform a CT scan on her and found that there was a very large hematoma on her brain, the third the size of her brain. There was about 30, very stable actually. That night, however, her vitals crashed several times, and so very early that next morning, they took her down for another brain surgery. As hours and days passed, she kept having strokes, and I just remember, Mrs. Anderson, I'm gonna do my best with her, but I just don't know if I can save her. I lost it. I just completely went crazy. I ran out of the room. I didn't want to hear anything else that he had to say to me.
When she wraps her hand around my finger, heart puts a smile in my heart. Everything becomes a little clearer. I realize what life is all about. It's hanging on when your heart has had enough. It's giving more when you feel like giving up. I've seen the light is in my daughter's eyes.
Science told us one thing, but our faith told us another, and you just hope a miracle happened. My husband told me, you know what we have to do, don't you? And I said, I do, but I can't do it yet. And we went to bed that night, crammed up in this little couch, and I actually dreamt about her funeral that night. And when I woke up the next morning, I said, okay, I'm ready. I know she's already in heaven, and we just need to let her go in peace. And then we sat in her room, and we took her off life support. I watched her take her last breath in my arms, and that's the most horrific thing that a parent should ever have to do, is watch their baby pass away. However, I know she's in a greater place. I miss her immensely, and I've since had another daughter, and I see her soul through my daughter's eyes, and it is the blessing after all this tragedy. I know my daughter Sophie is watching over Kennedy also. You know, I'm a part of many groups, and I'm here to help as many people as I can in any way that I can.
701-478-KIDS, 5437 as we enter this final power hour of the Cares Kids Radiothon, and you can certainly donate in honor of Sammy and Sophia there. Now, that story's from 2007.
Mm-hmm.
She should be 15 years old now. There's 15 years worth of people that have heard that story, been touched by that story, and called that phone number, 478-KIDS. That is awful. That's absolutely awful.
Mm-hmm.
But what a legacy. 15 years of this 22-year radiothon worth of phone calls in honor of her.
Well, and you could hear Sophia's mom, too. I mean, I would say right at the end there, you know, saying, hey, I'm part of these groups, and I just, any way I can help, and I hope that, you know, hope it helps to tell her story. Obviously, none of these stories are easy for these parents to tell, even the happy ones, right? Even the ones that end with them walking out of that hospital with their baby, with their kids. They're still hard stories to go back and talk about. And I would say for her, I hope mission accomplished, because that story now for 15 years And I don't know, it's still incredibly hard. We listen to it every year easily, and it's still hard to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the reason why we do it, and the reason why, with your help, we make these miracles happen. 701-478-KIDS. And I should just remind you, too, the people that see this every day, those stories every single day, there's that staff at Sanford Children's Hospital, and they are here right now on the phone lines, just waiting for your phone call during this power hour.
And, we've mentioned a couple times over the course of this, but it's worth repeating. There are people that say things like, man, I love that you guys do that, but it's tough to hear. And, I'll hear a couple and then I got to walk away for a bit. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing. It's a 2-day radiothon. Mm-hmm. There's 70 kids right now at the Children's Hospital. Tomorrow's going to come. Sunday's going to come. Monday's going to come. Radiothon won't be on. There's still going to be kids in the hospital. They're going to be there 2 months from now. They're going to be there in June. While you're doing 4th of July, a month after that. This is a 365 operation, and right now they're overflowing in the NICU, pretty full. I mean, it's a chock full children's hospital. Mm-hmm. That's not irregular. That's all year long. And
we're still at 70, and we're coming up on just roughly an hour left to go. It's a tough goal to reach, and like you pointed out, there's 70 families there, and that's the reason. And we need someone to get it started. We need someone to get it rolling. I haven't yet to even see in the text club too with someone texting in kids to at least lock in that donation that they can make maybe when you punch out of work. So you can get that text in kids to short code 35270. Get a link right on your phone. And it's a power hour. So your dollar's going even further. If we're able to hit this goal of 70, it's like 140, right? And thanks to Corwin Automotive Group for stepping up again this year to help make this miracle happen.
Yeah, we're sitting in a tough place right now. In just about an hour and 9 minutes, we still need 70 people to believe in each and every single one of those kids that's currently in Sanford Children's Hospital and make that $20 a month donation. That's 66 cents a day. It's 701-478-KIDS 5437. If maybe you've heard that periodically and you're like, okay, that's steep for me, but I can do a one-time donation. I mean, this would be the time to do that as well, for sure. 701-478-KIDS. It is the Cares for Kids Radiothon, and we are Cares for Kids stories all the way clear till the end. This is the story of Jade.
My husband and I found out that we were expecting on June 8th of 2009. We were going to welcome our first child into the world. I had a perfect pregnancy. On February 5th was my due date, and the doctor suspected that I would deliver early. My son Jade was born on January 30th.
And you ask me what I want this year, and I try to make this kind and clear, just a chance that maybe we'll find better days.
We couldn't wait to see Jade, carrying him for 9 months and wondering what he would look like and wanting to hold him. And when he was born, the umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck and he was not breathing. So the doctors quickly called an emergency code, and the neonatal intensive care unit rushed into my room. This was the scariest moment of my life. As soon as he was born, they set him on my chest immediately and cut the cord. Before we even got to hear him crying, as all I could keep asking is, why wasn't he crying? We were just shocked. My husband and I looked at each other and we just couldn't believe that this was happening. My husband stood by and watched him go through most things that most parents can't even imagine. He seemed so perfect, and we just couldn't believe that there could be something wrong with him. On day 2 of Jade's life, he had his first apneic spell or seizure-like event. Nurses had to stimulate him and do everything they could to get him to breathe. And immediately after that, they called in the pediatric neurologist, and they believed that Jade was suffering from a seizure-like spell. They did get one of his spells on the EEG, so she was able to see that he was having a seizure.
One poor child who saved this world, and there's 10 million more who probably could if we all just stopped and said a prayer for them.
Jade had a neonatal stroke sometime within the past 3 to 10 days before I delivered. And he had this stroke in utero, which means while he was inside me. When you think of a stroke, you think of an old person having a stroke, and it's like, how do babies suffer from strokes? They called this an hypoxic ischemic event, which in layman's terms means like lack of oxygen to the brain. The doctor that explained Jade's condition to us the first time after she read the MRI results was, she was really, really caring, and she she kind of explained it to me as a mother, and that, she knew how I felt, and Jade could recover from this, and he could live a normal life. You just have to believe that. Don't let anyone tell you anything differently. You never know what could happen, and you never know how grateful you are for all the staff and the doctors and the neonatal intensive care unit and everyone until you go through something like this. You never know how much you really appreciate all that they do for their patients. We're just hoping for a great recovery. We're looking at the bright side of things and hoping that we can do everything we can to help him and help him get better.
Another instance, though, of that Sanford team leaping into action, and had they not been as good as they are and as quick as they are, that story would have been dramatically different.
Well, and for Danielle, too, I vividly remember that exact moment where, even as the husband, being just so overwhelmingly happy for my wife when we had our first child, when that moment where the baby gets put on the mother's chest, and just, I remember tearing up, I was happy for her to have that moment, and that first, I know something she'd been waiting for her entire life. And in Danielle's case, talking about it, just why isn't he crying? Why isn't he, what's wrong? To have that moment go completely opposite than the way you picture it probably in your mind your whole life.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm glad things turned out, but I'm guessing that in that moment, you're probably thinking it's not going to work out when your baby comes out basically not breathing. Your baby comes out not breathing.
Well, and that's another one of those instances where you think, okay, could all hospitals have reacted that way? Could all hospitals have had that outcome? Or all hospitals equipped for this? The answer is no. Which really isn't. You got the best of the best in the form of Sanford Children's Hospital. And the reason we do something like the Cares for Kids Radiothon is to keep pushing that direction. We know we have the best of the best. We want to keep maintaining the best of the best. We want to do even better. We want the best of the best of the best of the best of the best.
That's lots of best.
We want all the best. This is what we want. And you're part of that when you're one of these 70 people that help polish off year 22 of this Cares for Kids Radiothon at 701-478-KIDS.
And there's a moment a lot of people wait for, right? And it is this last power hour. And you're waiting for moments, too, where you get the most bang for your buck. And it is during these power hours, but we got to get it rolling here, because now we're down to, we got 63 minutes to go, which means we literally need someone, more than one person a minute to reach this goal, which is it's got to get started here at 701-478-KIDS, 701-478-5437. Or again, you can text that keyword KIDS to short code 35270.
Now, it is the Cares Kids Radiothon year 22. In 22 years, never has a power hour been missed. Never. But here's the thing we do to ourselves. We always have the largest number in this final power hour. And it's scary for a couple of reasons. One, is the largest number. One, if it's the time we miss a power hour, that's how we're closing out the Radiothon.
That's it.
We'd rather be cheering at the end. That's what we ask of you, entirely selfishly.
Right.
For the kids and families, yes. For the staff, yes. Really, even just for us. Really want to be cheering here in 62 minutes.
Oh, yeah. It's a heck of a way to head into a weekend, and a heck of a way to wrap up a radio station. And now down to, thank you for 5 people grabbing that phone and helping us get started. I'll say that much. But we still got 65 to go, 65 more people. And what's huge right now, too, is, like we were just chatting about it, huge thanks to that team at Stanford Children's Hospital who, you said, at the end of every Radiothon are here showing up to help wrap this thing by. They're in the phone breaks. There's one answering your calls and taking your donations. So, yes, texting in is fantastic, but I know they love getting those phone calls, and we love keeping them busy during this last hour.
And that's one of those things, too, where it's almost like you're kind of saying thank you to them by keeping them busy back there. This is the staff of the Children's Hospital. If there's anybody that appreciates hearing those phones ring, besides the parents and kids, it's them.
Well, you could add, too, there's 70 families. It's a full house right now at Sanford Children's Hospital. So if you're curious how important this Radiothon is to helping out at Sanford Children's Hospital, even with a full house, volunteers coming here to help answer phone lines over the last 2.5 hours of this radiothon.
Yeah, this is the time to do it. 65 people. Is that more accomplishable than 70?
It sounds better, but it's still a lot.
It's still over 1 a minute is what we're looking at here. Can you be one of those 65 people? It's the final 60 minutes of the Cares for Kids Radiothon, and we need you right now at 701-478-KIDS.
It's a power hour.
To see more pictures and videos, check out Y94.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie, and this is my story. Some of my favorite things are petting guinea pigs, drawing, or sketching, or anything that involves like paintbrushes or pencils. When I grow up, I want to be a baker. I have something called cystic fibrosis. You can also say it's CF, but the whole name is cystic fibrosis. When I'm in the hospital, I love to play with child life and play Mario Kart with them or make slime. My two doctors are Dr. Mariello and Dr. Kungel. They are really nice, and they do whatever is possible for me to keep me healthy.
I'm Amelia, and I'm Mackenzie's mother. I would describe Mackenzie to other people as probably one of the craziest little ladies I know, full of sass. Mackenzie started her journey with Sanford when she was born. Mackenzie was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she had a newborn screening, but I think it still took a few weeks before they did a sweat chloride test to confirm the results. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disease. Most commonly, people associate it with lungs, and the mucus is super sticky, and because of all that extra mucus, it can cause other problems like digestive issues as well. There's no cure for it. I had no idea that Mackenzie had cystic fibrosis. I was actually thrown off pretty good about it because she seemed pretty healthy as a baby. So managing Mackenzie's cystic fibrosis has been really hard. It's always making sure she does her vesting, her nebulizers. She's very rushed in the morning for school because she has to do that first. Even when she's tired at night, she still has to do that first as well. She can't just go crawl off into bed.
Hi, this is me doing my vest and nebulizer. I have to take it every 2 times a day, every single day, because it helps loosen up the mucus in my legs.
Mackenzie has a lot of medicines. We go to the pharmacy quite frequently. They know us well. When she's having a hard day, she would get the headaches. She would be bound to the couch. She would have no energy. She would have low oxygen, and she had turned purple before. So in those circumstances where me and Mackenzie need to just get up and go to the hospital, we have just left and called from the road because our doctors have always gotten us in right away. Sanford is 2 hours away from home, but it's close enough and always worth the trip to bring Mackenzie here. I've learned to trust them with her life, literally. When I don't feel secure enough at home with Mackenzie, Sanford definitely is home. Like, it's one place where I know that we'll be okay. Mackenzie's been doing great since she's been on Trikafta. Her oxygen is back up. She's gaining weight, which she wasn't able to do for about a year now. Mackenzie also has color in her face again. She doesn't look sick and she doesn't act sick anymore. And the best thing that I've seen from it is she's got her energy, she looks like a kid, and she's not coughing anymore. Cystic fibrosis has been a growing and learning journey because it's always something new, something different. But my biggest fear is just the progression of it. So now, especially with Trikafta slowing that down, it's been a monumental relief. My hopes and dreams for Mackenzie right now is to get to live like a kid and not have to sit on a couch and feel groggy and be behind her peers. I'm just hoping that she gets to do what she wants.
Thanks for helping kids like me.
Buddy, here we are. Every child deserves hope and healing. specialized care. 170 hospitals strong.
Nice job. Push down, push down, push down. Big step. Big step. Mama, tell it, Mama. Push, push.
There's one near you. They all need your support. Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
Come on.
Helping local kids.
Feels intense.
I didn't know it started with this. It's a jam. It's a banger.
How long until they say what I want them to say?
I don't. My Europe knowledge isn't great.
It feels like it's coming. I'm not super sure.
We're limited on time. No pressure, Europe.
The point is, it's the final countdown. We're in the final stretch of the Cage Kids Radiothon 2022. Ladies and gentlemen. In the next 54 minutes, we are looking for 63 more Miracle Makers. At 701-478-KIDS, 5437, you text KIDS to 35270. This is your final opportunity in Cares for Kids 2022 to be part of the final countdown and help make miracles happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I really thought there'd be singing there. Can you tell?
We're a full minute and a half into this song.
Where does he say the thing? That's really not worth the wait.
I thought it was good for like the first 30 seconds.
Yeah,
it
really
just kept going.
It went on for a minute, man. It went on. We want you to learn in the next 53 minutes why you should be picking up the phone and being part of this at 701-478-KIDS or text KIDS to 35270. And maybe it would be because you recognize the fact that there are miracles that are performed with your Radiothon dollars and things that are funded entirely by you, including the Cool Cap program. This is the story of Alex.
When my water broke, the cord prolapsed, and so Alex was in danger.
The doctor and the nurse immediately got on it, and we're like, we got to go down right now, emergency C-section.
And then when he was born, it was 12 minutes that he didn't breathe. All he had going for him was a faint heartbeat. They worked on him for 12 minutes.
The first news I got of it is things didn't look very good. He came out, he had a lack of oxygen, and his numbers were way down, and he might not make it. Big lump in your throat, and see how you going to handle this. And we're really fortunate. The team that worked with him there, I mean, they did an awesome job to get him going, and then they started a cooling process on him as the team from Fargo, the NICU, arrived.
He was born in the evening and I stayed the whole next day in Jamestown. And then the next morning, Pete came and taught me, and we went to Fargo. When the NICU doctor said that the likely result of what happened with Alex was a brain injury, you just think, what are they going to do about that? You know, what can anybody do about that? With the cool cap, I was amazed to find out that there's only 2 of them, that they were there, and that the people in Jamestown, even though they don't have those in Jamestown, the people in Jamestown knew how to get Alex ready for that. So he was already cooled down when the NICU got there, that they had that technology to help with what Alex's diagnosis was really amazing.
When they did those tests on him, they were simply amazed that they couldn't find just a little bit of something in there that showed some brain injury, and I know the one neurologist even says, these cooling caps have been around the last 10, 12 years, and it's technology at work. He's a year and a half old now. He's reached all his milestones, and it doesn't appear that he's going to have any troubles.
I just am really thankful for all of the people that God put in our path along the way. I mean, we'll always be so grateful to all of those people. They were all just regular people who did their job to perfection that day, and the 3 weeks afterwards that he was in the NICU, he was so well taken care of.
Anybody out there that gives to these causes, every little bit, all the carrying and the dollars put into it, it matters. It's our story. It's thousands of stories out there, different kids, and
I think definitely he's our miracle baby. There's only 2 cool caps at the NICU in Fargo, and at least one of them was bought with funds from this. So thankful to the people who were there to help us, but also to the people who've donated, so that everything that those people needed to do their jobs was there too. Everything just fell into place and was where it needed to be, and worked out to save our son's life.
It is the Cares Kids Radiothon, 194 2022. We are in the final stretch between now and 6 o'clock. We are still looking for, there's that updated number, 59 people there, E.
Well, it's a decent pace. We started at 70, but we're not anywhere near the pace we need to be at to reach this goal. And Corwin Automotive, too, has stepped up at the end of this Radiothon as well, because it's that power hour. And, of course, every power hour, you're getting that match that's coming as well, thanks to Corwin Automotive. I love the way you put it. They have the money out there. This is take it. Take that money.
We'll want you to.
Yep.
They sincerely want you to take their money, but you need to go ahead and call in order for them to have something to match. 701-478-KIDS 5437. We are in the final 45-ish minutes of this Radiothon.
And, of course, these dollars go to all sorts of things. But I love when we get to hear the stories of where some of these dollars actually go. Things that you're like, hey, this Radiothon purchased that. In the story with Alex there, that's exactly what it was with that cool cap. Literally purchased by dollars raised from this Radiothon, which is only done, of course, by reaching those goals. And we're down to 59, which, yes, seems like a lot. And it is a lot.
It is a lot. It is. I mean, that's what more than one a minute at this point.
But we can. I have this feeling that it's going to get done. I have good feelings about it. But we need to keep things moving. And love seeing that a few texts have come in. But seriously, if you are maybe just like cruising home, whatever it might be, you need that reminder for yourself. You can text KIDS to code 35270. So just text KIDS to 35270. Maybe just leaving the office. See a lot of people, heading home for the weekend, even around here. Shoot yourself that text so when you get home, you have that reminder on your phone to make that donation.
When if you are somebody that likes to go, okay, I want that tangible thing to hang on to. I want to know what my money is going toward. And like we were talking about, that cool cap is a fantastic example. They have 2 of them. You bought them both with this Radiothon, and that saves lives. It literally is the reason that Alex is here right now.
And if you could say to yourself, out of 22 years of doing this, at the bare minimum, you knew it was going to, just save one kid's life directly like that. I think you'd do it. You'd do it over and over and over. But thanks to your help, we've saved way more than that. With that staff at Sanford Children's Hospital, they've been able to do great things with these dollars raised. And you know it from the moment you walk in. I myself had never, it was years before I made it into the new Sanford Children's Hospital in the new location. But the great part is that feeling when you get on that 9th floor, it certainly doesn't feel like that elevator is opening up to a hospital, which is the first step to keep that feeling of kids being kids.
It's got that whimsical vibe, right?
That's right.
They make it that not scary place because that's part of it. I mean, you're not going to be doing your best healing if you're terrified. They make it as comfortable as possible. We're in the final 45-minute stretch. We either pull this thing off or we don't. Next on the Cares for Kids Radiothon.
It's a power hour. To see more pictures and videos, check out y94.com.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Raina's great. She's very talkative, very smart, loves playing with her kitchen toys and her dolls and her puppy dog, and very adventurous, no fear at all. It all happened in Thanksgiving of 2019. We were in Chicago visiting my sister and her family down there, and the day before Thanksgiving, my wife pointed to my daughter's neck right in here and said, "What's this little lump here?" It felt to me like a swollen lymph node. I really didn't think anything of it and said, okay, when we get back to Fargo, we'll go see her doctor and just have him check things out. Tuesday after, when we got our appointment with the doctor, he examined. Next thing you know, it's X-ray, MRIs, all this stuff over the next 3 days, and boom, you're hit with a cancer diagnosis. She had stage 4 neuroblastoma. Nothing can prepare you for hearing that your 5-month-old baby has stage 4 cancer. We were ready, prepared to do absolutely anything, no matter what it was. Her tumor started out, I guess, right behind the heart, and it slowly enveloped the heart, up along the spine, enveloped the top of the left lung, and what we felt right here was where it was breaking through the chest cavity. So it broke through the chest cavity, up along inside to the base of her skull, and then infiltrated the spine just a little bit. Raina's treatment involved chemotherapy, which she'd end up having to do 4 different cycles, and I would spend the nights in the hospital there with her. Then it was constant monitoring every week. We would come here to have her dressings on her chest changed where the tubes going into her were. We had to be really vigilant to make sure she wasn't having any complications. The big fears are always there's a chance the cancer could come back. And there's fears that due to the chemotherapy, there is long-term effects that sometimes can come about, whether it's hearing changes or other things that you have to worry about and monitor. So that's why we always come back here to Roger Morris Cancer Center and Sanford Children's, because they help us monitor that and make sure nothing is coming up that's due to either the cancer or the treatment that got rid of the cancer. Raina's prognosis today is very good. She's had no
77478 kids on the 702 Cares for Kids line. Call now. Miracles are made by people like you. Thanks for making miracles happen. Now back for the Cares for Kids Radiothon on Y94.
40 minutes in the Cares for Kids Radiothon, and we are in a triple match as we look to close this thing out with 55 more people. We have a triple match opportunity. Everything between now and the end of the Radiothon, triple matched.
Well, and nice too, because Metal Tech actually earlier in the day has already been part of a power hour. They've already kicked in hearing that there was 55, we need to get them all. They hopped in again, right? So now they've tripled this thing up. Metal Tech coming back to help out again today to make that dollar go even further. But it's only going on now for what, the next 39 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, we need you now. Between now and 6 o'clock, it is a triple match. It is also us trying to close out a successful radiothon for the Sanford Children's Hospital, and we would like still 55 more people to make that commitment of $20 a month. It's 701-478-KIDS. That's 5437, or you could simply text the word KIDS to 35270, 35270, and whenever we have one of those goals, we're like, this one is, it's going to be tough. This is going to be a heavy one to try to reach, as is the case now with 55 at 478-KIDS. We certainly turn to our Cares for Kids angels. This is the story of Morgan.
I had just started cheerleading, and we thought that there was a muscle growing in my right thigh, and I had an MRI. The doctor said it was a tumor, so then we went to go meet Dr. K, and we did a biopsy, and it was cancerous.
What went through your mind when you heard that it was cancerous?
Oh God, am I gonna die? By second semester, I was not really going to school anymore, doing a lot of heavy chemo treatment and being sick all the time.
We ended up going in because her headaches were so severe and nothing would take them away, and she had an MRI on her brain, and we found out then that she had stage 4 metastatic melanoma. Totally different cancer than the cancer that was growing in the rest of her body. It's hard to even imagine how your child can get cancer, but then find out that your child has 2 cancers and they're not related, and they're both stage 4, and neither one of them have good prognosis. It's just really a lot to deal with.
I've gone through several bone marrow biopsies and spinal taps. I got a football-sized tumor taken out of my leg, a softball-sized tumor taken out of my head, and I got the 2 lower lobes of my right lung removed because there was a tumor on them.
You just have to try to stay positive. Just have faith. I can't promise anything good, but I can definitely try to make them smile. And that's for today and not tomorrow. No, I'm 45 years old. Let me have it and let her live till she's 85. As a parent, I think you constantly pray for that, but it's a wish that probably will never come true.
She is just so strong. I look at her and I think that if she can do this, then I can be there for her.
I will stand by. I will help you through.
It's one of the hardest things you ever have to do is watch your child go through something like this. You just can't fix it. You can put Band-Aids on boo-boos when they're little and kiss away an owie, but
I will fight your fight.
There's nothing that you can do about this as a parent. The Children's Hospital has done such an outstanding job. They are always there. The nurses are like family. We wouldn't ever do this kind of treatment anywhere else. It's such a wonderful place that if you can help support the Children's Miracle Network, they do such an outstanding job, and it would be so well worth your donation.
The staff has just been the nurses, Dr. K. I wouldn't want to start naming names because I don't know who you would leave out.
I will stand by.
Because they are all just wonderful, unbelievable place. So accommodating, so open, and so much like part of our family.
The cancer's come back in her lungs. She had a surgery the 20th of December to remove the 2 lower lobes of her lung. Currently, she's had a CAT scan on her chest, and there's now cancer in the left side of her lungs. The prognosis isn't good. When sarcoma comes back, it's generally so wild and rampant that it ends up taking your life. Now we're facing probably not such a good outcome, but Morgan wants to keep on fighting, and we're going to be right there to fight with her.
And Morgan's family was with her. The staff of Sanford Children's Hospital was with her. Everybody that's ever donated to the Cares for Kids Radiothon was with her. But sadly, just under 11 full years ago, Morgan gained her angel wings. For 11 years, the memory of Morgan, the young lady that had a softball-sized tumor removed from her head and was still like, I'm still going. And several more tumors removed from her body, equally that size, if not larger, and said, I'm still going, I'm still fighting. You're with me, right? For 11 years, the girl that would not concede has inspired people to pick up the phone and call 701-478-KIDS-5437. As you drive home from work, are you one of those people that will continue her legacy and support this radiothon?
And you hear it in the story too, and too often you hear it in the story as a parent, especially if you're maybe a parent driving home right now. That same thought they all have, which is, I want us to trade places. I want to switch. You heard Morgan's dad talk about, I'm 45. Give me the 2 kinds of cancer. I want her to live to 85. And, you know, still to this day, they probably think about how they wish they could trade places. But just like her dad said, that's not how it works. It's just that doesn't happen.
There's probably not a kid that has a parent not in the car with them right now that's looking in that rearview mirror going, you know what? If that was us, I'd be feeling the same way as you're heading home to have dinner. Who wouldn't trade places if their kid was in a situation like that, if that was an option? The best thing we can do as adults, parents in a lot of cases in this community is to donate to this radiothon. Make sure Sanford Children's Hospital has everything it could possibly need so that the next Morgan that walks through those doors, comes out of those doors, has the best fighting chance.
And I would say to you, it's, you know, you're cruising home, you're getting ready for that weekend. And by all means, yeah, it's great. But there's 70 families, which is why we started this goal, this power, this last push. By the way, it's a power hour, and it's getting double matched at this point. So your donation is basically tripled, thanks to Metal Tech and Corn Automotive Group. But I just think it's interesting. We're minutes away from the end of this, but I mean, so many families that doesn't stop when the radiothon stops.
Well, and so you say, okay, I hear you. That hurts. I'm sorry for Morgan. I'm sorry for her family. I want to hear that win. I want to hear that victory. That's what's going to get me to donate to the Radiothon. Okay. We hear you too. 701-478-KIDS. 701-478-KIDS, 5437. One of the most powerful stories to play out at the Cares for Kids Radiothon over the past couple of years in that hospital, when something that shouldn't have worked, maybe shouldn't even been tried, now set a new standard worldwide. This is the story of the boy who lived.
Like while we were in the hospital, we had been talking a lot about his name. We're super Harry Potter nerds, and so my wife had always been fond of the name Phoenix, and we settled on Phoenix Harrison. My biggest concern with naming him Phoenix was that it would be like a bad omen. You know, we had no idea sort of what was going to come. He had some issues breastfeeding and ended up getting dehydrated. We took him to the hospital in Minot, and they did some lab draws on him because they were concerned about how much weight he had lost, and they noticed an unusual lab result. He seemed to be fine at the time, but they were concerned enough about it that they decided to medically evacuate him to Fargo. At the time that we left, the evacuation was really just a precaution. Nobody really thought that this was a big deal. It got very serious very fast. I can't say enough things, about how quickly everybody responded and how amazingly they all performed their jobs. Got him stabilized and rushed him down to the imaging, and they eventually came and told us that they saw that he had developed clots all throughout the area between his skull and his brain. Nothing like anybody had ever seen before. So they wanted to quickly take him to do an MRI. And between the 5 minutes between when they did the CT scan and they did the MRI, all of the clots had grown in his brain, and the blood flow had completely stopped. It's an extremely uncommon situation with a 9-day-old child. What they're supposed to do in that situation is just make the child comfortable and allow him to die. There's just nothing to do.
That's when they had taken us into a little room, and they told us he wasn't going to make it. It's the worst thing a parent could ever hear. It was the worst moment of my life.
Dr. Drofa, he told us that given what he does as a neurosurgeon, it just didn't sit well with him with such a young child to just allow him to die without at least attempting something. He said there is no precedent for any kind of procedure to perform in this case, but that, he regularly does a procedure with adults. They go in through a vein in their groin and insert a catheter and clot busting medication to break up the clot and restore the blood flow, but never in a situation with such a young child. He said that if we were willing, with an understanding that it was almost an absolute certainty that he would die during the procedure, rather than sit and wait and just watch him and comfort him until he died, if we would prefer, he would at least attempt to try and break up the clots.
He called it a MacGyver move.
Yes.
I'm going to just try it. It's probably not going to work. Say goodbye before he goes in, but we're going to at least try. Pretty much immediately started prepping him for surgery, and took us to a small hallway outside of the operating room, and they had us spend about 5 minutes telling our son goodbye. And told us it would be the last time we see him alive. But they let us hold him and sing to him and give him kisses, and just as long as we needed to. And then eventually, it was time. I just say, man, this kid is so strong. He is such a fighter. I'm not going to give up. The doctors aren't giving up. We're not giving up. We're going to believe that this kid is going to live. We're going to believe that he can make it through this. And that's when we started just really praying and harder than ever, and just believing that he was going to make it. We thought no matter what, even if he doesn't make it, we're going to believe that he was so strong and he was fighting his hardest. And we just needed to be there with him in spirit. After a few hours, he stabilized, at least for the time being. They said that, they weren't sure if he would develop a bleed or if the blood flow would stop again. And, there wasn't the kind of procedure they could perform twice. We were just so scared, when he went back in,
that, it'd be bad news or that it was just, a temporary fix. Dr. Drofa comes out and, shows us these pictures, and he says, this is today, like, of all the areas where the blood is now flowing throughout his brain, and like it looks totally normal. Basically, he's telling us he's gonna live. It's just so amazing. Like, given his name, he would just rise from the ashes like that. I mean, no, you cannot be closer to death than he was. Yesterday, they told us that my son's clots are 100% gone now. No clots, no nothing. We just had this whole flash of our life together, of like all the joy he was going to bring me, like all in one moment.
We're like the luckiest parents in the whole world, and we love him so much. We're really thankful to our parents and our friends, and, like we said, the doctors and nurses, everyone.
We were here in February. We saw Dr. Drofa and tried to, I don't know what I could ever say to him. You know what I mean? He saved my kid's life.
We even thought of changing the baby's middle name to Drofa because we love Dr. Drofa and his team so much. But Dr. Drofa had told us that day that he operated on him was actually Dr. Drofa's birthday. And it was the craziest birthday that he's ever had, because it was such bad news and then such good news all at once. So we thought, because that was the day that he ended up surviving, that's, to us, his rebirth day. So every year from now on, we'll celebrate that as his rebirth day, and kind of as a tribute also to Dr. Drofa and his team, because our son is silly Harry Potter stuff, but to us, he's the boy who lived. It's amazing, everything that happened. We both feel just so lucky to just have this opportunity, to be parents to him, and we know that he's destined for great things.
Oh, there he is.
701-478-5437, 701-478-KIDS. Text KIDS to 35270, the final 25 minutes of Cares for Kids 2022. They were told, do you want to comfort your child before he dies? Or do you want me to try something that isn't going to work? Okay, I'll try this. This is a MacGyver move. It's never been done on a kid this age before. Say your goodbyes. They were told this is the last time you're going to see your child alive. Phoenix is here. And the story of Phoenix from a couple of years ago has been heard all over the place. That happened in Fargo, North Dakota. What more proof do you need that you have an amazing children's hospital?
Oh, it's crazy how powerful that story is. Just it's so great that it ends with a miracle. But it's so weird because my son is probably that age, and just hearing his dad talk about it, and as a dad and his son, you have this thing immediately. Oh, and it's so happy. I'm happy for Phoenix, of course. I'm happy for Robert. I'm happy for the whole family, but just that father-son thing, I'm just so happy that he gets that. And that gift's only made possible from people like you that allow us to have this hospital, this miracle that happens here. And I'd just say, if you're a dad right now, I'd do it for that. If you're a dad, you got that son, that bond. I would make a call right now, 701-478-KIDS 5437. I'm so glad that ends with miracle.
How perfect is it that little boy's name is Phoenix? How perfect is it that his parents are the Harry Potter fans they are?
You're right.
The boy who lived. That story. The only way to make it more perfect is that when we have a situation here where there's just minutes, we got to be done at 6 of this radiothon, we still need 48 more people.
That's insane.
To call 701-478-KIDS or text KIDS to 35270. Get their donation tripled thanks to Metal Tech. The only way that is more perfect is if that story is the one that got you to call. And that boy who lived, that boy who raised from the ashes, that boy Phoenix, who his parents said goodbye to, and is right now running around tearing up his parents' house a couple years later. Did he inspire you? Can he make you pick up the phone and call 701-478-KIDS?
And you can text too. You can text KIDS to short code 35270, which is great. We love that too. But it's even more special right now with that Sanford Children's Hospital staff here. And really, they are crazy busy at that hospital. They have 70 families there right now. The fact that people are taking time to even step away from that and come volunteer here just shows you how important this radiothon is, especially the end of it in reaching these goals. And 48 is a huge number that we still need to get to. And there's miracles like this. Incredibly, miracles like this are happening every day. They're happening for a family, one of those 70 families, maybe right now at this moment. But it truly is only possible from people like you.
More happen, the more you call. More of those stories are possible and miracles that happen right here in Fargo, the more support this hospital has. That's why we do this radiothon. 701-478-KIDS 5437. And as the years go on and we see more and more of these hurdles that seem like there's no way we can jump over this, more of those happen, we can't forget where we came from. We still have to look back at those we lost.
Allie was one of a kind. She came into a room and she lit up the room. If you knew her, you loved her. She loved you. She's always there to give a hug, but still very sassy, very spunky. Never let her diagnosis get her down too much. You know, she just kind of went with the punches, and she was diagnosed in 2011, and she was 8 years old, and she didn't know what cancer was. We didn't know anybody who had it. She didn't know what was in store. But I told my family, I said, we're not going to cry in front of her. We're not going to woe is me. You know, we're not going to keep her in a bubble. We're going to keep her life as normal as we could. We'd go in at 7 in the morning, and she'd get radiation, be put under for it, and then she'd be to school by 10 o'clock. From even the beginning, she'd walk in, check herself in, and just walk right back. And she'd walk in or go sit behind the desk, sit with the nurses. She wasn't a normal patient, I don't think.
But I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world. Somehow I have to fight. And as I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive.
She just exemplifies, you know, how you wish you could be for somebody with so many issues and so many medical problems. Through everything, she lost some hearing and her balance would go, so she wouldn't be able to join dance again. And when she couldn't dance, she helped coach. And when she couldn't play volleyball, she just cheered on her classmates and her teammates. She just powered through and found a different route and made everything work. She finished her standard treatment. She did about 14 months and was cancer-free for just about 3 years. And after the 2-year mark, you go in every 6 months. At that 3-year mark, we went in and they called us that night. And Dr. Neem said, there's a couple of spots we're questioning. After 3 years, you think you're good. Well, it's been gone this long. It's not going to come back.
But I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world. Somehow
she had relapsed, and there were 3 tumors now instead of the 1. And they had moved to multiple spots in her brain. And that day she asked me, when we told her what was going on, we told her that it had come back and we had to do this all over again. And she asked me if she was going to die. Sorry. And that's something your child should never have to ask you. It's something a child should never have to worry about. And of course we said, no, we're going to fight. We're going to figure this out. We're going to keep going. And that's what she did. For 3 years, we did different treatments here at Sanford. We followed her path and it worked for a while. This past June, she went to camp, which was her favorite place. It was Camp Case, where her and her brother got to go. And They spent the week there, and she had stopped treatment. I think she lived her best life that week because we picked her up from camp that Friday. By Monday, we were ambulanced back to Fargo because she had pretty severe pneumonia and tried to fight it for 3-4 weeks. We were in the hospital, and finally it was just too much. And July 27th of this year, she passed away.
And I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world. Somehow I have to find. And as I try to make my way.
Stanford was her second home. It was where she had her friends, and by her friends I mean staff. She felt at home. Like, they're amazing. Like, we are so lucky that we were able to stay here for a majority of her treatments. Thank you for choosing the professions that you have. Thank you for continuing. I don't know how they do it. I mean, there's so many rewarding things, and then there's so many sad moments. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they get close to somebody like Callie and have to be there when they pass. I don't know how they attended the funeral. There's just not enough thank yous to really tell them how much you appreciate and care about the staff, and they're all amazing, and we love them all. I'm finally realizing how special she was and how lucky I was to be her mom. I always knew I was lucky, but to really see all the people she's impacted and just all the good that she's done, and she's done way more in her 15 years than I think most people do in a lifetime. She taught us to laugh, and she taught us that saying, live, laugh, love. She taught us that. She taught us to continue to be courageous and strong and don't give up, and you got to keep going. And that's what she did, and that's what I'm doing, and I'm beyond lucky to have been her mom and to have raised such a strong-willed, perfect, lovable little girl. She is definitely one of a kind.
The story of Callie. Bears Kids Radiothon, Y94. The final 15 minutes of year 22. 701-478-KIDS-5437. You could also text KIDS to 35270. Do you want the children of this community to have a hospital that has a staff so amazing that they care that much? They were at Callie's funeral.
Yeah.
They attended her funeral. They were so close to her daughter that mom, who just lost her daughter there, actually feels bad for them. She's mourning her daughter, but also thinking, man, how did you get so close to her? That must really hurt. You're the mom that just lost your daughter. You just lost Callie. And she's worried about the staff, that she could see how close they were to her.
It's been interesting having people come in today, and they're in the phone bank right now, and it's weird how much you try to tell them just how special of people they are to do this, and it takes
they don't
a
want to
special
hear that.
Yeah, they don't. They I don't know if they really truly see it. I don't know if they truly understand, but that kind of connection to make over and over and over again. And look, I mean, unfortunately, Callie's story isn't a solo story. It's happening all the time at Stanford Children's Hospital. Unfortunately, not every kid gets to walk out those doors. That's just the reality of it. But to continue to go back in and connect with, that would be the impossible thing for me, where you just connected to this wonderful 15-year-old girl that had her whole life in front of her and just lose her. And then you wake up and go back to work the next day. You just go back. You do it again.
And they're from Sabin. Are you? Are you from that area? Do you have family in that area? She's one of you. Donate in her honor. 701-478-KIDS-5437. We have a triple match for the final stretch of the Radiothon here, which is only about 12 minutes. And we are still looking for a series of 37 people to call and have their donation triple matched. Thanks to Metal Tech. Triple match. You donate, let's say, $20 a month. Thanks to Metal Tech, that's basically $60 now.
And it's brought up a lot. The old saying all the time was, hey, it's 66 cents a day. It's a cup of coffee. To be honest, your coffee is even more expensive than 66 cents a day.
It's accurate.
It's money you don't even think of, but it goes so much further for those families and for the staff to be able to continue to make those connections, provide the care, but maybe more importantly, continue to make those connections with these families and these kids.
We have 12 minutes left to inspire you to care about these kids in this hospital. 701-478-KIDS. Sometimes Sanford Children's Hospital does something so amazing, they don't even know what it is when they walk into it. Like when they have a kid like Ashton that they call the mystery child.
The doctors at Sanford dubbed Ashton their mystery child, their mystery patient from early on, really from just a few months old all the way to when she was diagnosed with her rare disease at 7. She was hospitalized 4 separate times for various pneumonia and dehydration and other things. And after only about 4 days inpatient at Sanford Children's, she was diagnosed with acute liver failure, but they did not know at that time what caused the liver to fail. Once it was determined and diagnosed she had liver failure, Sanford Children's became very concerned about why the liver was failing, and so they immediately ordered Life Flight Jet to the Mayo Clinic. That was by far the most terrifying day in our lives. We didn't know whether Ashton would survive. She asked me, "Daddy, am I going to make it?" And confidently I said yes.
What's that like as a dad to hear your daughter ask a question like that?
I can't put it into words what that feeling is, but I knew what to say. I didn't think about what to say. It just came out of my mouth. And that was the only time she asked. And she trusted my answer.
Well, I won't give up on us, even if the skies get rough. I'm giving you all my love. I'm still looking up.
We found out about 36 hours after being at Mayo what the disease was. A very rare immune disorder called HLH, or hemophagocytic lymphohistiocytosis, which affects about 1 in a million children. To see your child that ill with a rare disease that you've never heard of and many doctors have never heard of was very frightening, but you have to be strong. We went into this with the confidence that she was going to survive, and we didn't contemplate otherwise. Her bone marrow transplant was completed August 6th. I believe it was 57 days in the hospital.
We got a lot to learn. God knows we're worth it. No, I won't give up.
They handed Ashton off to Sanford Children's with what they told us great confidence in the ability of Sanford Children's here in Fargo to take over the care for Ashton. We had a discussion with some of the doctors, and we came to an agreement that they were responsible for her cure and we were responsible for her care.
We got a lot at stake.
You got to be extremely strong for your child, and it's very difficult to do, especially over a long period of time like this.
We had to learn how to bend without the world caving in. I had to learn what I got and what I'm not and who I am. I won't give up on us, even if the skies get rough. I'm giving you all my love. I'm still looking up, still looking up. Well, I won't give up on us. God knows I'm tough. He knows we got a lot to learn. God knows we're worth it.
She's beaten it. There's no question. I mean, to see what she's gone through, to learn about this disease, and to be where she is today, it is a miracle. They saved our daughter's life for a disease that's 1 in a million. So if that doesn't give people confidence in the ability of Sanford Children's, I don't know what would.
Is there a better way to put it? A 1 in a million disease? Somebody they're calling the mystery child, and they figured that out in Fargo, North Dakota. There you go. That's why you call 701-478-KIDS.
Well, and it's stories like that hopefully inspire you to grab that phone and make that call, because we started, it was an hour and a half, really, this Power Hour. Mm-hmm. And we started with 70, and we're at 30, and there's just a few minutes left to go.
Yeah, it's a tough situation when we're looking at 30 people. We need 30 people to call 701-478-KIDS in the next 7 minutes, basically. I mean, we can stretch it a minute or two, but that's what we're looking at. Here's the exciting thing. it's a triple match, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you make your donation, it's getting triple matched thanks to Metal Tech. Really great opportunity. If you did procrastinate, well, here you go. This is what you're waiting for. You're in the final minutes, and it's a triple match. We can't do you any better.
701-478-5437. That's 478-5437. You can text that keyword kids to short code 35270. You'll get a link right on your phone to be able to donate. But as we continue to preach, I'd love for people to actually call right now because it's Stanford Children's Hospital staff that are here volunteering in that phone bank, that Bremer Bank phone bank right now. So yeah, definitely, if you can, give a call because I know they love to hear those donations right out of the mouth of the donor, you could say.
So here's the deal. In 22 years of this amazing radiothon that has been alongside miracle after miracle after miracle, these power hours, we've never missed one. 22 years, that's a proud tradition and never miss these power hours. We have about 6, 7, 8 minutes left, and we still need 30 people to continue that tradition. Otherwise, we will end the 2022 Cares for Kids Radiothon failing this final power hour goal.
Just a weird thing to think, like walking out and that's a lot of people to go. So if you're waiting to be the last one, please don't, because we're going to need to get in 30 of these, donations, 30 of these miracle makers, people like you. Do not wait to be that final one. We need to get this thing moving. We've been stuck on 30 now for a while.
Too long, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
This is our last chance. Radiothon 22. 701-478-KIDS, 5437. If it's easier for you, you can text KIDS to 35270. Your donation will be triple matched, and it'll help continue a 22-year-long strong tradition. Or we'll watch as that ends together. Here's our final story of this year's Radiothon.